All right, welcome to Joshua Kemble's live stream. This is episode 282, where we're going to be working on some really fun stuff. Let's get the music down just a little bit. Okay, so what we're going to be doing tonight is working on roughs for page 82 of Not Death But Love, the Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, the graphic novel, historical fiction graphic novel that I am doing for Turner Publishing about the Brownings, Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert Browning, and Elizabeth's fascination with supernaturalism and spiritualism and seances in the Victorian era. So we're going to be working on roughs for that. We'll be doing commentary, continuing our commentary on the terrible Tim Pool's debate with Emma Vigeland of Modern Day Debate, or not Modern Day Debate, oh my goodness, of the Majority Report. So we're going to be doing some commentary on that. And then outside of that, we're going to be hanging out and enjoying a 4-day weekend, which I have from where I work as a full-time art director, which tangents really well into who I am. I'm Joshua Kemble. I've been a graphic designer and illustrator professionally for over 20 years, and I have been a art director for about 8. And that's basically what I do for my day job. When I'm not doing that, I'm doing graphic novels like Two Stories and Jacob's Apartment, which are my 2 that are out that I wrote and illustrated, as well as this Not Death But Love, the Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which is going to be my 3rd graphic novel. So let's get into it. I'm really excited about it. Let's see how things go. But anyhow, it's also a nice Saturday. And I guess it's Sunday now. It's like 12 midnight, and we're going to be working on comics. So let's get into it. Let's go to our daily stream. So basically what I have to do first off is review my script and go ahead and take notes based on the script, break down the script to what I textually need to kind of have to work. And then from there, I'm going to be looking at the breakdown, the text breakdown, and then breaking that down to thumbnails. And from there, we'll make roughs. And while we do this, we're going to continue our commentary on Tim Pool and Emma Vigeland, their debate. And we're at about, I think I wrote it down last time so that we could continue it. We're at about 1814 on the debate, and we're going to kind of see where it goes from there. So should be a fun Saturday. Maybe we'll play a game of Risk a little bit later. It's a 4-day weekend, so I'll probably be doing a fairly long stream, even though it's a night gang stream. So this is definitely a little bit later. And we're going to be probably working into the wee hours of the morning, but we're going to try really hard to actually go ahead and finish the rough for this entire page while we go. The one thing I want to set up before we kind of get into the commentary is what we're going to do is pull open our roughs from the previous page. This is something I've actually forgotten to do on the last few, and it helps quite a lot. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and merge that into a layer, and we'll drag it on for 81. So this is our rough for 81. I'm going to merge visible. I'm going to copy it. And then we're going to go ahead and make a version of that here. So while we're doing our thumbnails, we don't have to keep back and forth referencing the previous pages, which is going to be very helpful. So that's the previous page. I'm going to go ahead and call this page 81. And we're trying to just kind of get quite a ton of roughs done. So I think at this point, let's see. In this story, we have finished pages for everything but, let's see here. Finished pages all the way up to page 76, and then we have roughs from 77 to 81 for this book. So I'm really excited. So now we can see our previous stuff, and let's just go through the script. Our script is down here. Obviously, you can't see quite all of it, but right below where you're seeing my Wacom tablet is where the section of the script that I'm going to break down is. And so let's get into that fun business there. So it's kind of hiding out right there behind my giant, ridiculous logo. Okay. So let's make our list real quick, and then from our list, then we can get into the commentary. I hope you guys are having a really good night. I hope your Saturday is going well, and I hope a lot of you have, especially those of you in the U.S., have time off during the 4th to celebrate what sometimes is a pretty awesome country that we live in. And sometimes, you know, where like the Supreme Court strikes down student loan forgiveness is not the best. but we'll see how things go. So Bosco removes his discarded clothing. Okay, just to we should probably recap the last few pages. Let's see here. So Robert has taken Elizabeth. They had an argument because Robert kind of went off on a character in the story who is sort of a phony charlatan who's convincing people that he's having like seances and stuff. And Elizabeth is intrigued and kind of fully bought in to this seance. She was kind of fooled by all the parlor tricks of a man named Daniel Douglas Home, and grew intrigued by it. And Robert remains a skeptic. So Robert and Elizabeth have Mr. Home over with Mrs. Reimer, who's another friend, to their place at Casa Guidi in Italy. And Robert, the Home kind of passive aggressively insults Robert's latest book of poetry. And Robert gets pissed off, calls the guy a charlatan, and kicks him out of the house. So this really embarrasses Elizabeth. They have kind of an argument, you know, and then we're kind of like clearly in the future, probably a day, maybe 2 days after that event, where now they're going to, they go to this theater in Italy to see Bosco, the magician, kind of perform, and he does like his cup and ball routine, as well as like levitating a woman and putting her through a hoop and stuff like that. And as they're leaving, because they're somewhat celebrities at this magician's thing, because at the time, like Elizabeth Barrett Browning is very well known, as is Robert. Elizabeth probably more so than Robert. They're approached by an usher who says that Bosco is actually requested to speak to you backstage. So Elizabeth and Robert follow the usher. They go backstage, and we're introduced to Bosco. He's sort of taking off his cloak in front of a mirror in this kind of backstage area. And that is where we're at. Bosco kind of introduces himself, and that's basically where it's at. So that's kind of where we're going to be on this page. Now we just need to break down in text what the script is, and we'll kind of work from there. At least that way we know what beats are going to take up different panels of the page. So Bosco removes his discarded clothing from the armchair and helps Elizabeth sit. Things like that. I know it's funny, but it's like, you know, that's a really short sentence in text, but that has like 2 actions in it. And generally in comics, whenever you have a new action, that's a new panel. And sometimes like, you know, script writers or people who've written prose and not written comics, like aren't quite aware of like how many panels they're kind of including into a script. So that right there is almost, I think that's 2 panels. So and we'll try to obviously condense it. This is the old list. Okay, so let's make a new list here. Okay, so the key thing here, and once we do this list and the text stuff is worked out, then we can do commentary on the Tim Pool Emma Vigeland debate, the rest of it, which I'm actually pretty excited about. Full disclosure, it's a political debate, so it'll get political. For those of you who are contagious to political stuff. Okay. Bosco removes his discarded clothing from the armchair and helps Elizabeth sit. So one. Okay, I think we'll be here. One is going to be Bosco removing clothing from chair. Two, Bosco helps Elizabeth, who I'm calling EBB, sit in chair. Okay. He pulls up a trunk and perches on it directly in front of Elizabeth. Okay, so 3B pulls up trunk. 4 is he perches on it. In front of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Robert stands awkwardly beside his wife. Okay, cool. Now we have text, which is going to be Bosco saying, "I wish I could make you more comfortable. I apologize." Okay, so 5 is going to be dialogue. Do not trouble yourself, Senor Bosco. We were astounded by your performance. So dialogue with B and EBB. 6, Bosco places hand over heart and says, "You flatter me, Senora Bosco." We don't need to write Bosco again. Let's just say dialogue. Okay, we have our script kind of broken down. I'm going to go ahead and work on thumbnails for this. And then we'll get kind of going on this business. Okay, so we have all of our basic stuff kind of worked out of what we need to break down in the thumbnail. And we have our previous page to kind of reference as well, like of roughs, obviously, not final pages. My final pages don't look like that. And then we'll get into it. So we have that there as reference. And let's go ahead and do a little bit of commentary. So we're going to do commentary on the Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland discussion, and let me know if you guys are listening along. If you can hear this, you should, but let me know, because sometimes the audio has issues.
Like, so we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example. So and what they find is we have a lot of organized retail because there's no consequences.
Hopefully you guys can hear this.
For instance,
people are trying to make money. Well, and they're desperate, and we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is it income inequality or poverty?
Since the late 70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay.
Oh, just to catch you guys up, on the last live stream, we were listening to this, and I believe they're discussing whether or not income inequality has anything to do with crime, which is insane. I think Tim Pool is making the wild claim that poverty has nothing to do with crime, which is, I don't know. It just, to me, signifies he probably hasn't lived in a bad neighborhood before. All right, let's get into this.
Pay versus 12% for the working class in this country. You don't think that leads to levels of desperation?
So wait, is income inequality the cause or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I just can't.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They really don't.
Yes.
I really can't understand somebody not thinking that being poor contributes to at least some crime. Like, that's just insanity to me. You know, I think I mentioned this on the last stream, but it's like, dude, if my kid is starving or something like that, I would do anything to make sure he's fed, and that includes crime. Thomas said Tim is from the south side of Chicago, so then he knows he's full of shit.
Yes, they do. Because all the wealth is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not a zero-sum economy.
Down.
But also, if income inequality is the driver of crime, then how come we saw a giant crime decline after the mid-90s when income inequality was going up? In fact, we saw this happen all the way to 2019.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019, while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure, you're the expert, but I do know that you're saying that.
So here's the thing. I don't know about tying income inequality to it, to be fair. I think, I mean, again, we'll hear the argument. I think that might be a harder pressed issue. Like, I might even agree with that in theory, but I think that's a harder one to kind of pin down rather than a more clear statement of like poverty tends to cause levels of crime. I think that is a clearer statement to easily, I mean, just intuitively be able to know is true. Whereas I think the other, you can't just like intuit that because there's poor distribution of wealth, that's going to be an issue. However, you know, I mean, I'd still tend to agree with that, but I think that's going to be harder to kind of prove in a debate as opposed to, you know, poverty contributing to crime, you know.
There was an increase in crime in 2021 and 2022, and it doesn't matter now that it's going back down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York City.
I can't see this. Yeah.
I just pulled up New York City.
Look at that. Right. Exactly.
So at the start of 1990, crime was at its highest, and it dropped rather massively into just before 2000, where it continued to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge
increase.
That's pre-pandemic. Right. So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not pre-pandemic. That's the year-over-year increase. So it would.
So Tim Pool is being called out by his own right-leaning guest that he's reading the chart wrong, which is kind of a funny moment. Okay.
Be in the year 2020, to be clear. So 2019 would be the low number.
The increase, actually, the draw is before 2020, meaning that could be 2018 to 19 then, if that's the point you're making.
No, it's I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong, because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you track it, you have around, because this is just murders right here. Right. Guys, you have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
Okay. I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some.
Yeah, Thomas was saying she changed the subject from poverty to income inequality. Well, I think that, to be fair, if I'm steel manning Emma's position here, it's that I think that she thinks income inequality has a lot to do with poverty, which I would tend to agree with. Like, when you have wild income inequality in nations, it tends to cause, some serious problems, right? Like if you have a good example would be like, let's say, just hypothetically, you have like a castle with a moat. And the castle's like this giant, just wealthy, ridiculous people, and it's surrounded by poor people who have nowhere to live or anything like that. it's only kind of a matter of time before those people kind of rise up and like swim through the moat and take the castle, you know? So I can kind of see the idea that any income inequality would kind of would kind of contribute to like, you know, yeah, I mean, if you have like a really extremely poverty stricken neighborhood that's like right next to like an extremely wealthy neighborhood, you're going to actually probably see, I would think, you know, an increase in crime in the wealthy area, because you have people from the more disparate area crossing over to kind of like make some money or steal some stuff. But that's a harder thing to prove. So to be fair, I think, Thomas, you're right. They're kind of two separate issues, even though I think Emma would probably see them as connected. You know, that's my own take on it. Let's continue and work on this thumbnail.
Some of the increase in volatility in that.
Well, that I agree. I completely agree. I read that report. It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical imbalance or something.
It's both. It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it was in the air. Yeah, so it's impacting everyone.
It depresses brain function and things like that.
True. Yeah. But I think public.
So here's a weird thing, and I don't know if Emma's gonna, you know, be able to make this connection, but to me, so mental health issues are going to be increased if you're suffering from poverty, right? I mean, because like, think about it, like, you know, to get to higher level thinking on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you have, you know, your basic needs. And if those aren't met, you can't even get to higher level thinking. You're on more of like a lower level of thinking where it's just about fight or flight and survival. And if you have a whole area of people who are just stuck in flight or fight or flight, then it would make sense that, you know, it's like that's going to take a toll on your mental health. Like if you don't know if you're going to like make rent next week, that's going to cause a lot more stress and like kind of mental anguish than if you're, you know, pretty good on finances or whatever. And I mean, you know, you can look at any statistic in the world and it's going to back up the fact that, you know, being, you know, financial problems are like one of the highest drivers for, you know, suicide. They're one of the highest drivers for depression, is one of the highest drivers to like end marriages. It's hard to be poor. It's just really hard. And it's going to take a toll on your mental health. So if we're talking about mental health, you know, being hurt by like lead or something like that because your mental faculties aren't fully there, I think that would actually completely connect with the idea of like poverty obviously is going to cause, you know, more crime, because again, like, you know, you need stable mental faculties to be able to anyhow, so that's where I'm going with that. Okay, let's continue.
Policy has a huge impact as well, because again, we saw a dramatic this crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with a mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work. And all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
I mean,
wrong.
Mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still... So how does that connect to the mass incarceration point? If it worked, then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it? You just want to warehouse more people?
That's actually a fair point. Like, if mass incarceration works, then why are we having an increase in incarceration, and why aren't we seeing a decrease in crime rates?
No, I didn't say when I say it worked, we started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s. If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization, they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%.
Okay, so one thing he's ignoring where he's talking about like 1980 to 1990, and that he's making like a correlation and then a causation jump, which is not necessarily true. Correlation doesn't always equal causation. So if Emma were to use the same logic and kind of response, she could be like, well, from 1980 to 1990, we had like one of the greatest recessions that our country's seen in a long time, and that could account for the rise, the rise in crime in 1990, when you have that kind of occur. But I don't know. Actually, you know what? Never mind. That actually doesn't make sense, what I'm saying, because I think his claim is actually that it was low in 1990, and so that had a lot to do with the increase in incarceration. But it still is like a correlation and causation thing, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if there's a connection there. Because one could also make the argument that they shut down like most mental health facilities in our country from like during the 80s to the 90s, and so it would kind of make sense that like afterwards you might see like a real problem.
And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because they're incredibly impoverished and they need to find a way to actually sustain their livelihoods in this country.
That's put a very good way. That's phrased very well, to maintain their livelihoods.
Well, so, no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure. But like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But again, this is what you do, Tim.
Wait, this is the bizarre thing, is like, how is profit not something that somebody in desperation is going to want? Like, I mean, I don't know. It might be like a chicken or egg kind of thing they're having here, because it's like, there's definitely, but I mean, like, if you just look into how organized crime recruits, right? They aren't recruiting from like wealthy neighborhoods, right? They just never have been recruiting from wealthy neighborhoods. What they do is go to impoverished neighborhoods, offer favors, right? People end up indebted. And when people are indebted, they end up desperate. And when they're desperate, they tend to be more willing to kind of join the mob. I mean, that's just how it goes. And then it kind of starts creating this glorification. I'm just saying like the mob in general as like an example, because I'm a nerd and read a bunch of stuff about like organized crime in Chicago, because my dad actually grew up in Chicago. And like what ends up happening is then in these impoverished neighborhoods, you have people who are like butchers and just doing like, maybe they run a mini mart, or they run like, they're working like a decent, trying to make a decent living. A lot of them working like 2 or 3 jobs. And in juxtaposition to that, you have people walking around in like 3-piece suits who have just money to throw around and are just seem well-to-do. And they're able to kind of provide, in quotes, like provide, for their neighborhoods, for their families, stuff like that. And so you see these people who are like trying to go the honest route, and they are impoverished and still having to work like ridiculous hours. And then you see these guys who are like made, and they seem like they have it really put together. And if you're growing up in that kind of neighborhood, I mean, this definitely happens in LA all the time, where it's like, people who are growing up in really tough neighborhoods, it's very hard to kind of stay out of gangs and stuff like that, because you're looking at this juxtaposition, and it looks to a lot of people who are completely poor that like the only way out is to really live like a criminal life, because at this, at that point, like, at least you have a way to kind of make, earn a living for your family. It's again, it's not like that's the right choice, but I'm just saying, to pretend that's not a pressure that's on poor people is to kind of ignore the fact that, like, gangs and organized crime and all of these things thrive in poverty-stricken areas. And then it ends up being like a sick cycle where the two kind of feed each other.
And you return to anecdotal examples when I'm trying to talk about.
We're talking about just the 300 people.
I am talking,
which is the anecdotal evidence.
What 300 people?
He said the same 300 people, the ones committing the crime. I said, right.
Third of the shoplifting arrests in New York
specific
City.
individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so we should have a system of mass incarceration, because there are 300.
I didn't say that.
Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300 repeat offenders.
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got
so
it.
If
so
you're
this is
arrested,
all about the fact that you're not in favor
of
bail reform, because in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back, we decided that we weren't going to require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors. And you think that that's a good policy?
To not require.
Honestly, I like Emma, but that's like that seems like almost a dishonest pivot, and that's the thing. Like, I on this, I'm all about Emma Vigeland. Like, I tend to like agree with quite a lot of the politics of the Majority Report, but I mean, that does feel like a pivot where it's like, oh well, and now we're talking about bail reform rather than which is interesting. So we'll see where this goes, but that did feel like a bit of a pivot or a misdirect. Now, to be fair, from what I understand of Tim Pool, it seems like his tactic is usually to kind of steamroll his guests and not really give them a lot of opportunity to kind of explain themselves. And so she's holding up pretty well, but, and keeping her cool, which is good, because I think the whole purpose of the structure, the way these things go, is to kind of trigger the guest and have them kind of flip out. But that does seem like a weird pivot.
Require cash bail?
Yeah.
With weird music.
No.
I think that we're rolling it back.
I think look, if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you don't have a lot of money, even though you really only have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's like a set figure for the bond, then I get that argument. But what you need, and the state of New York desperately needs this, is some kind of threat assessment. Like, you should be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there before they're even convicted of a crime?
Look, again, that's an issue for how the jailing system works in New York City, and I am in favor of building out the jail capacity. Because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime.
Yes.
In Rikers.
If they show a propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity to reoffend?
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions, yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been...
It's a jail, but yes.
Or jail, excuse me. A jail that has been proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for sure.
But
that's very anti.
Okay, so this is weird to me, and I can't. Again, I feel like she pivoted a little bit, very effectively. To kind of pin down on this like bail thing. But now that we're talking about that, I do think personally, this is my own opinion, I think it's very weird to kind of hold people without charge. Again, like. I don't know. That might be a weird thing on my end, but it's like I feel like and honestly, we do need better systems where, like, if you're kind of arresting somebody without charge, like, and holding them, you don't put them in a place that's going to actually cause them to become more criminal. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like, yeah.
anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
How is it anti-constitutional?
It is kind of anti-constitutional.
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial. People are held there. Fifth Amendment. Yes.
I do think we should have reform on the speedy trial side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
Six. Damn.
We're all bad.
Our law is based on English common law. And the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon awaiting trial. So it's like built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
How much money do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
Well, again, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have a propensity to reoffend, I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name, and assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges, and it doesn't.
Yes, I would like the judges to have judgment. Yes.
Okay. Emma, I think, is going to do better as this goes, from what I've heard. But that was a bad. Like optically. That wasn't great to say judgment of the judge. Like, just, I think I get where she's going here, but that's like not a big optical win there to say judgment of the judges, because it sounds like it makes it sound like she's saying like judges shouldn't judge, which is yeah, that sounds like a contradiction optically.
Okay, but there should be guardrails in place to prevent judges from. I mean, judges are human beings; they can be unjust as well. I don't really put. Them on the pedestal that you do.
Obviously, I'm not in favor of like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways. The reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They deem that it was disproportionately black and brown people who are warehousing. Okay,
but how's that racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way. It's
but if you look at the crime statistics, they're
well, there you go. So
black and Hispanic.
So this is what the reality is for you: is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say inherently?
Crimes. I mean,
if you pull up like NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk. You can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked because I've looked at it for the past 20 years.
So that's
suspects.
The cop's discretion. So
it's you get a report,
right?
And you get a description of the suspect. And they are 92% every single year or above black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys a very famous New York story? There was a black cop, and
so this is I don't know. It is interesting because they were getting into like a substantive discussion, and I will say I think Emma's called them out on this, but it does seem, and again, I'm not like super familiar with Tim Pool. I think he's definitely speaking to an audience that wouldn't be. Mine. But one thing I am noticing is like anecdotes and then criticism of people when they make anecdotes. But in this case, it's like instead of contributing to the more substantive discussion, he's kind of chiming in with like, hey, can I give like an anecdote? Which again, like, it can be optically good, but anecdotes aren't it feels like a misdirect of the conversation as it's going.
He went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city. And he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
That's kind of
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go into Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it.
Yeah, that's
so New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg, like that guy's awful. He made a bunch of like. I'm not going to say that.
But the reason I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg, and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90% of the stop and frisks that were done were, by the way, they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted black and brown people. So you're taking.
So the highest number, by the way, is 86%, not 90%. But go ahead.
You're taking the data and using what the cops did where they over-police in certain areas and then pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently criminally in those kinds of populations, and it's a racist argument.
So you're wrong in a bunch of different ways. So let me just like run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%. And that was the year with the dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although, you know, you might not be interested in that specific difference, to the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary. It aggravates people. It creates a whole bunch of problems. That being said, they're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire tenure of Bloomberg where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the entire world, is they map crime through a system called CompStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to where the shootings are. And it just so happens to be those areas are Black or Hispanic.
Right, but do you get accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City?
It happened to me when I was younger, yes, but like not now.
But do you understand
But to your point about hit rate, because you brought it up, hit rate was not the goal of stop, question, and frisk. Like, this is one of the things where you're like, oh, well, this program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying a plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's
like
not
that doesn't
arbitrary.
make any sense.
90% of the stop and frisks came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to deter the carrying of firearms.
Have you done illegal drugs in your life?
Maybe.
Wait a second. So I'm surprised Emma didn't jump on that because it said to deter the carrying of firearms. And if I'm Emma, you know, as a lefty myself, the second I hear that, I would pivot. I would pivot directly to, oh, so you think preventing people from having firearms will decrease gun crime? Because like that's, I mean, that was just like the ball was thrown up for you know what I mean? Like that's like a layup right there that he just set up for her. I wonder if she'll take it, because that's where I would go. Just because I'm guessing if somebody's extremely right leaning, they're probably very like pro gun ownership. The fact that he said that is an interesting point.
I have.
Take the layup, Emma.
Forex.com,
Oh, wait,
the number one Forex broker in the U.S., part of StoneX.
I could have been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely until my trial came, because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you, but they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
All right, that's nice. Well, but anyway, it's about shootings. And the point of the program, and this is stated quite literally, to deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
And I'm gonna
it 100%.
Are you in favor of gun control?
And so this is what I'm
saying. I'm a New Yorker, so I'm not like a big gun guy. But
probably let me. This is my point.
Target guns. And that's why.
Yeah, you definitely got to target.
I'm gonna agree with Emma, but Emma's not gonna agree with.
Nice. Vic said, salutations to you, sir. How you doing? We're working on thumbnails. So this first one is going to be, again, like I want this to be in kind of a weird birdcage filled little area. And we're gonna actually put the trunk. We haven't seen from this angle yet, but I'm gonna have another trunk here. And again, this is a thumbnail, but I'm gonna have like another trunk kind of sitting here, chilling, that we can kind of use later on. And maybe we'll indicate a few more of those like bird cages. And we're doing commentary on Emma Vigeland versus Tim Pool. I'm really surprised she hasn't taken the layup yet. She's got to take that layup, because he keeps talking about gun violence and trying to kind of prevent gun ownership or gun carrying. And it's like, dude, well, what about gun reform? Like, that's where I would go if I'm Emma. But anyhow, so this part of the thumbnail, we're gonna have one scene where it's like him clearing the desk. So that's number one on our list. And I think we might actually expand this because I feel like we need to show him removing. No, you know what? Okay. Okay. Give me a second. Vic was saying I hate that guy. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the guy, but I'm not a fan. However, I gotta say, there have been a few things at the start where he's optically been a little more successful at the beginning of this thing, even though I disagree with his points. Fair being fair, I think optically he's had a few wins at the very beginning. Speaking of, what we're going to do is we're going to play a trailer for Jacob's apartment, and then we will continue our thumbnails as we go. But right now we have Bosco kind of picking up his items from his chair, and we'll continue after this. And I hope you guys are doing well. In the meantime, while I'm playing this, make sure you take the time to hit that like button. It takes 2 seconds. Yeah, hit the like. You want to. You too, out there. You're like sitting there, maybe like listening. No. Don't be passive, be active. Hit that like. It's going to help this channel get more views and that kind of thing. And while you're at it, subscribe and all that fun stuff. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue our commentary on this, as well as working on thumbnails for page 82 of Not Death But Love, The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. I'll be right back. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing pain. I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. Sorry, I had to throw some wet laundry in the dryer. I know, exciting times. Okay, so let's get back to it. What we're going to do now is thumb out the next panel, in which I'm going to have him kind of escorting her to that chair, this kind of rad old Victorian chair. And luckily, a lot of the references and stuff aren't going to be great. Vic said Joshua's timing was off. That's right. And speaking of timing, I'm trying to do this at about the hour mark. So we're going to do this for anybody who's tuning in right now. That should have worked. Hold on. All right. Welcome to Joshua Kemble's live stream, episode 282. We're mid-stream. We're doing commentary on Tim Pool versus Emma Vigeland from his show. I think it's called The Culture Wars, which is a terrible name for a show. But still, in the meantime, we're going to do that and work on comics. I hope you guys are working on your own personal projects and having a good Saturday night. and we will continue to stream for probably a pretty long time. So this is going to be a party stream, guys. So make sure you have all your drawing tools out, whatever projects you're working on. I hope you're making a lot of fun progress on. And we're going to get back to roughing out page 82. All right, so that was my little radio in. Vic said, do you know who Mike Gustavich is? I have no idea. All right, let's continue. Who's Mike Gustavich?
With me. The idea that the police can decide to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second and Fourth Amendments.
I agree with
stop
that.
and frisk is completely unconstitutional.
Well, that's why Fourth Amendment was in my mind.
Well, again, it's you're supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually it's based on reasonable suspicion, and they're supposed.
Okay, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Like, and again, like, you know, okay, this is my own take, but yeah, I mean, even if it prevents crime, it doesn't mean you can just violate people's rights. Like that, you know, that's my old take on it. So the idea of throwing question in there as if that's going to be better, like that's ridiculous.
What, I'm bearing arms
they're
under the Constitution?
They're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea that
what
because
is the Terry standard?
A particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, the Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place.
Oh,
so now you're violating, using you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that as.
Okay, that's again. Now he's setting up the layup. Okay, like come on, Emma, come, bring it in. Be like, wait a minute. So are you for, you know, reasonable? Because you know, if we're talking about gun seizure and stuff like that, why don't we just get into the point of, you know, well-regulated militia, right? Like, are you in favor of regulation of guns? Because that might prevent people from carrying guns. Just a crazy idea. Vic said he was a DC inker and he did this book called Justice Machine. Oh, that sounds rad. What is Justice Machine? It sounds kind of like a Judge Dredd kind of thing. Now I kind of want to look that up, but I got to work on my next part of my thumbnail here. Now, Vic, you have to explain Justice Machine.
And by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, it's absolutely nonsense.
This is why I'm actually critical of Bloomberg's expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions, and if there was reasonable suspicion, they would conduct a search. This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and you know, New York City of 8.5 million people, was 90,000 people. And under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing nonviolent offenders.
Donald Trump's First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean, you're further right than I'd imagine a ton of this audience is. I mean, that's fine. That's like I'm not here
to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct, but.
Vic said it's your basic 80s to 90s superhero, indie superhero, I guess, but I like it. I really want to check out Justice Machine. I just like the name. Justice Machine is a great name for a... it's kind of awesome.
No,
this is mostly moderate.
But Donald Trump's First Step Act had a lot of language about going soft on youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young black men in this country.
I want to bring your guys' attention to this chart, because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
right?
But we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason, in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward, a ridiculous spike in the murder rate, offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know exactly why. We can see around 1990, it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple interesting points there. This is U.S. murder rate. So New York City's broken window policing has nothing to do with it. This is the entirety of the country. Mm-hmm. This could be one of two things. we when the leaded gasoline, that was the 80s, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We were getting rid of it.
And the last truck, I think for trucks, it was the
Thomas, I agree with you.
But this also
that name Justice Machine is cool. It just sounds like it sounds awesome. Justice Machine. Wait a minute. Now I can use one of my let's see here. Do we have okay. Let's see if this works, okay? Justice Machine, fighting crime all over the city. A city full of a need for justice. A Justice Machine. Will he survive and commit justice? We'll find out in the next episode of Justice Machine. I know. I was just looking for a reason to use my voice changer thing. Thomas Adams said hardcore. I love it. Okay, let's continue.
Coincides with one of the, if not the largest economic expansion, or I shouldn't say that now because who knows how you define it with the pandemic and all that stuff. But we had a massive economic boom in the 90s. So this would interestingly correlate with the idea that as people started to get more things, like their lives started to improve, crime, murder rate started to drop dramatically.
Yeah, and I would say that that was a temporary kind of sugar high based on neoliberal policies of Reagan and Clinton, where there was a lot of money that was released back into the public because of massive tax cuts. I mean, we can talk about confiscatory taxation if you'd like, and the top marginal tax rate. You know, the top marginal tax rate in 1961. It's funny that you brought up that figure. 1960, it's 91% compared to 37% now. But like
it went down in the 60s.
Reagan cut a bunch of taxes during that time period, and a lot of people got an influx in cash.
Crime
and then
did drop.
Sorry,
crime did drop.
Well, right, but that was temporary. Right. And then the income inequality kind of set in, and the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. And that's mostly what I'm interested in talking about on my program.
Let me show you guys something which will add some context to the current crime spike. So you see right here, this drop off after it looks like about 2007, there's a major drop off in murder. And then it spikes in 2014. The problem with a chart like
Vic said, why do he and Shapiro have the same way of speaking? Well, here's the thing. Like, I really dislike Ben Shapiro, but I will say Ben Shapiro is way more informed and on point. Even though I don't agree with him, he's a much more intelligent guy, I think, than this Tim Pool dude, to be honest. I'm just saying, like, I've heard, the few times I've heard Tim Pool, he's made very contradictory statements that are so easy to like catch him out on. Whereas, like, I think as much as I don't like Ben Shapiro, he's a little more intellectually salient. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I don't agree with him, but he makes good arguments, even though they aren't good. They aren't arguments I consider good. Like, if we're talking about good and bad, like morally, but good in just the sense of like good arguments that are backed by like some legs. You know, I feel like Tim Pool is not even on the same level personally, but they do have similar style of speaking. I think Shapiro is like a much smarter guy. But yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the cadence of how he speaks, it's an interesting thing. Yeah.
This is that it doesn't account for technology. The reason the murder rate declined in 2007 was cell phones. So when cell phones became ubiquitous, the ability to call emergency services became instantaneous. So when people were victims of violent crime, you had emergency service notified immediately. And so this resulted in a drop in the murder rate, but not in a drop in violent crimes. Not a direct correlation, meaning crime had been going down, but the murder rate dropped more than violent crime in general because people weren't dying. They were being stabbed, they were being robbed, they were being shot, and they were living. that's not murder, so it wasn't counted as murder.
Well, there is a chart, by the way, that you can look at because
I'm sorry,
that
cell phones
actually pairs
I don't even follow
recessions
that
with this murder chart. And again, the correlation is not really there. And as far as New York, you say that it had nothing to do with broken windows policing.
That map specifically was the U.S.
So yeah, no, I know, but you said it had nothing to do with broken windows policing, but that assumes that there isn't a greater decrease in crime in New York than nationwide, which is not the case. There was a greater decrease in the city of New York. Like Chicago had a decline too, but Chicago's homicide rate, which is almost on par with the city of New York, is 6 times higher per capita than the city of New York. And in terms of raw numbers, it's double, even though they're at a third of the population, which is the same thing that I just said with different math. So New York became the safest big city, and our crime rate actually declined. And in fact, Freakonomics actually attributes this to the legalization of abortion, which happened in the city of New York pre Roe versus Wade. It was one of the...
Oh no, he's bringing up Freakonomics. Anyhow, cell phones keep people from being murdered. Good to know. Well, I think his argument is that like it fudged the stats or something because like people weren't able to report crime as quickly, but that's still kind of insane. I don't know. I feel like this is a lot of correlation arguments without any sort of proof of causation, but I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy here.
6 states that had it legal electively. So this is like a known thing that people have talked about and speculated on what the result is. Now, also for the environmental point,
can I just ask you a question about that?
Sure.
What does the connection to what does crime
That's what
have
Freakonomics says, that the legalization of abortion, and they compare it to Ceausescu, whatever country he was the dictator of. They say that correlates with crime because they say all these unwanted children end up being born and then they end up committing
that
crime.
Is certainly a claim. So that's how that works together then. You're saying that abortion should be illegal for that reason?
No. It would be legal abortion leads to less unwanted children being born. And again, you're smiling, but I'm actually pro-choice, but not for this reason. But you're smiling. But the thing is, this is what was proposed in Freakonomics. I actually disagree with their analysis. They leave a lot of things out. But
there's a few things here. Like I think that Emma might be making a mistake in a way. And again, I from what I've heard, I think she gets a lot stronger and does more kind of slam dunks like later on. But at this point, I could kind of tell that she's ready to jump in on the abortion question. And from what I understand, from what I remember, I don't think any of these people are pro-abortion or anti-abortion. And so it's going to be an interesting thing if she tries to kind of, because it seems like she saw like an opportunity to kind of jump on that. And I think if she's not familiar with their platforms and their stances, then like I think that this could be kind of problematic because I think both of them are actually pro-choice. So again, like I'm not even a fan of either of these dudes, but you kind of have to be careful when somebody says they're like right leaning. It doesn't mean they agree with everything the quote unquote right like agrees with. Same with the left. Like I see people make the same thing that kind of gets kind of interesting is like I've had this experience because I'm left leaning. People will be like, oh, so you're a socialist. And I'm like, well, I like some socialistic policies, but I'm not a socialist. Like I'm not for full out socialism. I know people that are friends of mine that are like on the left that are like extremely further left than I am. And they're like straight up into like the idea of just like pure communism. And, again, like that's way to the left of where I would ever want to go. But people will make this mistake who kind of listen to just right leaning media all the time. When they talk to me, they'll be like, oh, so you're a socialist. And it's like, no, that's not where I'm at, and at least in the way they mean it. And I think the better way to have these discussions is to address the points that people actually have. And from what I recall, I don't think either of these guys are. So it'll be interesting if she goes for the red herring of kind of attacking the straw man, right? That's not the guys that she's sitting in front of, or whether whether she's able to like attack their steel man. That'll be interesting to see. Okay, let's continue.
I use that as an example to show that the New York decline did start before the national decline.
I'm almost positive that study has been called into question.
It is.
Just to clarify, you're saying more abortions meant lower crime? Is that what you're saying?
That's what Freakonomics asserted. It's in their little movie and it's in their original book.
I think that makes sense. If you've got two parents, if you've got one parent, they got a baby, that baby's getting food. You know, like you could have no job, you could be homeless. Someone's going to find.
Well, you know what I would love to decrease desperation in terms of families in this country. I'm not sure if you've talked about it a ton on your program, Tim, but we should have made the child tax credit permanent that we expanded in the 2021 American Rescue Act.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah. So there was a tax credit that was in place, but during the pandemic, it was expanded to be a monthly payment. It also, the amount was increased, so it was up to $3,600 a month for 6 and under, $3,000 for 6 to 17, and then it also was expanded to include people who had too little income to qualify previously. We cut child poverty by nearly in half instantly, and the reason that we don't have it is because the entire Republican Party and Joe Manchin and Sinema essentially nixed it. But this is the kind of stuff that's possible in this country to make people less desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader, more beneficial place for people with a bigger safety net so people don't have to turn to desperation.
Real quick, this is the crazy thing. So I think the only people who disagree with that are establishment Republicans, like the prominent Republican Party members.
But you should talk about it more on your show.
I mean, I think that I'll go extreme with it. If after your second kid, no more taxes.
So I hate to say it, a lot of what Tim is saying here is like I suspect they don't talk about that a lot on his show. That's what I would suspect. So again, I think I would guess they're probably focusing more on kind of like wedge issues and culture war issues than kind of talking about that kind of thing. That's what I would suspect, given that this show is actually called The Culture War. You know, I don't know. That's what I would suspect. I would think that's probably a higher focus than the other stuff. But that's just me. Okay, here we're going to do... Okay, so this is going to be Elizabeth getting escorted to the seat, and we're going to go ahead and go to our list and cross that off. Vic said, I have my beefs with capitalism, but I hate communism more. So, yeah, I agree. Vic said, make sure to tell Phil happy late off-brand 4th of July. I like that. Nice. Chris said wedge issues get views. Yeah, but I think that I think that kind of actually supports what Emma started off with in this conversation, which was on our last stream where we were watching the beginning, where she was saying that the way she phrased it wasn't the best, but she was making the point that the Majority Report isn't going to get as much like financial support as like a right-wing show that's literally trying to drum up like anger and culture war issues. And he was kind of trying to make the point at the very beginning of this that like, no, the Majority Report does that, but that's on their like free segment of their show. Like they're very policy based as a show. I've watched and listened to Majority Report for a really long time. They'll get into like some fun little jokes and stuff like that, but in general, they're having like experts on economics, more kind of dry like policy stuff on their show, which isn't going to get as much, it's not going to drum up as much audience. Now, don't get me wrong, they do like gimmicky like anger stuff too, but not to the extent that I think these other shows are doing. Thomas said this is a spin-off show to talk about this sort of stuff specifically. Yeah, I mean, but the idea that they'd even have like a spin-off show that's directly going to be talking about this kind of stuff is an indicator that I think they would guess that this kind of stuff is gonna do really well. Okay, let's continue.
Income tax 0. Have 2 kids, no taxes.
I mean, I know that there have been certain proposals in places like Hungary that are like that, but they are heavily tilted towards heterosexual families as opposed to if a gay couple wants to adopt or have children. I don't agree with that because I want more taxation, frankly, so that we could have socialized healthcare. We could have a college for all act, which honestly you could pay for with a tax on Wall Street speculation. It would be incredibly easy. It's only $48 billion a year, which is less than the military budget increase that we did in 21 to 22, which was around $71 billion. I want to do that kind of stuff. And so getting rid of income tax, I would not be in favor of it. But if you want to create tax incentives for families so that they can raise their kids and they aren't in poverty, I am all for that, Tim.
Yeah, but to your point about no.
So this is going to be interesting. Yeah, Thomas was saying his show does more on current events, but I'm guessing those events are more like, oh my gosh, there was and it's probably like trans issues. Because I feel like that's what I would guess, because what I've noticed on like most right-wing media that I've seen, they're obsessed with gender identity and trans issues. And sort of like making that like this horror show that they're supposedly trying to prevent, I don't know, drum up anger and fear over. And so they're focusing on like a percentage of the population that's less than 1%, to kind of try to explode it out as if it's like 98% of America are all trying to turn trans and like drum up all this hatred. That's what I would guess. Tim Pool is probably talking about a lot on his shows. Also, given this debate, I think I'm guessing that's going to be brought up because that's just kind of what the right does nowadays. Let's see. Vic said, just go after millionaires who evade taxes. Yeah, I mean, that's a hard one to do, but I agree with that. Like if they could kind of prevent people from having offshore business accounts, that might help. We could also just raise the percentage of taxes on billionaires. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay. We're just doing this sequence. So here we're going to do, Bosco's going to be pulling up a trunk and Elizabeth's going to be sitting in the chair. Thomas was saying, what do you say about the Pride Parade chanting that they are coming for your kids? Well, I mean, I have no idea if that actually happened, number one. And number two, again, like you're focusing on like a small percentage of the population, and probably even that thing that you're mentioning, Thomas, was probably, yeah, there we go. Thomas was saying he usually talks about stuff like that. Yeah. So again, like, yeah, that's one event maybe. And it's like a small percentage of the population that, again, like rather than talking about giant substantive things, you're going to focus on a Pride Parade, and one Pride Parade amid every Pride Parade in the country. To me, that would be pretty representative of what I was talking about. So I wasn't off on my guess. I was guessing that he'd probably be focusing on drumming up fear over those issues, which to me is kind of silly. Give me 2 seconds. We're going to play a trailer, and I'll be right back. But I am kind of curious to hear what you guys are up to and what you're working on. And we'll play the trailer for 2 Stories, the Christmas trailer. Thomas was saying that's all the extreme right. The right wing is even smaller, and that's all the mainstream media talks about it. I don't know about that. Again, I would just say this, like, it honestly, it's just wedge issues. And again, like it's kind of like a denial of concerns or like broader concerns. Like, I think, in general, like, do you think people should be able to kind of live how they want to live? And to me, I thought the whole gay issue had been solved like years ago, like I really did. Like, I thought, let people live however they want to live and do whatever they want to do, as long as it's not harming another person. And, like this obsession with focusing on, other people's lives and how they're choosing to live is just bizarre to me. It seems very like big government to me, that concern about like, oh no, these people, I don't know. To me, that's what I get out of it. I'm baffled by people's obsession with wedge issues rather than, more substantive issues. Chris said, billionaires are great at lobbying the system in their favor. Agreed. Yeah. Vic said, people have to adjust their vision altogether, instead of staring at a corner in the room forever. It's not going to help anybody. Well, again, like, that's the thing. It's like, I think the percentage of, people who are trans, it's like insanely small. And yet, like, if you talk to, I've been surprised by like friends of mine who are very right leaning, where they'll kind of think that it's like this giant force that's like taking over our country. And it's like, no, it's a like really small minority of people who have, like, a lot of them have, like psychological issues that can only be solved with transitioning. And it's like, in those cases, like, who cares? Like, let them do it. It's, I don't know. That's the thing. Again, like, it's really weird to me, to see that kind of shift in the last few years of like very big government kind of talk coming from like people who are supposedly small government. Like, to me, that's very strange, where you're trying to kind of regulate how people live their lives. And pursue happiness, which is a weird thing. It feels like a step backwards. It's my own opinion. And then Thomas was saying adults, yes, I know, but like, that's the thing, is like the idea that these issues, well, we'll see how this goes, but the idea that these issues are omnipresent and therefore we should ban mouse from schools is kind of insane. Like, they actually banned mouse, like, from a school in the South. Like, that's kind of where we're at, is like people are banning books. And the people who are on the side of like small government supposedly are like pro banning books. That's bizarre to me that that's happened, but to each their own. But it's just kind of bizarre. Again, like, how big do you want the government to get? Like, I'm left leaning. I'm okay with a fairly large government, and a government that regulates, and protects people from like the poisoning the well problem, right? Where it's like, yeah, let a company do what it's going to do, but it should have some responsibility if like what they're making puts like a bunch of toxic crap in the well, in the water wells or the local water systems, right? Like, there need to be social systems that are set up to kind of, to kind of protect people. But when we're talking about like, expanding government's reach to like censoring like what people can like read in schools, and like what parents can do when it comes to like decisions between them and their children, like, like, let parents, like, if yeah, anyhow, it's all bizarre. But the point being, I feel like the right has gone a little like scarily far in the last few years. And there's this obsession where I'm not hearing any policy prescriptions. I'm not hearing any ideas of like, solutions in general. What I'm seeing instead is like wedge issues as the platform. And that's a bizarre thing in my lifetime. Like, usually the old fight used to be between different philosophies on how government should operate. And it's gotten kind of like, to an extent where you have you literally have like a presidential campaign that's literally just running on anti-trans, and that's all they're running on. It's like I don't see any substantive ideas. I don't see people like upset that like all the things that Trump ran on, like building the wall and all of that crap, even though I disagreed with that stuff, it's like he never actually did it. So even if you agree with him, he didn't get any legislation passed that was effective. And so it's like bizarre to me. It's bizarre to me that people are like supporting, these candidates that are making like policy, promises that they don't deliver on, but yeah, they own the libs, and yeah, or they're anti-gay or something. And so that's why you support them. I think that's insane. Like, I just think it's weird that that's what like it used to be. That, I mean, wedge issues have always been a thing. Politicians have always played those up, but it's weird to me to see the wedge issue literally just dominate over policy entirely, where like people don't care much about anything else, like tax structures, anything like that. It's just stop the trans or something, which is bizarre to me. Like, again, like, why are people so obsessed, like psychotically obsessed with, that specific issue? That, to me, it's just bizarre. It's insane. Okay, let's continue.
But he would disagree. I would 100% disagree with that, because again,
you don't want tax credits for people that have babies.
There is not a demonstration that these policies that these work in reducing crime. In fact, we see the opposite. If you put up that homicide chart, it starts increasing during the war on poverty, which is the greatest increase in. Sorry, go ahead.
Not talking about crime.
In relation, she said if you wanted to deal with crime, this is how.
Well, I'm trying to connect it to this, but like,
right. But in the broader sense,
I think the most important thing to take away from this here is that every single Republican voted against the American Rescue Act and the expanded child tax credit. There is one party that is. Look, it's not good enough. I'm more obviously in the Bernie Sanders wing. I have
quick,
deep disagreements with Hillary Clinton-esque neoliberal politicians. But yeah, it's the Democratic Party in favor of policies that are going to be helping people on a day-to-day basis like this.
The Republicans voted against a broad bill that included one thing in it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, but they also fought tooth and nail about the actual child tax credit. This was a part of the Inflation Reduction Act negotiation.
So Chris was saying it's much harder and boring to have specific policy than just than naming a common enemy. Agreed. Yeah, I think it's bad when we're having we're starting to see presidential primaries and stuff that like the campaigns are starting, and what I'm seeing for right-leaning campaigns is mostly like obsession with some wedge issues that really affect like maybe 2% of the population, and rather than focusing on anything policy related, like what are you going to do to change law? What are you going to do to, it's just, it's bizarre. I don't know. But it's like, it's kind of like the whole thing with comics, where it's like, if people who were complaining about mainstream comics, and making all these complaints were actually making good comics, they might actually have a place to stand. But it's like, if all you're going to do is just critique comics as they exist and then put out shitty comics, like, then why should I support your movement? Like, sure, you might have some valid criticisms. I'm not even saying they're valid criticisms, but I'm saying even if I give the criticisms credence, it's like, well, then make better comics. That's the thing. And I think it's very similar, where it's like, okay, if you have criticisms, like what are your solutions though? What are your solutions? Rather than just like, oh my gosh, look at what, this 1.5% of the population is doing. Oh my gosh, the world's going to end. Vote for us. It's like, well, yeah, but what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do outside of the 1% wedge issue? Like, what's your actual policy prescriptions? Like, that would be interesting. But But anyhow, Thomas was saying neither side put out good comics, but there's a side that's putting out really mediocre bad comics, and I would say that side is the most complaining of the other side. And it's like, again, if you're gonna make that complaint, just make better work, like make better art, make something better, offer something other than critique. Yeah. Anyhow, let's continue. Yeah, actually, Vic makes a really good point. He said it's kind of like the red pill crowd where you got to find your matrix once you to fight once you're in office. Totally, right? Like, yeah.
As well, they were not in favor of that too. And Joe Manchin, your senator, right? We're here in West Virginia.
Awful. We hate him.
I mean, you gotta like. I mean, you're a celebrity here, right, Tim? In West Virginia, you should call on Joe Manchin and say, "Hey, why don't you do this? Why are you not in favor of a child tax credit?"
That dude is neoliberal.
Totally.
To perfection. It's like that nobody in West Virginia wants the guy.
Right.
Okay, so here's the thing. I love the Majority Report. I even like the Young Turks sometimes, right? I mean, like when Cenk Uygur was running in my district, I actually volunteered for his campaign. However, this is a criticism that I'll make of both of those shows. Joe Manchin is not going to be a progressive. No progressive in that specific area would have a shot in hell of winning. And so, honestly, as much as I dislike the way that he votes, it's the most left you're going to get from that area. It's like you're either going to have somebody on the right who's running in that area and winning, or you're going to have somebody like Joe Manchin who has been able to hold a Democratic-leaning seat, even though it's very barely there. That's been able to break, like, you know, it's been annoying, but every once in a while, it's been very powerful to be able to kind of move Congress. That's unfortunately just the nature of the beast. Like, you're not going to turn a district that's like very far red that for some reason has been cool with a guy who's blue. That guy's not going to be able to be like the extreme progressive that a lot of progressives want. Vic was saying, I like the She-Hulk series that they're doing, and I like lots of the Dawn of DC stuff. Interesting. Oh, Thomas was asking, have you seen Marvel and DC lately? They suck, he was saying. Well, here's the thing. Frankly, I don't read mainstream superhero stuff. I stopped doing that years ago. Like, it's all been bad forever. It's not like it's bad because of a political leaning. It's just bad like writing. However, art wise, I will say, like, you know, there's still some killer artists out there. I'm blanking out on the guy who did what was it, like White Knight or something? That was like the Dark Knight series, and he did anyhow, Corey Kerr is like a big fan of this guy. He did Punk Rock Jesus or whatever. Anyhow, that, like, there's a lot of mainstream guys that are like incredible artists. Even though I get bored personally with superhero stuff. And I'd say, like, for indie comics, like there's an endless list of great indie comics that have been around and going for years that put like the comic skaters like to shame, you know. But they aren't usually superhero stuff, just in general. That's my take. I'm spicy Josh today. I hope I'm getting you riled up and full of hate. And take that hate and hit that like button. I'm being a politician right now. Okay. Okay, let's continue.
I mean, he's very unpopular.
Right.
That's not true. He's actually the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Go talk to some people in West Virginia.
Yeah, I got to give him credit. Again, like, I've seen, I'm blanking out on this guy's name, but the guy who's not Tim Pool, I've seen him debate left people that I like, or debaters that I tend to agree with. And the one thing I'll say is like, he's fairly good faith in his debates. And I'm not saying like I agree with him, but even that point about Manchin, it's like, you guys got to stop. Like, one of the things that frustrates me being a progressive is the idea that just if everybody went totally progressive, that you'd have this world that's just massively progressive. You know, my district's a really good example where I'm in a red district. It's kind of purple now. So we had a really contentious run where Katie Hill ended up winning by like a landslide, which was a real surprise because we'd been represented by a extremely far right, just kind of like nod yes to anything the right says, like vote for whatever the party platform is. And suddenly we had this like sweep, a Democrat won. And then you guys who follow politics know where that went. Like Katie Hill got caught like sleeping with a staff member and had to resign. And after that, like you have this run where it's like, there were people on the left, but they were way more progressive. And they didn't have that magic ability to kind of swing the district back. And so now we're red again. And that's actually the campaign that Cenk ran in. And Cenk was like being hardcore progressive, offering hardcore progressive policies. And of course, I'm going to like volunteer to try to make that happen. But the thing is, in my district, the second you say you're for gun regulation, you're done. Like in my district, like people aren't going to go for that. I'll go for that, but I'm like the minority in my district. Like this is a very red district. You can't win doing that kind of talk. And not to be self-defeating, but if you look at the percentage that Cenk was able to pull in the final tally, it was like less than like 8% of the vote like that he got in the primaries, because you just can't win a district like this being a hardcore progressive as hardcore and awesome as Cenk is. Now there's other things that came up, and it was interesting volunteering in that campaign and seeing how even the machine on the left and stuff like sabotaged a progressive. And I saw it, like they had cars like pull up when we'd be volunteering and knocking on doors and stuff. And it was like DNC operatives like literally showing up to like screw up the campaign or to try to keep track of whatever he was doing to be able to kind of derail it. That stuff totally happens. But I'm just saying, like the fantasy idea of us being able to flip Manchin to like a hardcore progressive in that area is just, it's almost like trying to run a hardcore progressive on my end. And if you do, it has to be somebody with just like magic abilities. Like Katie Hill was very progressive and had something, but she also ran on a platform that was like very pro-gun, like pro-military, pro a lot of things that like are big in my district, while also being very progressive on certain areas. You just can't win in certain areas by being like really far left. And I'm just saying that's an interesting thing. Yeah, Thomas was saying Manchin got a seat in governorship because of his father, and his father was very popular. But I'm just saying Manchin's held on to his seat for like how long? Thomas, like, has he had a seat? And they, like, you live in that area, Thomas. Do you think like a hardcore progressive could win in your district, in your area? I sincerely doubt it.
Yeah, I'm sure you could find people.
People, dude.
I get
what the numbers are in the tank. Right
I'm in right-wing nut job territory. Listen, this guy lost his mind.
I get why you're against him.
Maybe 4 years ago he was popular because the state, like for whatever reason, but people are not happy with him today. I've not met a single person here who likes him.
I mean, they might.
Here's the catch, though. Like, he may not be popular, but he wins. Like, that's the thing. And again, I'm not a fan of, it's annoying that we have to have somebody who like consistently votes against his own party just to kind of appease his base, or his district. But, he's sabotaged like a lot of really great things that potentially could have come through. But that being said, would that have been less sabotaged if that seat was completely red? No, like that's like a fantasy world.
I'd be upset with him now, but
he's tanking in polling numbers in hypothetical matchups with Jim Justice in the Senate. That's actually a fact.
West Virginia, 86% Trump supporting state. Yeah. All of those people despise him for obvious reasons. But then you go and meet some of the more moderate, don't really care, middle of the road people, and they're just like, what happened to that guy? And so, look, man, I see what you're saying, but I'm telling you, like,
no, I get why you're against him. Because
it's not about me. I'm saying, like, we'll go hang out in any one of these, and this is the Panhandle. Don't get me wrong, but we were hanging out in Charleston.
This is so anecdotal, though, because it's like I could say, of my friends or whatever, when I meet friends, like, they were never big fans of Steve Knight or whatever, the guy who like ran in our district for like a long time and was just kind of a yes man for like the military industrial complex and took bribes and all sorts of like shady stuff. But at the same time, like, the guy won over and over and over again in this district. And it wasn't like, I can't just use anecdotes where I'm like, oh, okay, like, well, I've talked to 5 people and they all hate him. Well, yeah, but that's still, like, again, to win an election's different. And again, like, if you're in office, like, there's going to be a lot of people who complain. Like, that's just the nature of power structures.
5 hours from here, not a single person I've ever met in West Virginia is like, I like that guy.
But let's like pause here and think about it. He said 85% of the population was like pro-Trump. And in a pro-Trump area where like 85%, I'm just saying, even if you give that to him, it's like 85% Trump country. Do you really think if Manchin is replaced, it's going to be with like a far left progressive? Hell no. It's fantasy world to think that that's going to happen. And I don't want to defend Manchin, like, but I think it might be the best we can get in that area. If you're left, if you're right leaning, of course you're going to hate Manchin because even though it's a small bit of an advantage, it's a huge advantage when it comes to Congress.
Not one. I've talked to people who are like, who have told me in West Virginia that they don't like Trump. They would rather have DeSantis. And then they say, Manchin's got to go. He's got to go. We got to get somebody else. He's awful. Because he's like, he's not a Democrat or a Republican at this point. It's like he's a corporate. He's 100%. That's it. It's like he's of the corporate party. He doesn't seem to be catering to anybody.
He has a fine line to walk, in my opinion, to hold a state like this as a Democrat. And this, like, I get why she, being more progressive, doesn't like him. But he's like one of the only Democrats that could have won here. Which is why when they tried running progressive in the primary,
I hate to agree, but I agree.
But I get why you would want to replace him. I want to replace him. The Republicans lost the Senate.
Jim Justice is very likely.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to point this out. Off the top of my head, I think Manchin's numbers are like 55% disapproval right now.
I can't see him winning. I mean, look, I don't know for sure. I'm not psychic, but everyone I talk to, it's like you've got, I think it's, who is it, Mooney? Potentially, and Jim Justice, but Jim Justice seems very likely to get it. We'll see. I don't know for sure.
Well, you brought up Trump and DeSantis in West Virginia. I'm curious because I saw Tim. You've been like upset a little bit about how DeSantis has been, or maybe not upset.
A little bit.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you're pissed. All right. Yeah. So I'll characterize it as you're a little pissed at how DeSantis has been using those AI images of Trump. Trump
used
hugging
3 of them one time.
Yeah. What I mean, can you expand on that thought?
Ron DeSantis' team, in order to smear Donald Trump, ran fake images of him kissing and hugging Fauci alongside real images and then wrote real life Trump over the top.
Right.
Wait, is this sincere? I'm sorry. Okay. Like okay. Let's continue. This sounds kind of, it doesn't sound good faith. Where it's like you're mad at, like, again, I'm not a fan of DeSantis or Trump. Like, I hate both of them, but particularly Trump. But and DeSantis, actually, I don't like either of those guys. But are you serious? Is he seriously going to make the claim that because a photoshopped image was used in an ad, he's switched his support for a candidate because the candidate used an image like a meme? Is this really okay? Let's continue. That's interesting.
And it's one thing to play politics, which I despise, When you get someone being like, Nancy Pelosi voted against this act. It's like the Saving Puppies Act, but it's actually a bill that like cuts taxes for oil companies, or the inverse where it's like, insert Republican voted for whatever. I despise all of that. But actually fabricating images, shrinking them down and placing them alongside real images and then writing real life Trump on it.
Can you pull up the image so I can see it?
Yeah. So, I mean, is that kind of the core of your, would you say as of now, if you were to vote today, you'd be voting for Trump?
Yeah.
But that's the core of your disagreement?
So, there's a lot more than that. Here, take a look at this. This is as I feel like this is campaign ending. I feel like this.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, it's funny to me.
The manufacture of fake images to trick people into voting for someone is, look, this is the open door. Ron DeSantis decided to be the person to stick his foot over the line and say, we will manufacture fake images to win.
You know what's bizarre, though? I hate to say it. Okay, there's a couple things here. Because I'm like, I remember, I'm old enough to remember when Trump was running, and was running on like all this like lock her up, like anti-Hillary stuff. And there was like a million images he used in his campaigns that were like photoshopped images of Hillary. And they were like memes all over the place online. I'm like, I'm curious why you would draw the line there. The question is, was it presented as like reality? Was it actually presented as real? It's going to be interesting. Vic said he finished his page for the night. That's good. So this is the thumbnail. We're getting a little further, but I'm going to kind of shift the focus a little bit because I want Robert now standing behind the chair. I like the idea of this being kind of one of those like vaudevillian sequences where it's kind of repeating the same panel, but we're seeing action throughout the same background. I just think it fits the vibe of this. And I feel like Robert's supposed to be kind of standing awkwardly here now. So again, just thumbnailing. This will be helpful for the rough later on. But this will be Robert kind of standing there. And he's supposed to be standing there awkwardly, so maybe I'll have his hands kind of down to his side. And Thomas was saying it was presented as real. Was it? And again, I mean, for somebody who ran a campaign, I think Trump made claims that that Obama had like a Kenyan birth, like that he didn't have a birth certificate and that he was Muslim, and like, there was just like a lot of just crazy dishonest things in the campaign. I'm curious why they draw the line there. I don't know, especially in favor of Trump. That's really bizarre to me. I mean, again, like, I don't know. I just seems like an arbitrary line to draw to me.
I mean, they do say that they're fake. Like,
no.
But people would probably miss.
They don't say it's fake.
No, it says right there, fake.
This is an image calling out the fake graphics. They wrote real life Trump, and this is NPR circling the fake images to call them out.
Right.
They ran it as real life Trump. Now, I understand if you scrutinize the images, you can tell they're fake. This one says Mahehap Wems. Okay, yeah, that's not English, and it's under the White House emblem. But when it's in a video that's a minute long, and you pass this, I've already had people tell me that they didn't realize it was fake, and I've already people say I talked to my parents about it; they thought it was real. And so what the DeSantis fans are doing now is they're like, "Can you believe Tim actually thought those were real?" Like, dude.
So can I say this? Like, as somebody on the left, I have to admit to taking a little bit of pleasure if people get all like DeSantis and Trump, like they start kind of butting heads and splitting the party. That's good news for people on the left. I feel like the more they kind of split the united front of the right, the better for people on the left. So I hope there's a lot more people who are like kind of going to split off from DeSantis because of the photoshopped image and split off from Trump because of whatever. And like, I hope they're just constantly infighting. Yeah, I mean, Chris has got a point. Tons of silly, bad Photoshop before. And here's the thing. This isn't even like convincing AI generated stuff. Like if I look at those, they're pretty clearly fake. I mean, just look at the perspective on Fauci and that fake hand on the top left. I mean, maybe we can scrutinize it better because we're, artists and we use Photoshop all the time. But yeah, anyhow, let's go.
If you want to play that game and call me stupid and insult me for calling out DeSantis' campaign for doing this, I literally don't care. It changes nothing of my moral stance that this stepped well over the line. Now, I got to be honest. You go back in time to the first time a politician lied and people.
I have to say, I can't imagine that actually being his reason. What would that really be? Like, okay, here's the thing. I like Bernie Sanders a lot. Surprise, surprise, right? I'm a fan of Bernie Sanders. I've liked Bernie Sanders for a long time. I have always been a little disappointed that he never was able to kind of clear and get like a nomination and run. And I think he's well past being able to do that now. I don't think he's going to be running again for president. That kind of bums me out because I think he was he's just a great person and also like great platform, all of that. Would I have stopped supporting Bernie Sanders if he had put out an ad that had a photoshopped image? Probably not. So to me, it's just hard for me to empathize or even agree with the idea that you would switch your political candidate of choice over one ad with a photoshopped image. That just seems, again, that doesn't seem very substantive. It doesn't, I don't know. So I'm kind of doubting Tim Pool's sincerity here. That's what I would say. Whereas I really could care less which candidate he's supporting, but because he's going to be supporting somebody I probably don't agree with. But to me, it just seems kind of bad faith.
People were probably like, can you believe he actually lied to us? And we know that's bad. And I hate all of it. But this is the next level. This is like,
yeah,
really,
it's bad enough they're all lying.
Well, what's the core of your disagreement otherwise? Then, I mean, if it's with COVID, I would say I'm more on Trump's side with that kind of stuff. I liked Operation Warp Speed. Look, I would have done a little differently for giving away government money for vaccines. That we should have nationalized them, and the intellectual property should have been waived so that everybody could have had access to it. Also, in the
publicly funded should be publicly owned.
I'm in favor of that, Tim.
So I'll give Emma Vigeland a really lot of credit there to kind of pivot to like, okay, but what's the substantive reason you disagree with this person? And also to kind of bring up one of the few positives that I feel like a lot of pro-Trump people don't kind of give Trump credit for. I really dislike Trump. I feel like he didn't do hardly anything well with his presidency, but Operation Warp Speed, whether it was due to Trump or not, was a great thing. We did get a vaccine out under Trump, like in record time. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that the right. Well, I guess fortunately for those of us on the left, it's that I don't think Trump can even lean on the one win of his presidency because I think his base thinks the whole thing is like a scam and like that it's spreading Big Brother and it's going to be I don't know, killing a bunch of people or something. The vaccine, that's what I think a lot of the base thinks of on the right, and so I think he's not going to be able to even lean on that achievement when he's running, which is like the one thing that Trump actually kind of did right. It's interesting to me. That's funny. Okay, let's go.
And that's one thing that I think Trump is better. And look, just DeSantis is frankly an anti-LGBTQ demagogue. And that's where I think Trump's less dangerous than DeSantis. Okay.
Like, he is, but I think it's more so the Florida legislature that's doing it. And then he's latching onto it. Because I think when
Is he serious? He doesn't think that he's behind a lot of the policy decisions that have been happening in Florida that have been authored and encouraged and bully pulpited by DeSantis. That's shocking. Thomas was saying a lot of people on the left refused and hated the vaccine under Trump. I don't think that's the case. I think that the bizarre thing, this is a change that's been, this is one thing I'll give you, Thomas. When I was younger, I've never agreed with these people, but when I was younger, the people who tended to be anti-vax, the biggest percentage of anti-vax people were like kind of like weirdos who lived in Northern California and were all about like everything being holistic and had all these weird conspiracy theories about vaccines and tended to be very far left. In my lifetime, in the last 6 years or whatever, it's switched where the wacky anti-vax stuff is on the right. And I don't know how that happened. That's kind of insane. I've never thought it was a good thing. But it's just shocking to me where it's like something I disagreed with on my own political side of the aisle. Seeing it kind of flop over to the other political side has been a very strange thing. Let's continue.
When it comes to real issues related to this stuff, he's mum.
He's been anti-wokeness is the center of his campaign.
Yeah, he kind of made that at the forefront of his campaign.
No, for sure. I like DeSantis
Trump
in a lot of
even
ways.
Send the National Guard against the Black Lives Matter rioters.
That's a different question. That's not wokeness. That's like crime and law and stuff. DeSantis, I think, is mostly surface level. I like a lot of his policies. I think
what policies?
What do you like?
Yes, she's holding him on it. Yeah, that's the most bizarre thing, Tom, is like the whole anti-COVID vax thing is bizarre because, again, like if you're very pro-Trump and stuff like that, it's like the vaccine itself was developed under Trump. Like, anyhow, just throwing that out there as like a weird, I don't know, just bizarre, kind of incoherent, illogical thing. Vic said, did he just call BLM criminals? That's stupid. Yeah, 100% he's going to call them that. I mean, I think from what I understand, I think Tim Pool's very like right leaning. Okay. So we're at the 2-hour mark. We're halfway through our thumbnails, which I admit are taking a long time for thumbnails, but this is okay. Because it's going to make the rough process go real smooth. I hope you guys are able to get some stuff done. I appreciate all of you who are in the chats. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, and we'll be back. We're at the 2-hour mark, so we're gonna play Jim Lujan's Wordzoid trailer, and we're gonna get some comics done. We're gonna continue this as well as continue our commentary on the Tim Pool versus Emma Vigeland debate.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm gonna have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, and I'm going to be having a Pina Picante Modelo because I've been digging the micheladas a lot lately. They've grown on me, which is surprising. I was really hesitant to try them because I thought they were going to be like a from when people describe them, I always thought it would taste like a V8, which to me is just like one of the grossest flavors on the planet is a V8. Like a V8 to me is just, if I imagine every flavor that I hate, like cold tomato soup kind of stuff would be like high top of the list. Like tomato soup that's just disgustingly freezing cold and damp and stuff like that. But I really do. I've been pleasantly surprised by micheladas. Like they're pretty good. So I'm gonna be rocking one of those. Vic said I already got my page done, so I'm just doing some weird anatomy stuff and figuring work. Thomas said we agree on V8. Yuck, 100%. But micheladas are pretty good. Speaking of, we're at the halfway point, so we're going to do a quick little show intro for anybody who might be tuning in, and then we'll get back to work. Why is it playing the wrong? Interesting. It was playing the wrong song. Here we go. Welcome to Joshua Kemble's live stream. If you are just tuning in, we are working on roughs for page 82 of quarterly. I almost said quarterly stories of Not Death But Love: The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which is a historical fiction graphic novel about Elizabeth Barrett Browning's interesting journey into seances and spiritualism in the Victorian era. And we're working on roughs and thumbnails, and we're doing commentary on Tim Pool versus Emma Vigeland's debate on his show The Culture Wars. And it's getting kind of interesting in the chats. We're seeing a little bit of disagreement, a little bit of agreement, a little bit of conversation, and we're all getting comics and art done, I hope. So we'll get back to it. If you haven't yet, hit like, hit subscribe, hit the bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live. And that will do it for that. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is we have him kind of pulling up the trunk. The next one's going to be him sitting, perching, and that'll be panel 4. And so everything's kind of going as planned, which is kind of exciting. So I'm saying kind of a lot too. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. All right, let's get back to our commentary. Hopefully this is interesting to you guys. Chris said, I don't mind V8. I guess it's because I had it as a kid. Yeah, that's probably the case. I'd love to hear chat's thoughts on micheladas. If you've had them, what your thought is on them. This one's delicious. It's called a Pina Picante. So it's like mostly pineapple. All right, let's continue.
Like about his policies?
I mean, at the beginning of COVID, it wasn't particularly good, right? He did a lot of what everyone else did. But to be fair, I was very much like, I guess, I was very much, Thomas Massey didn't want to do this big spending bill. And I said, this is crazy. The economy, like, we don't know what's going on. There are people dying. We're seeing videos of people dying in the street. And so I think, hindsight being 2020, I look back and I'm like, I probably should not have just gone along with all of that. That was probably stupid. Ron DeSantis did initially, but then changed and said, you know what, this is not making sense. We're reopening.
You know what's bizarre is, again, I don't want to get like, like I make comics, right? I make comics, and most of them are autobiographical. Some of them are just like slice of life. My last one was like a slice of life story, Jacob's Apartment. I think you could read that book and probably not get like a political takeaway from it. Two Stories book 2 will have a little bit of politics brought into it, but like politics aren't really like a basis or a framework for my art, even though I would make the argument any act of making art is going to make political points and political statements. However, that being said, the one thing that baffles me about the kind of COVID thing that, are people making the argument that like Florida did the right call? When you look at like the death toll rates in Florida, you look at the death tolls due to COVID, and it's like a map of how people vote. Like the death tolls are insanely high in states where it's red, I mean, it's just like it's literally, you know, I don't know. To me, it's bizarre for somebody to be making the call at this point in time where we have all the statistics, without getting into wild speculative conspiracy theory. I think it's just bizarre to think that we're in an era of time where people think that that was the right call to have like that many people die. And also that many people in their own party die, right? Because I hate to say it, but because of COVID, it might be really hard for the right to ever win a presidential election again, because you're losing, you've lost a good percentage of your population. I mean, you want more voters, I think, on the right. You don't want people dying of a disease because they're part of a death cult that thinks that a vaccine is it. Again, I don't know. It's just bizarre to me, but you know, that maybe that's my own little take. Again, take that for what it is. I'm a cartoonist, right? I just draw stuff. So, but that's my own opinion.
And I think that made a lot more sense.
It was also under extreme pressure. Like Andrew Cuomo was the most promoted governor in the country, and he was the most attacked.
So Thomas was saying they were making people dying of COVID when they were getting hit by a bus. Thomas, that's conspiracy, man. It is. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think that was the case at all. I think they were making people dying of the more serious argument was people looking at the statistics and saying this person died of pneumonia or something like that, and yet they reported it as COVID. That was kind of what led to that wild conspiracy theory. And then a few kind of people on the fringes started kind of saying that it was like people who died in car accidents were being listed as COVID victims or something like that. So the more Steelman version of what you're saying, Thomas, is like when they were saying like, well, why are people dying in the hospitals of like these different symptoms? And then people are listing it as COVID on the death certificate. And there's a really easy answer for that, which is basically like the pneumonia that these people were dying of was caused by COVID, right? It's kind of like not a lot of people die of AIDS, or especially during the AIDS epidemic. They usually wouldn't die of AIDS. They'd die of like a fever or die of like some other symptom that was caused by AIDS, right? And on the death certificate, they usually would put AIDS, right? Even though it's like a lot of people don't die of cancer when they get cancer, right? Because like the cancer causes different things that kill someone. It's not just the cancer itself, but it's like the byproduct of having cancer weakens your immune system, makes you more vulnerable to a lot of different kinds of death. So that's the reason there was a divergence between like, you know, like if you're a doctor, you're still going to call that COVID. If the COVID caused somebody to get pneumonia, right, and then they died of that pneumonia, it makes sense to call that a COVID death. But anyhow, that's more of like the actual facts behind it. But again, I don't know, you know, people get kind of weird and religious about the COVID thing, which is bizarre to me. I'm just a fan of like data.
So DeSantis did well in not the first, but he did well in reopening things back up.
But what policies do you like generally about him? I mean, besides the COVID stuff, what are the other policies like?
I'm glad that Emma's kind of holding him to that. Because I'm suspecting, I think outside of like culture war stuff, I don't think he's going to have anything. I hate to say it, but I don't think Tim Pool is going to have an answer for like an actual policy that he supported. Like, you know, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, and Chris was saying, I know of enough deaths from personal circles to know the seriousness of COVID. Yeah, I mean, I had like 2 friends lose parents, you know, during that crisis. I mean, and I was in a state that locked down. When I look at the numbers, it's like, dude, I mean, I knew one person like really close in my life whose father was an anti-vaxxer and ended up dying in a hospital with his last words being, "Please kill me." And it's like traumatized my friend. So it's like, you know, I can get into personal anecdotes about it, but you know, and honestly, because of COVID, they were only allowed to have like maybe one person in the room at the time that her father passed away. because again, like this was like at the peak of the pandemic and they were concerned about spread. So they weren't letting all family members in, which is tragic, but that's not the fault of the vaccine. That's the fault of a lack of vaccine. And again, like, you know, it was not a pleasant way for him to find out he had been hoodwinked by his own party, you know, and it actually led to his death. I'm just saying, like, there's a million stories like that I have from personal experience, as well as the data and statistics to back it. So no one's going to kind of like gaslight me into believing the world is flat because of degradation of the magnetic fields or whatever. You know, it's the same kind of arguments, the same kind of backing, the same kind of anti-science that is used to kind of justify ideas of like a flat earth, I think are used to kind of justify the idea of the pandemic being some sort of global hoax. And also it goes even further. Well, no, it goes like to the same conditions as like the flat earth kind of idea, because it relies on the idea that all of the world governments are somehow agreeing to make up this like this wild conspiracy. That's insane to me. The idea that like Russia and Ukraine somehow like agreed on this, even though they're at war with each other, they, like somehow like their scientists all agreed to like pretend that COVID was a thing, because Russia knew COVID was a thing. Russia did vaccines. Ukraine did vaccines. Are you telling me that Russia and Ukraine could come to a table and agree on some vast conspiracy when they're at war with each other? That Iran is suddenly going to be agreeing with the US, like our governments just all collaborated with the scientists there to kind of make this evil thing? I mean, just use your brain. Like this wasn't just an American thing. Like COVID was a global thing, right? It hit the globe. It shut down entire governments. It wasn't just like the US. And most of those governments used vaccines just in general, or they had like insanely high death counts. So even if you make the claim, oh, they were fudging the numbers in the US, you'd have to make the claim that every single hospital across the world was fudging the numbers. Do you understand how that's kind of a little ridiculous? I'm just saying, I mean, dude, what is like every hospital in every single country was fudging the numbers? That's insane. Because I'm saying like the death toll thing versus vaccines globally adds up, not just nationally, not just in the country. The vaccines, like the areas in countries where there were high vaccinations had lower death counts than areas where they didn't vaccinate, period. Not just in the US, like globally. That's the problem. You have to kind of assert that this is like a conspiracy theory that went beyond the US. Like it's not just our government, it's all world governments. That's the thing. You'd have to kind of take the assertion almost like the entire space program, every space program is lying about outer space, whether it's, you know, China or the US, like they're all lying. That's a wilder jump than just to accept that maybe the statistics and the data are real. Thomas was saying when they shut down a respected doctor in the field, then I lost my respect. But again, like even in those cases, I'd look at like there are some scientists that think the earth is flat, right? But is that the percentage, like the majority percentage of scientists? You know, there's scientists out there who have law degrees, they have like the whole thing, and like they think the earth is literally flat. So is that wrong for like the majority of scientists to like to throw that out? You know, if there's a few doctors that are kind of like wedge issue doctors that had a different take on COVID and stuff like that. Again, also a bunch of questions about those doctors. Are those research doctors or are those just medical practitioners? That's a whole other thing. Like if I'm a doctor, it doesn't necessarily make me an expert on like statistics or peer reviewed studies or double blind studies. Like if anyhow, so yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. But let's continue. Vic was saying, I got to go to sleep. enjoy your debate. Thank you, Vic. Let's continue.
Like as governor, I mean, I think you think it's just the state legislature that's putting together these anti. I mean, look,
think it's mostly
Tim,
them.
You said that there was a grooming event happening at Club Q, and that was after the shooting, right? Which is essentially kind of saying, well, look, they had it coming a little bit. I mean, you didn't say that, but that's the implication.
I actually said, how do we prevent these things from happening? If people, so I tweeted.
So you actually seem pretty aligned with DeSantis on the the anti.
But I don't think it's him. I think it's the Florida legislature. And if DeSantis becomes president, you think Congress is going to vote for any of these things? As for the Club Q thing,
that's such a cop out. I'm sorry, that's a cop out. Like, if you have a candidate that has like fringe positions, and you say, "Oh yeah, they might have these fringe positions," but do you think they'll actually get through? That's not addressing an issue. That's obfuscating addressing any of it by saying, "Well, do you think that'll actually?" Like, I know this person's, making these wild claims, but do you think they'll actually make legislation about that? That's a pretty wild jump, is all I'm saying. I would say good practice in general, whether politicians lying or not. Like, I think that I would consider what they're saying on their platform as a probable thing or a possible thing that they might actually get through. That's just me, but that's the wild assertion I would make there.
I said, if people keep saying wood chippers, what did you think was going to happen, right? I am saying, stop saying these things.
What does that even mean? What's he talking about? I don't understand. I'm sure Emma will ask for clarification.
Things.
Saying what?
People keep going online and going, wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. You know what that means, right?
For who, though?
For groomers.
Right, okay.
And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen if you go online and keep calling for death? Like, don't do that. Stop that, right? We want to stop child abuse. We want to stop violence. That's what we want.
So that's why I hope you have dedicated so much of your program to talking about the Catholic Church, because that is the institution in this country.
Emma's misstepping here. Oh man, I like Emma. I like her performance. I like that she's kept her cool, but I gotta say, she's made this mistake before on the abortion thing, because she was going into this argument kind of assuming the straw man of like the ideal, like the typical kind of conservative, and like mapping that onto Tim Pool, who again, like I think is way more right than I would be. But you got to kind of know your audience. I barely watch Tim Pool, but from what I recall, I don't think he's religious at all. I think he's an atheist, actually. I think Tim Pool's pretty adamant about that. And so this makes me just worried for Emma, because she's stepping into like trying to pivot in an interesting way. There was a natural pivot there. I don't feel like it's a misdirect, but just trying to kind of attack on religion. And I feel like she's in the wrong room, because I don't think either conservative, the other guy too, I've seen him debate Stephen Bunnell, and I don't think he's religious either. So she's kind of attacking the wrong conservatives. Like, you really want to be careful, in my opinion. And again, I'm not a political commentator, but one of the frustrating things I think on the left or on the right is when people are tilting at windmills. So it's like you're almost like attacking, you're shadow boxing, like you're attacking a straw man that isn't there, instead of like addressing the person in the room. And again, there's a lot you could get into with Tim Pool that he believes that are really probably very valid things to attack. If you get lost in this trying to kind of call him out on like, ooh, the church is bad, it's like I don't think Tim Pool's going to be the guy to have that debate with, because for one thing, I don't think he'll disagree with you. I think he's actually pretty adamant, pretty hardcore atheist, honestly, from what I remember. But let's continue.
Country right now that is most associated with child abuse, and queer people, gay people, trans people, that is not a thing. What is your definition of child abuse?
They're most associated, but they're actually not more abusive than any other religious institution, and they're not nearly as abusive.
But no. I want to stay on this, and I also.
I don't know about that, because I think one of the things that's unique about abuse like that, especially in the Catholic Church, is there's a there's been a lot of exposure to the fact that like when parishioners have been caught kind of like diddling kids or doing something really bad, they, instead of reporting it to authorities, often would just switch them to a different parish. And so there's like this institutionalized cover up that's been going on for years with those kind of scenarios. But again, I don't know if she's having this debate in good faith. Like, because I don't know if either of them are going to defend the church.
So just
where are the books at? Where did they get moved to?
Tim, though, what policies about DeSantis do you like in terms of what he's running on for president?
Culture war stuff mostly, but I think COVID policy was
plug
good.
For the show.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Wow, that was a big admission. So Poole basically said like he doesn't actually have a policy that he supports. That's really interesting. I might be extra fired up politically today, guys, because Supreme Court struck down student loan forgiveness. And I think that Biden's working on like a workaround, but I just feel like, like shooting down debt forgiveness that would potentially like help out a lot of people, I think is kind of a dick move. And I think were it not a conservative court, I don't think that would have happened.
Right, but what's the culture war stuff that you like?
So yes, but the reason why I've not been, so last year I was like, I think DeSantis is probably better for one simple reason.
No, what stuff do you like now? What do you like that he's running on?
Yeah, culture war stuff predominantly.
But can you expand on that notion?
Again,
I think you want me to like pull up specific.
This is the most bizarre thing because again, I feel like this is kind of where that party has gotten, where I think most of it's about culture war stuff. I don't think a lot of it's about policy. I think a lot of it's about wedge issues that affect like 1% of the population. And it's kind of interesting to me that was kind of my impression of Tim Poole. And here we go.
I mean, I don't know. It's like you said that you like certain things, that you're leaning more towards Trump because of AI images. I would hope that there's a little bit more substance to your disagreement.
Well, but every time I try and bring it up, you just ask me the same question again.
Because you're not answering my question.
So I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So now where was I before you jumped back in? First, the culture war stuff is obvious, right? Parental rights and education bill. Yes, that one's fairly obvious. I don't know about the Disney stuff. That's kind of absurd. What I was going to say is let's go back in time to why I said I was for Ron DeSantis in the first place and why where I'm at now is not. The first thing was last year I was having a conversation with the Daily Wire crew and I said Trump is brash. Many people don't like him. And he won't shut up about 2020. He's a sore loser. Ron DeSantis, at the very least, is dry and can get us something better than, say, Joe Biden.
I know, but I'm still not really hearing a specific policy.
Right, yeah, so his COVID policy was correct.
This is an interesting thing, you know, because it's like, if you're saying, like, okay, this guy has, like, better policies, and he's not as wacky as Trump, I support it. Like, that's the way to go. Well, okay, what policies? And it's like, other than COVID. And then he's like, well, there's COVID. So Emma's performing a little better. Hopefully she'll continue to do that. I hope she doesn't keep steering down the path of attacking a straw man. Because again, like, I barely know anything about Tim Poole, and the assumption that he would be like defending religion or defending abortion, like, defending be anti-abortion, even though he's pro-abortion. Like those were both big missteps on her part. So hopefully she continues down this path, because this is really good. She's pinning him down on the fact and exposing the fact that he doesn't really know any of his policy positions. He just knows the culture war stuff, which to me is enlightening.
Okay.
Wait, but you just said something with the beaches that you don't like the closure.
You can bring it over.
Like his presidential platform. Like,
I don't know if he's got one. Does he?
Okay, so you're.
I've not been on board with him. So we can look at what happened.
And you said parental rights. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Yeah, like
I'm in favor of parental rights. Right? Like, I want parents to be able to, if their child is transitioning, to be able to work with their doctor with a plan and make sure that children are not being driven to suicidal ideation, and that parents aren't restricted by the state from.
Let's talk about one of his policies.
Okay, go ahead. I don't want parents to be restricted from the state from giving healthcare to their children.
If I open this book,
so I have to say this is kind of a tough thing because the parental rights thing is weird because nobody sincerely believes in full parental rights, and I'm sure this is going to be an issue that comes up. What ends up happening when people talk about like states' rights or parental rights or anything like that is usually what's exposed is they want parental rights for some issues, but not for others, right? And state rights are the same, where people will want like a division between federal and state on some issues, but on others they don't. And whether they're right or left, they're usually pretty inconsistent about this. Because what it comes down to is everybody kind of believes in parental rights to an extent, but everybody believes in a limit to those rights based on their own moral kind of viewpoints. And it'll be kind of interesting to see how that kind of pans out in this discussion, because usually this isn't a winning argument to kind of get into, well, you're pro parental rights and I'm pro parental rights and that kind of discussion. Because what you'll end up finding out from those discussions is usually it's a morality issue where there's a disagreement on a core fundamental morality. And so it'll be interesting to kind of see how this pans out. But there's usually like a lot of hypocrisy on both ends if you just blanket say something generic like I'm for parental rights, because I can ask, I'm just saying if anyone I knew was going to be if anyone I knew was going to say something generic like I'm for parental rights and I'm in the room and I'm not at like my day job where we don't get into politics or anything like that, but if I'm just like at a bar having a conversation with somebody, first thing I'm going to do is start painting a hypothetical where they would actually support the government intervening over a parent's decision, and then kind of like seeing and testing that line. Because you can create a scenario where almost anyone who says I'm for parental rights would be for the state kind of coming in and overriding the parents' rights. And you got to kind of see where that line is drawn. But at the end of the day, no one's against parental rights and nobody's for parental rights as like a generic blanket statement. So that's a real danger territory to even start just saying as like a blanket thing. That's just my own like logical view on it. It's like saying I'm for morality. Well, I mean, like if you have a discussion, like, 90 something % of people are going to say they're for making moral decisions. But saying you're for making moral decisions doesn't mean that your morality aligns with the other person you're talking to. Like you got to be careful with language, and just making a blanket statement like I'm for parental rights opens the gates to like showing a million examples of where you aren't for parental rights. That's my own take on it. You guys, we have 4 of these worked out. We're almost there. We're having a fun conversation and listening to debates. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the trailer for let's put on this one for Jacob's apartment. I'll be right back.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things on the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Nice. So that was a really nice endorsement from Christopher Runciman, who does a really great show almost daily, where he's working on basically like people's different kind of takes and interpretations of of ideas. Why am I saying different takes? People will offer a suggestion of like a wacky idea, and then he'll actually make, based on people's prompts, like 1-page comics, and he usually does them daily. And they're not like, just busted out like cheap comic pages. Like they're beautifully executed. He thinks on the fly, really inspiring artist. I'd encourage you guys to check out Christopher Runsman's channel, and it was very flattering that he submitted that. If you guys want to be able to kind of promote your own stuff as well, all I need from you is like a 1-minute video where you talk about either 2 stories or Jacob's apartment, and kind of plug it and then plug your own stuff. As long as it's like safe for work, I'll play it on my channel. So yeah, if that's something you want to do, feel free. I do love those testimonials. It gives me content to play when I take a break for a second on these longer streams. And I'm guessing this stream is going to go pretty long tonight because we're just finishing up the thumbnails, and then from there we're going to do roughs. And it's a 4-day weekend, so I am off the clock at work, and so that means I can be up awfully late kind of working on this stuff. This is going to be a contentious episode for anybody who might be tuning in just now. We're going over a political debate. I watch all sorts of weird things. We watched a discussion with like flat earthers and all sorts of stuff like that. I've watched just interesting documentaries about artists. I've had times where we're just goofing off and kind of rattling off and talking about whatever. This isn't particularly a political show, but I tend to listen to these things as I'm working on art, and I love debates. I love listening to debates, and I thought it would be fun to kind of bring some commentary and some of the debates that I'll watch every once in a while to the forefront while I'm working on comics, because it gives us some content, gives us stuff to comment on, and also gives us some stuff to work to, which I think is really important for artists. So anyhow, let's get back into it.
Book on YouTube, the stream will get taken down.
Okay.
Did you ever read this book?
No.
This book is in middle schools in Florida. Ron DeSantis had it removed. That's one simple policy he did. That's very good. You've never seen this book?
I've heard about it.
Have you ever looked inside of it?
No, but I mean, I don't believe in censorship.
If I show you a picture of a blowjob, would you be offended?
I mean,
can I show you a picture of a blowjob?
I wouldn't be offended. I mean, I think that, honestly, do you know, Tim, that the more children learn about sexual education in the way that's productive?
So this is a tough one. It's hard to say. I haven't looked at this book. Okay. I think there are some lines you need to draw when it comes to like things that can be taught, especially in an age appropriate manner, but it really depends on the age that's viewing it. And it also depends on the course. So if we're talking about like in a sex ed class, talking about sex and talking about sex acts and things like that, I think that's actually not necessarily bad. Because there's just a million statistics, no matter how like conservative you are, that like the higher percentage that people are informed of sex education and stuff like that, like the lower you have, the lower teen pregnancies, the lower amount of rape that happens. Like there's all these like correlating statistics that back up the idea that like people should be informed of sexuality and sex, like at a younger age, not necessarily like, you know, my kid, if his teacher were showing him sex ed stuff at the age he's at right now, I think I'd be a little like annoyed, unless they were talking about like basic stuff, like how pregnancy happens or something like that, like, which he should probably be learning, you know, but you know, as they get older, you kind of have to actually introduce that in a curriculum, I think, in order to kind of like, unless you don't care about, you know, like teen pregnancies and like, you know, people acting irresponsibly and stuff like that. Like, I think, you know, looking at the statistics on that, I think anybody with a moral compass is going to be like pro sex ed. So that's the thing, the way he's talking about this picture, it's like, it almost sounds like it could be pornographic or something like that. And in that case, like, I'd have to see the book, I'd have to see the page. But if we're talking about just like a very generic, like diagrammatical kind of illustration, which I saw a ton of when I was a kid, of all sorts of weird stuff, you know, in biology classes, you know, welcome to education. So it really depends on how that was depicted. I think the way that he's kind of presenting it is interesting. If I'm Emma Vigeland in this discussion, would be like, yeah, let me see the book. And I would grab the book from him and look at it. And if it wasn't that offensive, I'd actually show it to the camera. That's what I'm saying. So it's hard to say as he's holding it and kind of saying this is this horrendous thing. I'd have to see it. Now, could somebody have crossed the line and brought something inappropriate to a classroom? 100%. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Productive and done in schools, the less likely they are to be sexually abused because they know what is good and what is bad.
I can't share this image on YouTube.
Do you hear me though about that?
So I think
the more children learn about sexual education, the less likely they are to be victims of pedophilia and rape.
I think the issue is you're confusing sexual education with.
Emma's dead on about that though. Like, I'm glad she's kind of bringing that up because like the statistics just are for that. Like, it's just areas that have higher levels of sexual education have lower levels of teen pregnancy and rape. Like, it's just it's like beyond proven at this point. Okay, let's continue. Kink.
Right. So I'm looking at this right now. I can't even hold it up because I can't point it at the camera. And I don't understand why school children should.
Okay, this is where you need to be good faith with Tim Pool. Like I'm just saying, like if I'm like again, I'd probably get buried in any debate, but if I'm in Emma's seat and I'm supposed to debate this guy and he's talking about this horrendous image, look at it. Like, grab the book and look at it and see. You got to kind of call his bluff on this because again, like maybe he's bluffing. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But like if he's bluffing, then it would be good to kind of see. Aside from the fact that like what he's calling like horrendously inappropriate, it could literally be like a diagram like we've all seen in biology books where it's talking about like, basic things. Like anyhow. To me, I like the fact that he's kind of holding it close and saying, "Hey, I can't even show this on YouTube." I would call his bluff and check it out. And then if he's right, just give him that. Like, don't, I feel like a lot of the time in a lot of back and forths, this is my own opinion. I think a lot of the time people get wedged into their camps and they don't allow somebody to actually like, they don't concede any ground. And I think you can win a lot by saying, yeah, that's pretty inappropriate, right? And then continue the conversation. Like, but are all schools doing that, right? Like, is this one specific school? Like, you know what I mean? Like, kind of broaden the conversation instead of like getting to a point where you can't bite any bullets, and then you start looking ridiculous. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Let's continue. I got to see where I'm going here. Okay, there's dialogue now. Okay, that was him saying, I wish I could make you more comfortable. I apologize. And I didn't actually have to do text here. So we're going to go ahead and erase that because, again, at the thumbnail stage, I shouldn't be doing text to that extent. Okay, let's continue.
Should be taught how to perform blowjobs for an autoandrophile.
I don't believe they're being taught that.
Why was this book banned?
I don't really know. Again, Amazon, because this is another case-by-case example.
No. You asked me about what Ron DeSantis did. I am not in favor of censorship. You asked me what Ron DeSantis did that I liked.
That he banned gender.
Okay. I'm personally insanely curious. If I weren't working on drawing right now, I would just look up the book and the things that are questionable that are being said. Because again, I remember when people banned Mouse. They were saying it had like this really inappropriate stuff. And there was like one little sexual panel in it, but it was nothing worse than what you read in the Great Gatsby. And the age level was like the same age range that you teach the Great Gatsby or like Lord of the Flies, right? Like these books have like violence and sex and stuff like that in them. It's not bad to have that in like, if you're learning literature. People are it's so bizarre to me. To see this kind of like rebirth of like the satanic panic in like schools and in districts and stuff where suddenly everybody's become like a Puritan who's all about like, puritanical, like crazy censored culture. It's very strange. Like I won't be surprised if we start seeing on political campaigns them talking about like satanic messages backwards in rock and roll and how we need to save our kids from rock and roll music or something like that with the way it's going. But if I'm Emma in this scenario, just grab the book. Like, he had it open on a spread. You should have gotten it then, because then he closes it and he's kind of holding it close to himself. And I feel like it's almost like you're in a poker game. Somebody's holding their cards real close and kind of, I don't know. I'd want to see, is he bluffing?
They're queer.
That he's removing pornographic
and if he's not bluffing and the thing's wildly inappropriate, then just bite the bullet and move on, because it's like a one anecdotal scenario. Yeah, Chris was saying, now to find this mysteriously secret, mystery, saucy image later. Yeah, I'm just really curious. Like, I'm curious, is it really inappropriate, or is it just Tim Pool being like puritanical and ridiculous?
And kink books from middle schools is a very, very good one. And I would.
Well, for me, my politics are a little broader than that, Tim. I gotta say.
So, listen, if your argument to me is that
so I gotta say, like, her statement there might be like a misstep to say like my politics are a little broader, because now you start getting it. Oh, Emma had a good opportunity there. Just look at the book. Look at the book. Like, don't let him get away with like a little optical win. Like, check out the book, see if what he's saying is true. Because by not doing that, it looks really bad faith. And you know, like, I'm rooting for Emma here, but it looks really bad faith if somebody's saying, hey, this thing is really inappropriate, and you're like, I don't need to see it. Like, that to me is like, that's an optical fail. Whereas if you look at it and assess what he's saying, see if there's any truth to what he's saying, you know, and if there is, be like, yeah, you're right, that is a little inappropriate, right? Okay, let's continue. But then to broadly just say, hey, well, my vision's a little broader than yours. Well, no, I mean, I think all of us kind of care a little bit about like what our kids are being taught and stuff like that. And like, again, it kind of ends up in that weird territory of the parental rights thing, which was the misstep that Tim Pool made, where it's like, you never say something blanket like, well, I'm for parents' rights, because like nobody's fully for parent rights, you know, and that opens the floodgates for like that, the moral test of like where you draw the line with your parent rights, right? Let's continue.
Anyone else should support your politics because you want to show blowjobs to children, you're going to lose.
Well, I don't think that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this
book was in schools in Florida.
There are a ton of books that are in a ton of schools. I don't believe.
So here's a question though about that book, because I am kind of curious. Was that book being taught? Was that part of a curriculum? Because like in that case, you have stronger standing. Was that just a book in a library? Because that's insane. Like, if you start banning that book, what other books do you ban? That's an interesting question, because like libraries in general, growing up, like had all sorts of wild things, you know. I remember the library at my school when I was a kid had like National Geographics that would show entire tribes naked and stuff like that in them. Are we gonna like say like you can't have that in a freaking library? That's, I mean, even if it's a school library, it should have a variety of books of all kinds. And again, like, depending on the age range, right? You probably shouldn't have like copies of Mein Kampf in a children's library for like second graders, but at like a high school library, 100%. Okay, let's continue.
Believe in censorship. That's not my bag, buddy.
So you think children should have Playboy?
I don't really think so. No, because that's pornography.
So you think a blowjob?
You're in favor of censorship.
Yes, you are, absolutely.
Okay, Emma's on the wrong track here too. As much as I like Emma, because again, I'm not in favor of censorship, but there is certain levels of censorship, right? Like my kid, I do not give access to certain things because of his age, right? Like, I think most parents are a little bit censorious with certain things. I think most of us would be pretty mad if we took our like 5-year-old to a Disney film and they show people just straight up getting it on, or some like insanely violent scenario. I think most of us would be opposed to that, right? So like, you know, some censorship is kind of necessary, even though I'm very much like pro pro non-censorship. Like that's always a hard line of just saying, well, you're for censorship. Well, everybody's for censorship to a certain extent. And, you know, if somebody makes a claim like that, where it's like, I'm against all censorship, then it's like, you have to kind of get into like the weeds of like deconstructing that kind of statement. Because again, that's a stupid statement. There's nobody on this planet who's against all censorship.
Oh, that's good to know.
If you watched the show.
And even Thomas was saying adults know censorship and kids is a different story. And even with adults, I think a lot of people do have certain lines where they are for censorship. Like there are certain things we should not have on the internet, period. I think most of us would agree, right, with certain things that I don't even want to mention on here. But there are things that exist on the internet that shouldn't. And I think most of us would. I think you could find common ground in some censorship among most human beings on this planet, for adults and for kids.
Oh, you'd know this.
Oh, you're okay. You're
we
pro
talk
censorship.
about
I am not. And
right.
I want children to be able to have all the information that they need in order to
including pornography.
No, that's not pornography.
We backup record everything, and
so Emma's at a disadvantage here because she hasn't looked at the image, and so Tim now has like the upper hand because he can kind of pretend that this thing was pornographic, or maybe it was. But again, she didn't even have to confirm it, and I think that's problematic. So now she's on the back foot, having to defend this book she hasn't even seen. And again, like, how do you defend or agree with him if you haven't even seen the image? Very optically. Like a little shady, like, because again, like she's on the back foot having to defend something she doesn't even know.
I think we're back.
We are back.
Whoa.
Okay, it's pretty stormy out.
It broke your saucer,
it's stormy
too.
Yeah, I mean it's rainy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're live again.
Yeah, so see, Thomas was saying if you're talking about things that hurt kids, I totally agree. Yes, 100% what I was talking about. And so that's what I'm saying is like saying a blanket statement like I believe all censorship for adults is wrong. Well, that's not even true. Like nobody really believes that. It's again like saying I believe in full parental rights, and then like you can deconstruct that in 2 seconds by saying, well, do you think a parent should be able to starve their kid to death? And I think most people would be like, no. Okay, well then you don't believe in full parental rights, right? So you know what I mean? Like these kind of broad like statements of like very morally gray things where we all have to kind of take a moral line on it to kind of pretend that they're black and white can be really nefarious thing to do in a debate. You can be setting yourself up for like a real optical L in that scenario. Let's continue.
Okay.
There we go. We're back.
Yes.
So the power
just went out. Yeah. That was God striking you down.
That was
Tim.
the YouTube
striking me down. You're the one arguing for.
You're the one arguing for censorship.
Yes.
I mean, I don't really mind that stuff.
Why isn't she looking at it? This bums me out. I mean, he's focusing on a wedge issue again. It's like as if the school, like he hasn't even gotten into specifics. Was the school teaching this? Was it part of the curriculum? What class was it in? Was it in a sex ed class? What age range was it for? Those are kind of important things, right? Are we talking about a book that was literally just in a library? Like these are things that I'd want specifics of, right? Before I can agree or disagree with them. And here's the thing. If he's actually dead on about this one wedge issue point, like you don't have to fight it. You can actually just be like, yeah, that's pretty bad. So anyhow, back to the DeSantis stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to refuse to bite any bullet. However, Emma's holding up okay. I just like, if I'm Emma Vigeland at this point, I'm just going to grab the book and look at it. Because to me, just as a casual observer of this, I think he's bluffing. I do. I think he's bluffing. I think the book's not that inappropriate. I bet if you look at it, it'd just be like a typical kind of diagram in a book. That's what I would guess.
I mean, are you in favor of children seeing violence on television?
No,
that scares me a little bit more.
It depends. It's not so simple to say violence, right? But yes, censorship is a good thing, but when done bad is a bad thing.
Yeah.
For instance, Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on Timcast IRL, used to be a moderator for Minds.com, and he had to filter out graphic depictions of murder and rape and child abuse.
Chris was saying, gotta just look at the mystery box. Me too. That's the thing. And also, if you're holding the mystery box close to you and kind of, it's the wedge of your whole argument, of course I want to see the box. Do you have any legs to stand on, or is this just a puffed up like BS thing? I don't know. If I'm Emma, I look at it and just give him an honest take. Like, there's nothing wrong. I feel like we all look a little insane to the other side if we don't treat people in good faith. And as much as I don't think, from what I've read about Tim Pool, I don't think he's all in good faith. It's like by doubling down and not looking at it, it just optically looks bad. It looks like you're willing to defend anything. And to me, that's a really bad stance to be in. It's kind of like, yeah, that's the thing. Thomas was saying it looks like he offered it to her. I wonder why she's not taking it. And here's the thing. Even if she's like kind of, again, like if you're in the heat of debate, you're not always going to make the right call. And like, she's probably not wrong in like any of her approaches, or maybe like trying to kind of stay directed instead of misdirected on this wedge thing. At the same time, she's taking an optical L, in my opinion, because it makes you look incredibly bad faith, because now you're defending something you haven't even seen. And that's a problem, right? Like, what if he hands it to her and it's like full on, straight up, just raw, disgusting, like insane pornography. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, now you've been defending that. And maybe the classes it was being taught were like kindergartners. Okay, are you okay with that? Obviously not. So like, you need to ask for more specifics, and you also need to check out what he's talking about, just so you can proceed in good faith and have legs to stand on. That's what I think. Also, I just want to call him on it. Like, what if he's BSing? What if it's not that big of a deal? What if it's something that actually wouldn't violate YouTube's terms of service and she could show it to the screen? You have this massive opportunity to either optically win by biting a bullet and showing you're in good faith, or optically win by exposing that he's got no legs to stand on.
Censorship is absolutely vital in that regard. So if we're talking about a book like, in particular, there was one called, there was a teacher who provided a book to her middle schoolers called This Book is Gay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard. That's actually a very good book.
And it provides instruction on she provided instruction to children on how to use adult gay anonymous sex apps. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate. Now, look, by all means, you can be in favor.
Maybe she had a child. Maybe she had a child in her classroom
who wanted to go on Grindr and have sex with adults. Is that your argument?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't know. Again, this is
why would a 10-year-old need Grindr?
This is the thing that you do, though, Tim.
Oh,
okay. To be fair, I don't think Tim's being in good faith there. He took like 3 jumps. So he said, telling kids how to be on an anonymous gay app, right? Well, maybe this is an app for kids that aren't able to out themselves to their families because they'd be like disowned or something like that. Maybe this is like a support network for people who like actually feel this is their identity. And again, age range matters. Like, is this for high schoolers? Is this for like kindergartners? Whatever. But if it's that, and then he jumps from that to saying it's adult apps, which is not what he initially said. So that's curious. And then this is a book that Emma's read and somehow didn't register this part of it. So that's suspect. And then to jump from that to say he was suggesting Grindr. So you did like 3 claims from an initial claim of truth and just kind of exaggerating on it to kind of win an optical point. But to me, that's not real. That was sly and classy, but I don't, or not classy. It was sly, but I don't know if I think he's jumped from that. So now it puts Emma on a really weird back foot that honestly she doesn't need to be on, because it sounds like he's just kind of making shit up about the book.
You're picking specific examples that
you
are
asked
inflammatory.
You asked for a specific
You asked me for one.
Okay, then go ahead. I
did. We have the book.
Yeah.
Okay. Now Emma's really on the back foot because, like, she did ask for a specific example, and now she's critiquing him for picking a specific example, which does not look good. And I don't even like Tim Pool. But if I'm saying, hey, can you get specific? And then somebody gets specific and I go, now you're getting specific. That's a big problem.
Yeah, I
said don't show children blowjobs.
Look,
You said you appreciate
I'm
it.
not in favor of censorship.
As
I'm not in favor
an
of
objective
censorship.
observer that's sitting here, you asked for a specific example, he gave it to you, and then you try to say he's broadly in favor of censorship.
Yeah.
It's possibly to make a hypocrisy point later on when he complains about social media censorship or something like that.
No,
but it's like he's talking about this specific issue. And I remember I was working on an education series about this kind of thing years before it was popular. Yes, I was ahead of my time. And yeah, these kind of things were popping up all over schools. And I am happy that DeSantis is like doing something.
We had Asra Nomani on the show. She brought in, I think, like 70 books of all of the weird racist indoctrination and sex stuff that they're bringing in schools.
Yeah.
I hate the whole bulking it all into one thing. Because like they're talking about racist indoctrination. And yet, like, when I look at like Texas systems that are trying to kind of like enforce, like, you know, basically like rules like you can't talk about slavery in books, then I'm like, is that indoctrination? Is like telling people about the history of slavery in our country? Because like I forget what it was under Trump, but there was like this project, I think it was called like the 1602 project. And if you look at what they did, it's literally editing US history so that the US looks better and it doesn't look like slavery was all that bad. It's not about truth. It's literally about like editing out specific amounts of truth so that people can feel really good about their country. And that's kind of dangerous. So when he's talking about indoctrinating our children with racist whatever, what's he talking about? That's what I'm curious about. Because there's a lot of people who will be like critical race theory and stuff like that, and they'll make it sound like it's this evil, nefarious thing, when a lot of it will just have to do with like basic facts and reality. So again, like, it's the bulking of that with like these unbacked statements with one backed example that's really bad faith. But let's continue.
And I said, look, man, it's really simple for me. If someone comes to me and says that they think this book, which Amazon says is 18 up only, should be given to children, I'll say, I will vote against you.
So should the Bible be banned from?
By children, what does he mean? And Emma, you're stepping into a time bomb. I just paused it, but I just heard her say, should the Bible be banned? Oh my gosh. Again, don't argue don't argue the straw man, Emma. I'm on your side. I like Majority Report. But he's not religious. You can't hold him to like religious stuff as if that's going to be a gotcha. He's not religious. He's an atheist. He's probably going to say the Bible shouldn't be read in schools. He'll probably bite that bullet because he's not a Christian. He's not a believer. Like, he's an atheist. Why would he? But Emma, I don't know if she's, again, I've only seen like 2 things of Tim Pool, usually from, you know, like, I don't know, but I'm not a fan. I don't like listen to him. And yet I knew that about him. You got to do a little bit of research before you come in there.
From schools because it depicts sexual acts.
From schools, public schools.
The Bible probably is not appropriate for children for a lot of reasons. And I am not a Christian, so I don't particularly care about whether or not they're going to give a book to children that has something like Deuteronomy 23:20 in it. I don't think kids should be reading that kind of stuff.
Okay.
However, I'm in favor of the parents deciding when it is appropriate for their kids, which comes with very difficult moral questions in that my morality is different from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one doing it.
Have you?
But that's the weird thing. Tim is also kind of in a weird scenario where he's saying like there's divergence in public opinion and stuff like that, and the government probably shouldn't be making those moral choices. However, by even censoring it, that's the government making moral choices. It's going to be interesting to see where she goes with this.
You had an expert on sexual education on your program to talk about this kind of stuff.
Yes.
What did they say?
And
are you in favor of abstinence only?
No. It's been a very, very long time.
You're not in favor of abstinence only education.
I think abstinence only is
so
silly.
you're kind of hinging on this book that has pornographic material in it that like
there's a difference between sex and kink. Right?
Okay, sure.
So the many individuals on the left have made arguments in favor of kink for kids, which is weird to me, and I think it's inappropriate. I think kids should learn about sex. I think the parents should decide when it's appropriate. This is why typically at schools they would give out notice to the parents like, we're intending on doing sex ed. Here's the subjects we're going to cover.
Nothing's changed.
The issue with Florida was that they had a policy where they would not instruct parents and actually were told not to talk to the parents if the kids were suffering identity issues. Now, the state should not intervene and take away the rights of the parents in that way.
Can you say that again? The state. What about gender identity issues?
So in Florida, what prompts a bill like this, and it also happened with stuff in like Nashville, was that the schools, and I think they do this in like Washington and Colorado, the schools were actually telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue. And so this led to suicides.
No. What leads to suicides is
okay. That's a huge jump. Led to suicide. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's a couple things here. One is, I don't know if the school shouldn't disclose that kind of thing to the parents, but also if you have like a kid, that's just a hypothetical. If you have a kid who's kind of concerned because there's abuse going on at home or something like that, and they come to an adult at the school to kind of disclose this, does the school then have to disclose this to the parents that might be like physically abusing their children? And so there is a good question of, does the school have areas where they should avoid disclosing information to the parent? And I would argue probably there's probably a line there where the school should have some disclosure for the safety of the kid, not actually disclose something to a parent. Like a good example would be like if a kid's feeling, again, if like a kid is gay or something like that, and they can't come out to their parents about that because the family would disown them or abuse them or something like that. Like, is it responsible of the teacher to kind of keep that under wraps, protect the privacy of that kid? That's a different question. But then to jump from that to saying that lack of disclosure led to suicides, I think hopefully Emma jumps on that, because it's like, that's not true. It sounds to me like the suicides might have happened from, anyhow, let's continue. But to me, that seems like a bold, wild assertion and a big jump, from like the initial point.
Is that children are being told that they cannot operate and be who they are as the gender that is who they are in their heart. That's what's leading to suicides.
But I'm talking about one specific. Well, I think it's like
again, you're talking about one specific example. I'm talking about broader.
You can't ask me for like.
I talk about politics, Tim. I don't talk about anecdotes.
Well, he's talking about policy that they would not.
You asked me what.
Saying okay, hopefully Emma starts doing better. I like Emma Vigeland. I think generally she's probably more on the right side than the wrong side of things, but performance so far not bad, but not great.
We're talking about school district policy. I cover national politics. Yeah, all right.
You can't ask me a question, then when I explain where the policy came from, be like, no, that makes no sense.
You go into individual anecdotes.
I'm telling you why the policy was written.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
That's why the policy was written, because there were children who were having identity issues, and the schools were instructed, the teachers were told not to tell the parents. This led to, I think it was a suicide attempt. The parents got angry.
Who had a suicide attempt?
A little girl tried to kill herself.
Okay, again, this is one case. Go ahead.
And there was also another, right. I'm not talking about, look at this anecdote, let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law because, okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying a thing led to a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on with their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what is best for the kid. There are certain exceptions.
But the state is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances. They are essentially saying that children, take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot
that's a slippery slope too. So it'll be interesting to kind of see, but like, I do see Tim making a couple big mistakes. One is saying like, I'm for parental rights. Well, okay, that's going to get eroded immediately if somebody starts carving at it, because you're for specific parental rights for moral things you agree with. Similar thing where he's like saying, well, I'm not in favor of the state stepping in and blah, blah, blah. But again, like, you kind of are. It just depends on where you're drawing the line. Like, most people are okay with the state drawing a line. It's just you draw it in a different place. So it'll be interesting to see if she gets them on that.
Supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent. None of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's illegal. They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their
gender. I'm not
talking
about that. I mean, you're talking about medical intervention. I'm talking
about
but
you have spoken about this on your program before.
Yeah, I think like if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government should stop.
It's not a lobotomy. That's not what it is.
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we've prohibited.
Right, but this is not what
should. One of them.
But the American
you
Journal...
disagree? You think it shouldn't be?
No,
I'm not arguing
every single expert that is reputable on this front disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transitioning children. They studied them over 5 years. 94% of the children continued to identify as the gender that they were choosing to identify with at the beginning.
For 5 whole years?
Yeah,
wow.
yes.
And placed on Lupron.
No, then the 6% that were remaining, 3.5% identified as cisgender, 2.5% went back, yes, but they were heavily weighted under the age of 10 years old,
this is
where they never had any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible. Then after that is 100% true.
Okay, let's continue.
Not true.
That's 100%.
They're not entirely reversible. To a certain degree, they can be.
Then why are they used in instances where someone has puberty that
precocious puberty?
That's precocious puberty.
Right, exactly. And there's a carve out for that in the Florida bill, by the way. So cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't.
Because that's the primary label.
16 years
that's the primary use of the drug.
Okay, but that's not what doctors say. No. Then 16 years old, that's when hormones happen. Very, very, very rarely are there any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you talking about rhinoplasties under the age of 18 on your program.
We have.
Oh.
Maybe you haven't heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooters is inappropriate for kids. And I said we shouldn't be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So when it comes to...
It's quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised. You have a lot of swords
I don't think
and
children
and stuff in here.
I don't think children should make should be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if under 18, parents have to give consent for piercings and tattoos. And
do you think a mom should have the
rhinoplasties.
right to remove the salivary glands of her child?
Okay, so she's going to call him on a big error that he made, and I wonder if he's going to pivot to trying to say that she's all pro-parental rights, but like he's the initial person who was claiming just blanket being, I'm for parental rights. And it's like, no, you're for parental rights in a specific area. She's going to kind of start whittling away at that now. So it'll be interesting to see, does he pivot it and make it look like she's saying she's for parental rights, which is a claim she's never made, or does he hold to the fact that he kind of misspoke and he's not for all parental rights? Because she's clearly going to point to areas like he's been saying where he's definitely clearly not for like total parental rights. That being said, we're at the 3-hour mark. We have one more thumbnail to go. So let's go ahead and watch another trailer. Woohoo! Here.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is a story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go by Jacob's Apartment.
Do as Philip says. Go by Jacob's Apartment. If you haven't yet, hit the like button as we are going. Let's do a re-intro for anybody who might be tuning in later, as it is like 3 a.m. This is Joshua Kemble's live stream, episode 282. We are working on thumbnailing and roughing out page 82 of Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which is a graphic novel, a historical fiction graphic novel for Turner Publishing. And we're also doing commentary on a debate between Tim Pool and Emma Vigeland that was on I think a show called Culture War or something like that. I had just heard it's really good, especially towards the end, so I thought I'd check it out whilst working on art. So if you're tuning in for the first time, this is a show where we work on art together, we work on comics, and hopefully listen to interesting things occasionally or have interesting conversations. So hopefully you've got a pen or a pencil and you're working on something creative, and this is keeping you company whilst you do that. And with that all being said, let's get back into it. All right. Let me catch up to the okay. Dee says, good morning, guys. Is this a gotcha show this morning? LOL. What pages are we up to? Woot, page 82. Darn right. Page 82, Dee. And we are listening to a political debate today. So you and I will probably be at odds. On it. Let me wait. Let's use the voice modulator. Okay, let's see if this works. Wild differences in opinions will happen on the Krembles stream. Are you prepared for listening to debates whilst working on comics and art? Dee Dee Willingham, are you ready? That like never gets old. It never gets old. I can't get over the cheesiness. I don't have the demon voice anymore. I had like a great like demon voice thing, and it was a free thing on the voice changer. I think I'm gonna have to pay for a subscription on that thing because it's just way too much fun. It's way too amazing. You can even do things like this where like here I could do like a college speech where it's like, we gotta rise up, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta rise up. That's right. We have to teach the hot dog companies to make the buns and the hot dogs the same amount. Let's continue. Okay, so anyhow, that's enough of my silly sound effects. And let's continue. Yeah, Thomas was saying, try not to break your toy this time. Chris was saying, Sunday, and maybe Monday. The problem is, I think at my heart, I am like a shock jock DJ. I think that's where my soul lies. Okay, so we're thumbnailing the last thumbnail. We're seeing Emma Vigeland, who I tend to agree with, actually, politically, kind of making some foibles amid this debate. Keeping her cool, which I'll give her credit to, but let's continue and see where this goes.
Child.
No. Are you for parental rights or not?
See, this is
every right has limits.
What is actually interesting because what you're asking, we've actually talked in a great depth about on Timcast IRL. That's
a misdirect on Tim's part. Like Emma has made a good point here, which is, Tim just said this blanket statement at the beginning, kind of taking the moral high ground, like I'm for parental rights and you're not. And her just kind of like wheedling away at that a little bit and then pointing out scenarios where he's actually not for parental rights and he's for the state stepping in. So clearly, like, again, just making a weird blanket statement like I'm for parental rights is kind of stupid. like in general. I wouldn't make a blanket statement like that. I don't think most people should make blanket statements like that, because there's always a hole in that statement. There's clearly a place you will draw the line where you don't think parents have the full rights over their kids. Can you sell your kid to slavery? I think most of us would say no. Well, obviously at that point, you're not for all 100% parental rights, right? It's just, I'm just saying, like, there's a point. Well, he's saying there's exceptions now, but initially he didn't. And that's kind of what she's trying to kind of point out. Now he's saying there's exceptions.
Are you for parental rights or not? I just asked.
That question right there leads in two different directions, which is, again, we've addressed. If you watched the show, you'd have heard the statement we've made about it.
Well, I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were for parental rights, and now you're saying you're not.
Where do parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral question based on the moral frameworks of an individual.
Oh, okay.
If there is someone...
Now he's okay. At least he's correcting it, because here's the thing. Like, I also don't know if, again, she might be kind of trying to catch him on like a semantic thing, but he's dead on at this point. So I'm glad he's clarifying it. I'm glad he's giving more clarity to that, because that is true. Where people draw, like, censorship, same thing. Where people draw the line on censorship, like, I'm very against censorship, and I can say that, but also at the same time say I'm not for no censorship whatsoever, because I think that would just be an insane proposition. That's a bullet I wouldn't bite, is like total non-censorship. I think as far as you can get to not censoring, great, but I think there are things you have to censor in a stable society. I think most people have a line they would draw similarly, like with parent rights, like same thing. Like, it does kind of depend on where you're drawing your own morality for that. So I'm glad he's kind of bringing that up.
One who goes to a doctor in, say, Saudi Arabia, and the doctor prescribes female circumcision, they're going to argue it's the parent's rights. We would argue
another
against
hypothetical. I'm talking about reality.
But these things literally do happen.
Yeah, that's not a hypothetical. Okay. Oh, I like Emma, but she's not. You're not on the right foot here. Okay.
But it wouldn't be.
But I'm talking about this country, and I'm talking about parental rights.
A point. Right. The point is, the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with a child sex change, then you're going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations, you'd probably argue against the parents' right, right?
Hold on.
You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing?
At this point,
come on.
She should just agree with him. About
school be allowed to mandate vaccine.
She should agree with him about that. The only frustrating thing is, I do see from Emma's standpoint, like, I don't think at any point she said, I'm for parents' rights. I think Tim made that statement. She's trying to kind of point out the hypocrisy in making that statement, because clearly there's places he draws the line. She's never made that claim, so it's not really hers to defend. However, at this point in the conversation, now that he's clarified, just agree with him. Like, yeah, it does depend on where you draw the moral line. You don't have to double down on your position here to come off optically okay.
Scenes for children.
Yes.
But what about the parents' rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not for parents' rights. You see, that question leads nowhere.
No, I mean,
she never claimed.
Tim, I've never made parental rights a plank of my own politics. I'm saying this within the context of what you just said 5 minutes ago.
And I'm explaining.
Yeah, I'm glad she's kind of calling him on that. However, you can also just agree with them and say, I'm glad you clarified that, because we both agree that parental rights are important depending on your morality. Like, you would want parents to have specific rights and have the state have specific rights over the parents' rights in certain instances. We just draw the line in different areas. That would be an okay thing to actually just bite the bullet on, and then you can move forward in the conversation. But I also kind of can't blame her, because again, when he's starting to like take the high ground, like, I'm the moral person who's taking the parent right stance, for her to kind of deconstruct it and be like, well, you don't really go for full out parents' rights. And then he's like, no, I actually do think there's areas where the state should step in. Okay, well, we've clarified that. So it's an interesting conundrum, but I hope, I don't know, it feels like this needs like a moderator or something.
Parental rights extends to my morality.
So, right, your morality says that you think that trans children and parents, even if they agree with their child and the doctor is supervising this kind of transition, you're essentially saying that you don't believe that they should have the power and ability, and that the state should intervene. That sounds like big government to me.
I'm not, I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. That the state should intervene because you don't believe that.
So, again, like, not a fan of Tim Pool, but she has kind of miscast him a few times. Like, she's made the assumption that he's for certain things that are on the right's ticket that he's not. And so in a weird way, again, you're kind of tilting at windmills there instead of addressing your actual opponent. And I'll admit, like, I've fallen into that before too. And I think it's a human tendency to, if somebody says, I believe this, or they make a claim, then there's all sorts of assumptions that we pack into a claim that somebody makes, as opposed to getting into the nuance of the individual. So the point being, just because I'm left-leaning doesn't mean I'm pro everything the left stands for. And keep in mind, the left does not unifiedly stand for everything. Like, meaning a lot of things you might hear as criticisms of the left, that's not everyone on the left. Same with the right. Like, a lot of people on the right might be like 80% in agreement with certain policy things, but maybe disagree with like entirely like everything you disagree with. It's a hard kind of thing of engaging in good faith in a discussion with someone where you want to hear what they think. And if what they think happens to hit every bullet point that's a cliche of that oppositional position, great. But you don't have to get into debates or fights over things you actually already have agreement over. That's one error that I've seen Emma make. However, again, I think she's holding up pretty well considering,
the parents should, and their children, they're in agreement.
So at first, my position was, early on, if the doctors are prescribing it and it's the best thing they can do, I think we're looking at, in the past 4 years, about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. So be it. Then we started seeing like the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark, Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take any.
Okay, so I wouldn't even know this, except that I have a few friends that are trans. And so I happen to know about this. I think that study was about, it wasn't for people who actually started therapy. Because anyhow, so it'll be interesting to see if she gets on the bullet point, because that's a talking point. It's often brought up, and the way it's presented isn't actually what the case study was. But let's see if she. I'm sure she'll couch him on that.
Who did not receive intervention was actually upwards of 95%. And then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. That's incredibly reputable. 94% of children continued care after age. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy and follow-up.
After what?
So you no, but the other one's a 5-year study. This is just a secondary
after
one.
What point?
Well, no. So this is the issue, right? Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not. When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When a child is left alone, they tend to desist. So the issue is then, if according to 10 prospective follow-up studies from child and adolescents found desistance ranging from 61 to 90%, then the safety of the children would lean towards non-intervention.
Wait, so is he citing Wikipedia? I'm sorry. I'm sure she's going to bring that up. She's brought up like a bunch of actual associations that have stats and data, and he's looking at a Wikipedia article. Yeah, I agree with that. Dee Dee said, wouldn't it be great to start with like what they agree with, rather than dividing right off? No, I watched a debate really recently. That was really, it isn't this one, but it'll tie in, and let me make sure I'm continuing to work here while I'm thinking. But it's he's gonna. By the way, this guy's gonna Bosco's gonna have his hand to his heart. So I watched this debate recently, and it was a really heated issue. It was the abortion debate, and it was between two debaters, and the whole time it was hard to watch because the person who was pro-abortion was making a claim that they don't think their stance was that they don't think that life has value until consciousness has arisen, which doesn't happen until like 20 weeks. That was their argument. Whether you agree with it or not, that was their argument. And they don't think that life, like human life, what we tend to value with life is consciousness. And he kind of brought up like this example of when you disconnect somebody from a machine, right? Like it's not the heart rate. It's not like anything but the conscious experience that we value when it comes to whether we should unplug a coma patient from a machine or not. That was his good faith argument. Like the opposition the entire time was like, well, you want to kill children. And it ended up being this debate that had no fruit to it because instead of addressing the issue of like basically the pro-abortion person was saying, I don't think they're really children until 20 weeks. And the anti-abortion person had the stance of, I think they're children at the point of insemination. That was the real disagreement. But if you get locked in this whole, well, you want to kill children, which nobody was claiming they wanted to do, then you end up in this debate where people are defending their offense to the claim rather than actually addressing the discussion of where do you draw the line for when somebody becomes a fully realized human being. And that's a harder conversation philosophically, right? Like it gets into all sorts of things. Why protect it like the moment? Why not pre the moment, right? Like there's been all sorts of discussions about that are harder to have and defend, and are much more interesting and could get into how these people actually disagree while both of them morally don't agree with the idea of just murdering people, right? But if you go through that whole conversation just going, well, this person's pro-murder, and you keep harping on that point, you're not going to make any ground. You're not going to actually get into the real disagreement, which is philosophically, where do you consider it that? You know what I mean? So anyhow, the only reason I'm bringing that up is kind of like aligned with what Didi was saying, where it's important in these conversations to try to approach in good faith, where you actually understand what the opposition's argument is. It's horrible when you see these discussions and people just kind of end up tilting at windmills and nobody's talking to each other. They're attacking a point that the other person's not making. That can be really frustrating. Okay, let's continue.
Go ahead. You can, again, we should probably agree to look at these kinds of studies before we're going to pull them up for a debate, because what I'm pulling up and what I'm referencing is inherently reputable, and you can find any information that you want on the internet. I am with a majority of doctors on this front. That's
a broad statement. I don't know about that.
No. That is actually a fact. That is 100% a fact.
Well, I've seen this movie before. So what's happening is you're referencing detransition under a system where they wouldn't be put on puberty blockers necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty, which is what you're referencing, is already excluded from her sample. So and I don't even think you would disagree with that once they're actually past the point of puberty, and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about desistance. Look, and I remember this because this happened when you argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have like...
Emma. I like Emma Vigeland. I like the Majority Report a lot, but like... Let me explain why this is a problem. I think she might be using the wrong word. I think she means puritanical. I think that might be what she means. but you need to say what you mean. Because like if you say in a debate, especially in politics or philosophy, that you're not a moralist, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a logical problem, because everyone has a viewpoint that tends to stem from their own moral idea of what is ethical. Like that's like the framework that these disagreements usually come from, where it's like, hey, I think this thing is ethical. I think this thing is moral. And you're making the claim, I think this thing is moral and this thing is ethical. And our discussion or our disagreement is about which is ethical and which is moral, and where we derive those viewpoints from, and what facts kind of back that up. But you can't. I feel like it's very difficult to get in a debate with somebody and claim, well, you're being a moralist, because we're all being moralists. Like we're all making moral statements. Now, again, I feel like that's a real slippery thing to kind of defend, because again, like, you know, all you'd have to do is bring up like 4 hypotheticals of moral positions, that things that you think would be moral and you think that would be worth kind of defending or enforcing on society. And at that point, it becomes a real easy discussion of like, well, look, we're all moralists, right? We're all moralists to some extent. Now, because I like Emma Vigeland, and also even if I didn't, I think like what she's more meaning is like puritanicalism or something like more like around that realm rather than a moralist, because again, I think we're all kind of moralists. I think that's a real trap. Yeah, Thomas was saying the other guy was trying to get them on the same page. Yeah, the other guy, I'm blanking out on his name, and I wish I could remember it. I've seen him debate before, and I wildly disagree with him. But I will say, even though I wildly disagree with him, he tends to argue in really good faith. And there's times where he'll get bad faith. I think a lot of conversations are like that. But in general, even though I've disagreed with his positions, every time I've watched a debate with that guy, he's conducted himself rather fairly. Even when I disagree with him, he'll still have. He's a little more logically coherent than a lot of people I'll see debate. So even if I disagree with his logic, at least he's kind of backing his ideas pretty justifiably, and also in a fair kind of way, even though I wildly disagree with the guy.
Like the arrogance to believe that my personal preferences for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people. I'm trying to make a argument for a case for, I'm trying to make a case for a broad set of policies that are going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the fullest. But
the statement that people, Emma's falling into a trap. The statement that you think that people should be able to pursue happiness without that happiness being infringed by other people in itself is a moral statement. The other thing is, when you draw the line on that pursuit of happiness is going to require a moral statement. Like, to what extent does your pursuit of happiness start infringing on your neighbor's pursuit of happiness, and so on? How do we kind of draw those distinctions and lines? That's usually where most of our disagreements happen. So even in what Emma's saying, as much as I empathize with it, and I think we're probably on the same page, it's like you're not going in a good direction here, Emma. Okay.
So if you want to impose your morality on people, it sounds like fundamentalism. For me, I'm in favor of
have a real argument.
But if most
I am having a real argument.
That's not an
You just said your morality
here's
is
a study.
Man.
Here's a study that shows desistance rates up to 95%. Hold on. Desistance rates are shown up to 95% with non-intervention. So then we would lean towards non-intervention. And you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
No, earlier you talked about how your morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
Wait, you see, this is what I was talking about with Sam.
Okay.
Right? The inability to grasp philosophical concepts. When I explained to you that...
You know what? Like, I don't even think Tim is as smart as Emma, like on paper. I don't think he's as informed on policy. Emma Vigeland is insanely informed on policy. Like her job on the Majority Report is mostly breaking down like political facts and like so her knowledge of like the political system, it's like she doesn't get into the punditry as much on her show as I think Tim does. That being said, Tim's 100% right here, and I hate to agree with it. He's 100% right in the sense of you kind of can't like end up in that same scenario where like the person who's against abortion just assuming the other side is pro-murder. The second you start that conversation with like, well, you're pro-murder, you just end up with the person on the defense defending a position they aren't even claiming. Unless maybe they're like on the wild fringes, because like the question is what about it is murder? Is it murder? And like at what point does human life start? Like that's more the real discussion when you kind of misdirect. I'm not saying that's a discussion I even want to have. I'm just saying this is another scenario where it's like, well, you're being a fundamentalist. Well, yeah, that's not necessarily like, or calling somebody a moralist. Now, do you believe in the state kind of dictating morality to other people? In general, I don't think anybody's going to be in favor of that, except in cases where they agree with the morality of it. It is bizarre, though. I think she just misspoke and meant puritanical, which I think would have been a better way to kind of describe what I think she was getting at. I have to take a very quick break. And I'll be right back. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and play the trailer for, and by the way, happy Sunday to everybody. Happy July the 2nd. We're getting close to America Day, which I'm very excited about. Hopefully you guys are. I'm excited because I have a 4-day weekend. Okay, let's play the trailer. I'll be back when I'm back. Here is, have I played them all? Here's Jacob's apartment trailer. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen. Walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, we are back. We are back with a bang. All right, so what we have right now, let's check out where we're at. What we have right now is the thumbnails are done, which is kind of exciting. So what I'm going to be working on while I just so you guys, especially those of you who are watching for the art stuff, what I'm going to be doing is working on the panel borders now, the rough panel borders, and then we'll convert our thumbnail to like blue lines, put that underneath, and then we'll start working on roughs. By the way, I'm kind of curious. Oh, Thomas was saying it was Sunday when it started, LOL. I guess it was. It was just like 12:01 or something like that. We're into Sunday morning. Sunday morning. It's a Sunday morning. Wait a minute. Let's get back to our goofiness here for 2 seconds before we dip back into politics stuff. Let's see what else. What else do I have here? Let me find my voice collections here. I feel like there's some very fun ones. Okay. Let's try. I think this was the one we used for the Sunday. Hello, I'm in a cave. My name is Joshua Kemble. Welcome. Welcome. Let's try one more and then we'll get into continuing our debate. That sounds like somebody is taking a leak, honestly. It doesn't sound like a cave. That one doesn't work as well, so. Okay, but I tried some stuff, guys. Wait, we can do auto-tune too. In this case, we'll sing some Cher. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel the pain inside myself. I really don't think you're strong enough. Well, wow. I was not expecting that. That's right. If that didn't wake you up and make you hate humanity, I don't know what will. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to get back into what I'm going to be working on as we do more commentary is the rough setups. But I hope you enjoyed that brief stint as Cher. And now we're back to it. Okay.
You are opposed to parental rights because you're in favor of vaccine mandates, right? I don't think you can understand the duality of the statement you're making.
I hope she doesn't double down and start arguing with his point, because he wasn't saying that as a statement, just to be fair to Tim. He's just kind of pointing out, like, hey, we could both throw around that accusation that neither of us is in favor of parental rights. It's not true. We're all in favor in specific realms, just like we're all not in favor in specific realms, which is a fair point. Hopefully she doesn't start debating the mandates, because again, I don't think his point is to actually be debating the mandates. It's just to point out, like, hey, you draw a line somewhere, I draw a line somewhere. Let's continue.
Are you in favor of parental rights can go in one of two moral directions? You do have a moral stance.
I wasn't talking about parental rights. I was using that as a way to talk about your statement on parental rights.
Okay, see, she's fair here too, and I can see why the other guy was kind of stepping in, because she wasn't walking around claiming I'm for parental rights like he was. Anyhow, oh man, this is a rough one.
If you have a moral position on public health, Tim, and you want to impose that, then you too would be a fundamentalist, and you've made a nonsensical statement. If you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears. If you want to tell me I'm a fundamentalist, I haven't seen the
data, so I can't.
Well, then don't make an argument about it if you don't know the data.
No, I do know the data. I use the American Journal of Pediatrics. I don't know the data that you just pulled up.
You did not look up desistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
Tim, what you just said is that you want your morality to dictate policy.
No, I didn't.
I want people to have.
Oh, okay. First off, like, his study, her points about it are actually pretty dead on, and desistance rates, it's a whole misdirect. But that being said, she's falling down a really bad rabbit hole here of, like, you again, you can't say you're for your morals being enacted in government. Yeah, well, so are you. Like, we're all for morals being enforced, like, in general. Like, most of us at some point will draw a line and say this moral expectation needs to be placed on everyone. Not all, but most of us have a line where we draw it. It's a losing argument to go against that. That's going to be a really hard thing to defend.
Freedom to do what they want.
That's just not true. I said that everyone's view on a question like parental rights is dictated by their morality. You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. Mm-hmm. That is a moral stance. So are you?
It's also a bit of a misdirect because I do remember early on he was using it as like a moral grandstand of saying, I am for parental rights. That's why I'm for this. And it's like now he's saying, well, everybody's for parental rights. We just draw lines and different boundaries. It is a pivot, but he's doing it way more expertly than I think she is.
You a fundamentalist? Do you want to impose
I talk about
moral
politics. I don't talk about things that are so abstract.
Are you in favor of vaccine mandates or not?
No. Politics are the things that are abstract. Politics have everything to do with morality and heavy. Emma, I like you, but you gotta get that right. Politics are all about ethics, and ethics are complicated philosophical discussions. That's just the reality of it. Like, you can't separate ethics from politics. You just can't.
Of course.
That's a moral position.
Yeah.
Not a scientific one.
No. No, it is a public health position.
Well, it's sure. Your morality dictates that the government can impose a medication on people against their will.
Okay. I get where Emma's coming from, where she's saying, hey, like, my position's backed by science. But the problem is, this is a mistake a lot of people make, where, hold on, let's make sure we're working here. Okay. We got our thumbnail. We need to have our borders. Okay, I don't need the previous page now. I just need to see the thumbnail as I'm working on this. I just want to get it set up so I don't zone out on the discussion and then not remember to do what I need to do. Okay, now it's set up. Okay. So the problem is, you can have positions that are unscientific for sure. But science cannot get into an ought from an is. And that's one of the biggest limitations of science. And it should justifiably be there. So one of my favorite phrases I've heard about this is science can tell you everything that goes into boiling a pot of water to make a cup of tea. And it can tell you every single element of the process, like how water boils, how heat works, how flames work, what's happening. It can describe, it's descriptive, right? And it can tell you everything about that. And yet at the same time, it can't tell you whether or not it's right to put strychnine in that tea if you're having tea with grandma, right? The point being, science has limits. Science doesn't get into ethics. Ethics are different. Ethics can be backed by science, right? Science can inform us, but they can't make morality statements. Science has yet to be able to breach an area where it can jump from an ought to an is, or an is to an ought. So science is all about the is. Philosophy and the humanities are about the ought. And people often make that mistake by saying, well, no, I'm just talking about pure science. And it's like, yeah, but here's the thing. If the scientific data is showing that allowing people to transition decreases suicide, that's good data. The question, there's a bunch of stuff though, that even if you're using supporting facts, scientific facts that show this statistic and this data, where you can't make a scientific statement is suicide bad? Is humanity important? Is transitioning important? There's all these ethical issues that are packed into that being brought into policy, Again, finding out something causes cancer, that's scientific. Whether you want to do something about that is ethical. And there's a difference between science, which is descriptive, to prescriptive, which is should we use this? Should we what do we do with this data? What kind of statements or things or stances do we take? And that becomes a question of ethics and morality. So I feel like Emma's walking into that, because you can't just say, well, no, my position's from science and yours is from morality. No. Your science is, maybe science is informing your moral decision, but your moral decision is still a moral decision. You can't get from an is to an ought without invoking ethics and morality.
Because I'm trying to create a society.
That's a moral question.
No, because I'm trying to.
That's moral.
Sure, I think I.
He's got a good point. It is. I don't even like Tim Pool, but I agree with him on this. Like you can't say you're not making a moral judgment when you're talking about policy prescriptions that you want to actually put into practice. Like, the reason you want to do that is usually for moral or ethical reasons. You can't, well, you're just being moral. Well, okay, but no, you could make a critique. Again, I think she's just misspeaking, where she could say, hey, I'm making this decision backed on a ton of scientific data. You have one weird study you pulled up from Wikipedia that you're using to inform your decision. Like, do you see a difference? Like, I think that would be justifiable, but for her to say, oh, well, you're coming from a place of moral and I'm coming from a place of data and science, that's a faulty claim. If we're talking about policy prescriptions, it's all about ethics.
I am more moral.
But you just said you weren't. You said you were not a moralist.
No, I'm not. I am dealing in politics, and politics can create outcomes that are moral or immoral, and I'm dealing in the ones that I think will create the most,
so you're the
best outcome. No,
so she's agreeing with him. She's agreeing with him. Like, yeah, totally. Chris was saying he does have the point there. Wrong choice of words to hinge on. 100%. And again, I think it's just a misspeak. I think she should have just said puritanical or something like that. Yeah, because she brought up his guitars and stuff, and I think her point was like, you're being very like satanic panicky, like very puritanical. Fundamentalist isn't even a bad term, but like her saying moralist, wrong words to pick.
Moralism in the way that I was referencing it is one that falls back on notions of fundamentalism and imposing morality that is individual to you on the rest of society. I am talking about creating a society
that shows
creating a society that gets.
So Didi was saying, when I see arguments like this, I always wonder if they really care about the issue, or are they just wanting to make a point for their side. I think a lot of the time, unfortunately, it gets lost in the point for their side. I honestly think that was I think that there's times where it's clearly trying to make a point for their side, which is like, like Emma misstepped here and assumed that that Tim was like pro a bunch of stuff that your typical generic person on the right would be for, and she just happened to be wrong. Like, those weren't his stances. And so by kind of even making that misjudgment, it does optically appear like she's more concerned about winning points than having a debate. However, there have been some really bad faith pivots that Tim has done throughout this entire conversation. He's just done it more expertly. But yeah, it is interesting. I feel like, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think that's the comment above, Didi, that you were talking about. And I also agree with the idea of like starting with things you agree on rather than things you're divided on. And also, I think just make the best effort. Like, this is just a tip. This is something I try to put into practice too, is be aware of the fact that like we will tend to take people we disagree with and put them in a box and prescribe with them all the evils of the world. Right. And I think one of the things it's inherent to try to do is, even in listening to this debate, try to view it as objectively as you can. Even like, again, like, even though I agree with Emma Vigeland, I don't feel like her performance at the beginning has been the strongest at all. And even though it's somebody I disagree with, I'm giving credit to like areas where she missteps. And I think that or areas where she's logically incoherent. And I think that ability to do that is really important. I think when you're hearing somebody you agree with that you want to rally behind and you're like, woohoo, I think it's important to also step behind and be like, okay, this is logically inconsistent, or they didn't make the case well, even though I agree with the case, or they're not representing the opposition fairly. And I think those are really important things to be able to do. But part of being able to do that is to actually listen to the opposition. Are they making the claim that you're saying they're making? I think that's really important, because if you just attack, like, again, you're tilting at windmills or something like that, then you can have a great debate with a wall, right? But I think like having a real discussion or debate really does require kind of actually hearing the person out and then steel manning the opposition, like steel man people you disagree with. I highly encourage people to get in that practice. And by steel man, don't go, like basically give the worst version of their argument so that your argument sounds better. I think what you need to do is think of what's like, if I disagreed with this, what would be the ultimately best version of that disagreement? Do I really think this person's like an immoral, horrible person? Or do I think that they maybe have some disagreements about where they draw certain lines? It's important to do. Okay, let's continue.
Gives people the freedom that they...
Moralism.
But I will give Emma credit for this. I have seen people go on, like the few times I've seen Tim Pool, and I'm not a fan of Tim Pool. I don't agree with Tim Pool. Politically, we're on very opposite sides. But at the same time, I have seen, because he does use a lot of pivot tactics, like very quick, rapid fire, kind of skimming from points that he could get held down on that he didn't get right. And he's really good at that. Like, he's really slippery, and not in a bad way. Like, he's very effective rhetorically, and it will usually lead to people like literally screaming. And so I will give credit to Emma for like keeping her cool. However, yeah.
That's politics.
You want to
right?
create a society that does
he's going to hold her down on
your
this.
personal perspective.
I mean, here's the thing. Of course, he's going to hold her down on this, because this was a point she was trying to drive home, and so of course he's going to hold on this point, because she really misstepped by using the word moralism. She really did. I hate to say it, but yeah. When you're in this like sport, and it is kind of a sport, it's like, that was a dropping the ball moment.
What you were talking about is imposing your narrow set of ideas about how society should be.
Oh, you can't do this again. Like, oh my gosh, I want to side with Emma, but like, you can't keep saying that like he's doing this, imposing his morality, and you're not, because you are. You're having a disagreement about who is more immoral. And don't fall into this. Don't fall into the trap, Emma. Get out of the trap. Okay, let's continue.
Based on the scientific research I pulled up.
No.
I literally pulled a study.
No, you want to restrict people's ability to do what they want to do with their bodies. That's what you want to do.
Do you think that people should cut their hands off?
I don't deal in abstract, ridiculous hypotheticals, because I deal...
Oh, you can't... Oh, Emma, no. Oh, you have to engage in hypotheticals. The whole purpose of a hypothetical, right, is to kind of test your moral framework. You're testing where a line is. It's when somebody draws a clear line and makes a bold statement like Tim did, and you very effectively got him to back off from it, right? Where he was saying, I'm for parents' rights, and you clearly aren't, kind of standing. And then you kind of broke it down and got him to like broaden it and say, okay. Technically, we all have a line, where we're for parents' rights. We all have a line where we're for states' rights, right? Don't lose ground now by doubling down on this, him being a moralist and you not. Because you are for imposing morals to an extent. You have to be. It's kind of disappointing. It's not, again, I don't think she's doing bad. I think Tim Pool's kind of a slimy piece of shit, to be perfectly honest. But I gotta say, he's been on the high ground most of this debate, even though I disagree with most of his points. He's been a lot more good faith, which is really weird to say. Emma, pick up the ball, represent the left better.
In reality, I cover politics.
So you're in favor of female circumcision?
That doesn't happen in the United States.
How much do you want to bet? How much do you? No, you're wrong.
There are very small amounts. I'm not in favor.
So you're in favor of it?
I wouldn't.
If you want to restrict what people do with their own children, you're against parental rights?
That's not the same thing. Is a doctor.
He's got a fair point. I mean, she has a line. That's just not her line. Just own it.
Is a doctor.
You want to talk about Dearborn, Michigan? I've actually gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism in this story. Okay. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right. Because female circumcision is a bad thing. We do not want these things to be happening. And even the parents were going to doctor.
Okay. So there's one way she could pivot very effectively, right? She's missing a huge opportunity because you notice that every time Tim's saying this, he's saying female circumcision. Okay. If you want to pivot and get a win here, what you do is you go, oh, so you're in favor of the state like banning all circumcision. That's what not male circumcision. And then if he goes, well, no, like in that case, it's like more complicated or something like that. It starts pivoting. Then you go, okay, well, you're for the government allowing parents to mutilate their children. And then it ends up in this interesting conversation of like, well, is it mutilating children? Well, that gets it more towards the actual discussion at hand. That's how she gets out of this. I don't think she takes that. Maybe she does.
Doctors to get it prescribed. There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the Kennedy got it lobotomized because the doctors prescribed it. Just because there's current scientific research that leans one direction doesn't mean we move absolutely in one direction. What we have here is a very prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive a
prominent set of studies. That to me is a little suspicious too. Prominent set of studies. What does that mean? That's what I would want to know. What does prominent set of studies mean? What was their study sample? Anyhow, let's go. Let's continue.
Intervention in terms of affirmation or sex change is upwards of 95%, in which case science dictates we do not intervene. If you want to take the 5% chance that we then intervene in these children's lives, and that can result in even one kid being harmed, that sounds like an immoral action.
Now, these are extremely specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing in this current instance. And I am interested in creating a society that is moral, but it's based on.
Okay, see, she's falling into this trap of I'm interested in creating a society, and then you have to admit, you have to bite the bullet that you want to create a society that's more moral. That's what the debate's about. Like, you guys are getting lost in the weeds. And also, you're allowing Tim to win these optical points when he's literally pulled up an article on Wikipedia, and you have like 50 organizations with data that backs your viewpoint, and he's not even talking about transitions. He's talking about desistance, which tends to actually... I think from what I recall, I think those studies actually kind of back the effectiveness of the transitions, because I think the desistance is partially due to the people who already wanted to transition had already transitioned. Anyhow, it's frustrating to hear. And also, I need to disappear for like 2 seconds now that we have this worked out. So I'm going to go ahead and play the trailer for... What trailers should we play? It's been a while. Let's watch Wordzoid, Jim Luhan's amazing trailer. I'll be right back. If you haven't yet, hit that like button. All right. Okay.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator.
I already showed Phil's like 2 seconds ago, so I don't want to recycle the same one we just watched. We will watch Philip's again, though, I'm sure, because this is going to be a long live stream, guys. I'm on this train for a while. It won't just be politics, because I'm sure we're going to be still going far after. We're on a train, ladies and gentlemen. A train. We're going off the rails on the crazy train. So here's the Wordzoid ad.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine out of the spotless mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, so the problem I'm having with this is it doesn't feel like a steel man for either position. I think the position on the side that would be for transitioning would be talking about non-surgical intervention for kids who are underage, starting at like an age, that you would start kids on like any sort of medication. I think that would be the best kind of steel man argument for the side for kind of like supporting kids in transition, the idea that it's an actual mental illness and it should be treated as a mental illness, and just like depressants and stuff like that could be prescribed, puberty blockers could be prescribed. So that's I think the best argument in favor of. I think the argument in favor against, like if you steel man it, would be the fact of like, being concerned that that parents are going to basically have their kids being influenced by teachers who, are influencing them at a vulnerable age when they can't actually decide for themselves, where kids are usually pretty confused about their own identity, right? And putting ideas in their head of something that they can't necessarily take back. I think that's the primary concern that people are coming from the other side. I think you got to be fair to both positions because they're both actually like somewhat understandable. And I think also both get really blown out of proportion because I think most people I know on the left aren't trying to get your kids like mutilated or anything like that. They're just trying to get support for like a 1% of the population that happens to have gender dysphoria and real gender dysphoria. I think most people on the left that I know are much more in favor of the idea of like a vetting process before any of these decisions would even happen, as you'd have with any giant thing. And I don't think most of us are in favor of like underage, like hardcore medical procedures. I just don't think that's the case. I think a lot of it's like of age medical procedures, which honestly, I think once you're 18, if you're able to die in war, then you should be able to do whatever the hell you want. That's my own opinion, but I do think there need to be systems set in place, right, to kind of avoid like anybody being able to indoctrinate your children. Just like I don't think anybody who's an atheist is going to want their kid going to school and like having indoctrination of like religion like in the school. And I think that's a reasonable place to stand if you don't believe in Christianity. Like I believe I am a Christian, but I don't think it's right to like kind of force an opinion or a viewpoint or anything like that on kids in a school setting. I think it's important in school for kids to get presented with ideas, and not by kids I mean like once you're a little older, like once you're at like high school age, I think you do not need to start looking at viewpoints that aren't your own. And I do think the idea of introducing people to the idea of there are people who live these different ways, and these are kind of different philosophies and different ideas. Like that's what like half the value of education is being able to think outside of your own bubble. I think that is the responsibility of teachers. So you can't have parents restricting teachers to where teachers can't like teach history or teach like science or teach like things that aren't always going to be agreed with by the parents in the classroom. Like that's just inevitable. But I do think like there needs to be a line, and you can't let like, let kids be indoctrinated by teachers, like on any issue. And I think that's something we need to be really cautious about. That's my own opinion, right? But I think that there's a way to steelman both parties that don't make them into monsters. I think they're legitimate concerns. I think quite often played up by shows like the one we're watching, where they'll kind of play on your worst fears and try to drum up and make the opposition seem like they're standing for something they aren't. And I think that tends to be where this tit for tat nonsense happens. And I think, like Didi was saying, most of these issues are when little kids are involved. But I think that's the problem, is I think that there's a lot of drumming up of like the idea that like there's a bunch of people who are in support of this happening with like really little children. And I don't think that's necessarily the case, that most people are advocating for. I think that if you turn on, depending on the media, I think you're going to see a straw man of the other position, depending on the leaning of the media. So like if you watch Fox News, you're going to see the straw man that they're out to get your children. And I don't think that's what most people on the left are actually like advocating for. And I think in a similar, and of course they're going to highlight the news stories that are like the one teacher who's a lunatic out of 2,000 that are reasonable people. And similarly on the left, you're going to see the same thing, where it's like, you're going to see, the weird fringe stories where it's like the extremist, like kind of like who actually just hates gay people. And in that case, like, everybody's going to think, oh, these people are just coming from hate for other people who think differently than them. I don't think it's always personally, I mean, I don't want to be like a boring centrist or whatever, but I don't think people are generally coming from those viewpoints. Even though I wildly disagree with a lot of people on the right, it's like, I don't think they're all monsters. Like, I think that's the mistake. I think if you're thinking that everybody's a monster, you're actually missing real monsters, because real monsters usually have like pretty decent justification for what they're doing, or at least decent concerns. Like most human beings aren't walking around thinking, ooh, I can't wait to think about how to mutilate or kill children. Like that's not how most people are. And if you come from the standpoint of thinking that, then you're completely misunderstanding, like you're never going to be able to reach across the aisle to other people, or people of other opinions than you. Cause again, it's like starting from the most cartoonishly evil, mustache twirling villain kind of level. And quite often there aren't a lot of people who are cartoonishly twirling their mustaches. Usually they have like a much more steelman argument to present. Okay, let's continue with this. On
outcomes, not just
that's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
But we're talking about. Can I ask a hypothetical while you pull that up? If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty.
That's actually a really good question. And I think if she in good faith engages with that hypothetical, their conversation can move on. Maybe you could actually say, hey, you know what? Like, if that's the case, yeah, like it'd be interesting, but I don't think that's going to happen.
So like what he's concerned about is that if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't like rationally make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have the kind of, I guess, arrogance, I would say.
I mean, I asked you a hypothetical.
Oh no, Emma, like just engage in the hypothetical. Like that's the thing. Like you're not touching on his concern. Like whether his concern is true, it is a different thing. But like half of these discussions could be so much more fruitful if you actually address somebody's concern. Okay, let's continue.
Like hypothetically,
right? But again, this is exactly what reactionary conservatives do.
It's a red flag from
these arguments.
Oh no! The conversation is going to derail if you start saying things like, well, this is exactly what the people say, this is exactly what they're going to do. Like, even if it is exactly like, have you ever, if you guys are listening, have you ever responded well with, hey, if I'm like talking to you and you're on the right and I go, this is exactly what the far right does. This is exactly what they do every time. It's, or if I say this is exactly what those crazy leftists do, it's just, that's not a productive tone to take. Oh man. Okay, let's continue.
Deal with hypotheticals, because when you actually deal with the practical reality and the outcomes that you're dealing with.
Didi was saying, do they actually care about anyone's concerns, or they just want to be right? Okay, so here's the thing. To be fair, I think that Emma Vigeland really does sincerely believe what she's working on it. And I'll give Tim Pool the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if it's the case. Again, I don't like the guy, but I would guess that he's probably coming from a sincere place. I have a feeling that, there's obviously like probably some nefarious stuff, but I think that it's easier to kind of actually just kind of deal with the actual arguments, Didi was saying, do either have kids? I don't think so. Only a Sith is deals in absolutes is an absolute statement. All right, let's continue.
With and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So as the right-wing conservative Destiny said recently when he was debating the left-wing pro-lifers, it is a definite red flag when somebody is unwilling completely to engage with the hypothetical. If you want to say what,
I gotta side with him on that. That's true. If you can engage in a hypothetical, I know if it's like a wild hypothetical where you're like, so you're in space and in a futuristic society where whatever, but usually a hypothetical is trying to get to the philosophical or ethical underpinning of an argument. And so if you can't use a hypothetical, like, that's a problem because you can't really test somebody's mettle, like when it comes to like their ethics. It's hard to get into a discussion about ethics or morality if you can't bring in hypotheticals. Okay.
Why the hypothetical doesn't apply, that is totally fine.
No, because I want
to just like say, oh, it's a hypothetical, I can't talk about it, as if you don't know what
I don't think Tim or Emma have kids, but I also have heard arguments on both their sides that kind of confer with both by people who have kids and don't. So I'm not going to say that them having kids or not having kids is necessarily like informing their viewpoint. I don't want to fall into that either, because that kind of lays into that straw man territory where you can kind of assume somebody doesn't have kids because if you had kids, you wouldn't have this position, when in reality, that's not necessarily the case. Because I know people with kids who have the position that Emma does, and I know people with kids who have the position that Tim does. But just throwing that out there to answer.
Thought experiment is, it's kind of odd.
Look, I've asked you, we have here, I literally just pulled up detransition Wikipedia. We pulled up this study that shows that without intervention, desistance rates are from 61.
Wait a second. She's got to call him on that. So she cited actual medical organizations, and he's going to a website called Detransition Wikipedia. That's a Wikipedia site made by a company that or a group that like literally wants to advocate for people not transitioning. And so you're going to an advocacy site and pulling up like some fringe study you haven't even seen the study of. You probably did a Google search like 5 seconds before. And you're trying to put that against like peer-reviewed double-blind studies. That needs to be called out if you're Emma. Didi was saying, I think your views do change when you have them, when you're responsible for protecting little humans. I agree. A lot of my viewpoints have changed from having a kid, for sure. But I think it's a fallacy to say if somebody hasn't had a kid, they can't speak. I'd say that it would be the same. inform you more about being a man. Did I just lose connection for a second there? But I agree with you, Didi. I think pretty much anybody in chat who has a kid would not make the statement that having a kid didn't change their viewpoint on certain things in life. It of course does.
To 98%.
And here I have general acceptance of standards of care. The overwhelming weight of medical authority supports treatment of transgender patients with GnRH agonists and cross-sex hormones in appropriate circumstances. Organizations who have formally recognized this include American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Family Physicians, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association, dozens and
Remember
dozens
when doctors
of
said smoking was good for you?
Oh, geez.
Wells Fargo has donated $50 million for emerging clean tech startups and $19.5 million towards projects and communities transitioning to a more sustainable future. Doing gets it done. Wells Fargo, the bank of doing.
So now it feels like Tim is being relatively bad faith as this is going up, because okay, so in logic, right, there's a thing called an appeal to authority. It's often misused. It's a fallacy. There are times where an appeal to authority is actually absolutely appropriate in a discussion, right? Where, let's say we're talking about the earth being flat or round, right? The appeal to authority of citing like the majority of scientists and citing the majority of astrophysicists, like the majority of like people in this thing agree with this, puts the other person in a position where they have to offer more proof. Like if you're actually like going against accepted norms that are backed by experts, I think that the onus is on you to make a better case. It just is. Now, just because experts believe something does not therefore make it true. But the problem is you can't call it an appeal to authority. It'll be interesting to see if Tim pulls that card out and uses that word appeal to authority. So appeal to authority, the fallacious way to do that would be if you're having a discussion about medicine and somebody says, well, this person's a doctor. And then you look into it and the person's a doctor, a doctoral candidate in creative writing. That's a clear appeal to authority fallacy, because just because the person's a doctor of humanities doesn't make them a doctor of sciences. So that's one real clear appeal to authority fallacy. Like just because somebody's the president doesn't make them an expert on art or graphic design, right? Like it doesn't matter how high their position is. That doesn't affect if they're speaking outside of their expertise. But the one place you can't pull the appeal for authority fallacy would be a scenario where you're saying, hey, look at this chart that I pulled up on Wikipedia. This is data. This is hardcore data. And then get offended or weirded out when somebody hits you with a litany of experts that completely disagree, that have come to completely different data. Like that's actually Emma's in the right to kind of read off that list. It's an interesting point. Doctors can be wrong is a good statement, but that just because doctors can be wrong doesn't mean they're always wrong. And if we proceed through life assuming doctors can be wrong, therefore I cannot trust any doctors on anything, regardless of double-blind peer-reviewed tests, it is, I think, a dangerous place to live. I think most of us trust the authority of doctors when it comes to, like, if I go to the doctor and they're mentioning that I'm having heart trouble and they attach me to like an EKG, just because doctors can be wrong doesn't mean I'm not going to trust an EKG. Like in general, I'm probably going to be a lot healthier trusting the EKG. It doesn't mean you blindly trust, the norm or the expertise, but there is a value to expertise, and that is not a fallacious appeal to authority, because authorities, people who are experts in certain fields, are worthy of kind of citing. And Didi was saying we should be able to question 100%. You should be able to question anything, but the ability to question isn't really a thing at heart, but like when she's saying like, hey, we have this litany of, when he's trying to appeal to authority and say, hey, there's this authoritative study that used science, haha, and she's coming back with the majority of scientists using that same process that you're trying to pin me down on disagree with you. Her point is valid because he's trying to kind of bring in science. If he's trying to bring in science and opens that door, it's very, very justifiable for her to come back with science. Paul Pate saying good morning. Morning, Paul. We're watching the Emma Vigeland and Tim Pool debate, and we're working on roughs, which I'm going to get into, and we'll continue to watch. So far, I agree with Emma Vigeland, but I feel like she hasn't had the strongest performance so far. Paul, am I crazy? I've heard that as this closes, she kind of demolishes him. That's what I've heard. But so far, I haven't seen it. I am impressed that she's kept her cool, but but she's made a few missteps, even though she's representing my side. Okay, I need to disappear and get a drink real quick. Dee was saying questioning the efficacy of the vaccine was not allowed. I disagree. I think a lot of people questioned it. Were they smart? I don't think so, but you know. All right, let's see here. Paul was saying, I love Emma. I do too. I think she's amazing. I would say this isn't her strongest beginning. I think the problem, like, I think she's taken a couple optical L's at the beginning, partially by not really researching Tim a little bit. And I don't even like Tim Pool. I've seen like maybe 3 of his things, and I've heard Emma for years. But I feel like when she assumed that he was pro-choice, which he's not, when she assumed that he was a Christian and he's not, like, these are those were both optical L's. She should, like, again, you want to wait for the person to let the person tell you who they are and then critique who they are. Don't tilt at windmills. However, and then I think there was a point where she was getting into like kind of like saying that like he was being a moralist, and she used the wrong term and got pretty wiped on that, because you can't make a claim like, well, you're just coming from your morality. It's like everybody's coming from their morality. So that's a hard thing to defend. However, I still agree with her viewpoint probably a lot more than Tim on this so far. But so far, I'm not super blown away with Emma's performance. However, good for her for facing the opposition and stuff like that. But Dee said you were kicked off many platforms if you questioned it. Well, I think that's because of public health concerns. Like if I walk around telling people to drink strychnine, then I'm probably going to be expecting my YouTube channel to be banned. I think the Tide Pod things got banned on YouTube as well. Even though that could be considered a matter of opinion, I think telling kids to eat Tide Pods is pretty bad. I think most scientists would agree with that. I think most statistics would agree with the idea that Tide Pods could kill you. And I think if you're advocating people to eat that, then you should be regulated from saying such things. That's my own opinion, my own take. It's a spicy one, guys. It's spicy, but you have to admit, regardless of whether you agree with me or not, the spice is fun. And with that being said, I do need to go grab another drink because it's a 4-day weekend. And so I'm doing some drinking. And I'm going to put the trailer on. I'm going to put a trailer on. Dee said, I think there's a fallacy in that somewhere. In saying the Tide Pod thing? No, I'm making a comparison where I was saying, I think in regards to public health and misinformation, it's actually very important to make sure that people are giving correct information. If you're giving people bad information that could literally kill them, then I think that is a point where people can actually step in and regulate and censor. I think that's pretty clear. Spicy. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a beer, and we're gonna work on roughs, and we're gonna get more and more mad at each other till we start yelling, and it's gonna be fun. And we're gonna get art done. Hopefully, you guys are getting art done. Thomas was saying, "Censor Josh." Ladies and gentlemen, the Kremlin. The Kremlin. That's right. It's going to happen. Okay. Chris was saying there's a difference between just asking questions and misinformation spread and a good faith aspect in it. Agreed. Paul said Josh is drinking. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Nice. Well, this is my night, even though it's like 4 a.m. I started the stream at 12, so I'm doing a late night into the early morning, and it's a 4-day weekend. All right, guys, we're going to put the trailer on again, and I'll be right back. Let's do, you know what? We cut it off before, so let's put on Philip Chandler's.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
All right. So in honor of the right-leaning Supreme Court just completely crushing the forgiveness of student debts, which honestly right and left should be all about, because debt is like predatory lending and debts are what are kind of one of the things that's ruining our country. I think we should all be able to agree on. If you can't, I disagree. And we're watching some right versus left in response to that. And Josh is getting a little spicy. I'm getting a little spicy on this issue because I'm a little pissed about that decision because it directly affects my life and a lot of friends of mine's lives. And yeah, so anyhow, we're going to have a drink and we're going to continue this business. Dee Dee was saying, I remember when they said the vax will keep you from spreading the virus and the vax will stop the spread. How well did that science hold up? Well, there's a lot of data and statistics showing that if you look at states that did not do shutdowns, that were more open borders, the death toll due to COVID was higher. If you look at any statistic, almost any doctor in the world globally, you can see that people who were unvaccinated were more likely to die from COVID. You actually see the COVID numbers going down as the variants increased because the virus was forced to actually do variations due to evolving, due to it facing resistance from the vaccine, which was effective. That's why the virus actually mutated and became a less harmful version of the virus. There's just endless science kind of backing it. If you're anti-vax at this point, feel free. Just understand you probably have a lot of people who agree with you, but double blind. Show me double blind studies. Show me show me peer-reviewed double blind studies that back your crazy theory. If you don't have them, I don't believe you. Let's see here. They weren't wrong. Dee Dee was saying, I hope my daughter that spent an extra year in nursing school and paid her way through nursing school will get reimbursed. Well, that's a bad argument. It's like, I had to pay for this thing, so I don't want other. That seems very like kind of weird. I get it. I mean, I definitely understand that. There's a lot of things that I had to pay for. Like, I used to be on an insurance plan that could boot me because I had a pre-existing condition. Therefore, everyone should be. Like, that same logic could be applied to some of the most awful things in the world. You know, let's say you were like alive during slavery and then slavery gets abolished. You could be like, well, I used to be a slave, so everybody should be a slave. Like, that's a bad argument. Just because progress is going to benefit a lot of people, it doesn't, I don't know. That seems anti fixing wrongs. Like, you know, there's things where like we get things wrong, and maybe it would be better to like think of it in a scenario of like, hey, your daughter was in nursing school. Wouldn't it have been nice if she didn't have to pay it off? Dee Dee said, you're assuming I question aspects of the vax that I am not anti-vax. No, I actually don't. I'm not making any assumptions. I'm just saying that, okay, there were a few things. Like, I think that the way it was presented, I even watched like a Francis Collins lecture recently on here where he even acknowledged that like they kind of misstepped by saying, I think a few of them actually said it would stop it, would not the spread of it, but that it would actually like just stop COVID in general. And that's not how vaccinations work. I mean, in theory, it lowers the spread, it lowers the contagion, and it protects you, but it doesn't. It's not like the smallpox vaccine did not kill smallpox. What it does is it starts to vaccinate it out of the population. I think that was a big misspeak. There were a few really big missteps. Yeah, for sure. And Thomas, to an extent, it did stop the spread. It's just the way that they were talking about it. That's the thing. It kind of stopped the spread. It just, it's a long-term view. Like that's how vaccines work. Like what they do is, as it kind of works its way through the population, you have more people who are vaccinated, less people are going to spread it, right? It's just the nature of it. Stopping the spread and saying stopping it entirely is like two different claims. But from what I recall, I think the way they presented it was pretty bad initially. Also, the mask, I think that the way that Francis Collins put it, I kind of agree with. Where they erred was in saying, they erred by kind of presenting science as if it was absolute, that was happening in real time. And I think the better way, and I think Francis Collins even said this, to present it would be, look, guys, we actually don't know. Like, this is an entirely new disease, right? And according to the data we have right now, this is what we think is the best step. And so we're going to make that call because that's based on the data we have now. That can change, and when it changes, we will let you know. Like, that would be much better way to present it to the public. I think because they didn't present science as science actually is, I think when you start presenting it in absolutes, it made people feel like, well, you said masks this time outdoors, and then you said no masks outdoors later. You lied. Instead of them saying that based on the science at the time, which that was the right call based on the information they had at the time, new information comes out and they have to change. So again, like, knowing that fact about science, I think it would have been much better to be just kind of a little more transparent with the public and be like, look, this could change, but this is kind of like the steps we need to take right now according to the data we have. It's going to save the most lives. That would have been the best way of presenting it. And by the way, people who like demonize Dr. Fauci, he is like, he solely was one of the most important people in the world to kind of help almost eradicate AIDS, and not eradicate it in a negative way, eradicate it, like not fully eradicate it, but eradicate the death part of AIDS. Like, he's saved so many lives. So please don't demonize Fauci. I don't know why people do that. Guy might have misspoken a few times, but he was also dealing with a pandemic that's, nobody, like, worse than anything anybody's faced since, like, I don't know, the early, like, 1900s or late 1800s. Oh, the whole effects on, I can't get into the anti-vax stuff, Dee. The whole effects on men's hearts. So I'm blanking out on the term, but there's like a word for it. It's a thing. But if you compare the effect that the vaccine has on men's hearts as opposed to like COVID, if you're unvaccinated, has on your heart, it's like ridiculous. Like the odds are still so much better for you if you get vaccinated. It's just insane. Don't question the science is anti-science. I agree, but also questioning public policy during a pandemic is probably also anti-science. Like, and going against the odds of population survival is a really dangerous and irresponsible thing to do. At a time where, if you like, again, look up COVID deaths of people who were unvaccinated. I had a lot of people. I mentioned this before, but I had a friend whose father was an anti-vaxxer, didn't get vaccinated, ended up getting COVID, and died a very horrible death in a hospital. And it literally, his last words being, "Just kill me." And also he felt suckered by the right for basically spreading so much misinformation. And it was an unnecessary death, and it's tragic. So Dee said just questioning, not picking a side. I think that's the thing, though. Questioning reality. Like, again, I could be just questioning whether the earth is round or flat, and that's okay to question. But once you start propagating it, it's like, that's dangerous. Like, I don't want NASA scientists thinking that the earth is flat. Like, I just don't. Because what's going to happen is you're going to have exploding spaceships. Like our whole space exploration would fail if, like, even 20% of scientists working at NASA thought that the earth was flat. So I hope that makes sense. Myocarditis, that's what Paul was saying. So if you look up myocarditis and rates of people who have COVID and myocarditis and are unvaccinated, you'll find that actually myocarditis is higher with unvaccinated people with COVID. You're much more likely to die of like a heart attack if you have COVID and you're unvaccinated than you do from like a vaccination, which I think the rates of myocarditis are like negligible. Dee, the point wasn't the flat earth. The point was bringing up an example that similarly, if people question the roundness of the earth and they're scientists that are going to send rockets into space, that questioning is very dangerous. That's my point. There's some questioning that's dangerous. If I question gravity, I'm free to question that. But if I question that and it causes me to think I can fly and I jump off a cliff, that's causing real damage. So a question can be a dangerous thing. I'm not saying people shouldn't question. I'm just saying propagating certain questions when it comes to public health is very dangerous, and I can see why people would censor it, especially in the midst of a global pandemic. All the young athletes that died from myocarditis. Okay, show me all the athletes, because I think you're probably talking about like some wacky article. All the young athletes. That sounds like that's like a massive part of the population. I would think that would be like global news, like all over the place. Bunch of young athletes just dropping dead everywhere. I'm guessing that's probably from a blog. Okay, let's continue.
You're not citing science. You're citing government approval.
No, I'm not. I am citing
and that's fine.
What does the government have to do with it? These are medical organizations.
Okay, sure. Fair point. You're citing medical organizations.
He even walked it back. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like a lot of these studies aren't governments, right? They're actual like hospitals, or medical companies. And again, like the whole idea, the positing. I don't know. I'm worried this is getting into like the. Dee was saying global news. Dee, I'm not talking about global news to say, hey, the news said it, therefore. I'm talking about the fact that the entire world, like the entire government of every single major country across the earth, believed that COVID was a problem, had death statistics that were recorded because they had concerns, right? And people who were unvaccinated had higher death counts from COVID in every region that had studies based on vaccination versus non-vaccination. There were entire countries that were begging for the vaccine that we had. We had access to the vaccine way before, and it was very beneficial. And so to posit the idea that this is an American conspiracy, you would have to also think that somehow, like I brought this up earlier, you'd have to think that Russia and Ukraine, right, came together at a table, and Russia's government and Ukraine's government just were like, you know what, we're going to do this conspiracy about the vaccines, and we're going to push it on our people, because guess what? They did the vaccines too. So you're saying two warring countries just sat down at the table and agreed to pull the wool over their population's eyes to spread the propaganda of this vaccine, that Israel and Palestine sat down at the table to spread the same information of vaccines, that the US and Iran sat down at the table and just agreed. Like, you're talking about a global conspiracy. That's a wild thing to believe. I don't see all governments, all world governments agreeing on one conspiracy. I think that's a much wilder thing to posit than the idea that the science might actually be real. Dee, you're missing the point. No. You're missing the point. You're saying warring countries. No, my point of bringing that up is that's what I was meaning by global news. I don't think I even said global news. When I was talking about global, I was saying it's a wilder thing to posit that all the governments in the world conspired to agree to the fact that these vaccines were a really good way to fight COVID, right? And conspired to rig their statistics, and conspired to rig like the whole, all of the science, all of the double-blind studies. That was a global conspiracy. That's a much broader claim. Even the myocarditis thing, like, you would think that at this point there's so many vaccinated people across the world that are on the same exact vaccines that you would see like insane rates of just people dying of like heart problems all the time. I think what you're positing is much more wild than the idea that it's probably actually that the vaccines were effective, and that's why most governments across the world are using them, and that COVID was a real thing. That's all. Dee was saying, stop using examples I have said nothing about. Well, I was responding to you saying global news, as if we could trust the global news, and I think you were misunderstanding why I was bringing up global. I was just clarifying my point about global. That's why I used the word global. Okay, let's continue.
Despite the fact that there have been numerous instances throughout history, in fact, basically all of them, where we've been like, hey, we were wrong about that. Like, maybe we shouldn't drink mercury if you get syphilis. But what I'm referring to specifically is if there is no intervention of a trans child, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving.
No, look, I mean, you're on detransition Wikipedia. I just listed a list of dozen.
Again, he mentioned desistance, not detransition. This is like very important that we nail down what we're talking about.
Right. What I'm saying is, if you have a trans child or a child who is suffering from gendered identity disorder or dysphoria, and you do nothing. There is a 61 to 98% chance they age out of it and grow up and are happy and fine.
So Thomas was saying, so we can trust our government and our news. I don't know. Like, I don't know what that means. I'm just saying, like, where do you base your trust off of? Like, for instance, the myocarditis thing. Where did you read about that? You read about it on some news thing. To me, I would trust an organization that's going to have a lot more blowback if their public health information is wrong than some like weird fringe media outlet that sells like nutraceuticals or something and says like, oh, you know what? The mainstream's wrong. I'm like, okay, well, I want to look at financial incentives. To me, I just think it's weird. Like, why would I trust? Like, where do you draw trust on like a good example, the myocarditis thing? Where do you get that information, and why do you trust that information over global statistics from almost every single peer-reviewed journal known to man?
That's made up.
It's literally right there. What are you talking about?
On Wikipedia.
At the point of puberty.
No, I pulled up the NIH, and so you can pull up anything. Yeah, so here you go. NIH.
So I think also she's speaking wrong here because it's not made up. It's just like being misused, but it's not made up. Like the statistic that he's pointing to is a real statistic. It's just like being misused because I think that from what I've heard, like when that study is being cited kind of inappropriately because it still was in an area where people had the option to transition. So the problem is where people transitioned, then they were out of the pool of that study. So of course the study then had the result of kids who didn't opt to transition ended up changing their minds later on. But that's because the study is coming from a pool where they had already taken out the kids who did want to transition and opted to transition. So it's almost like weird because it's like the study isn't necessarily a meaning what he thinks it means. Didi was saying, would you even bother to look up to see if there's truth to it? Didi, I literally watch like a million of these debates, so I've heard the best cases that I've ever heard for that are anti-vax, and honestly, there's just not a leg to stand on.
Tim,
here you go.
Tim,
are you happy?
Tim.
And again, like from what I've seen, yes, there are cases of myocarditis, but it's like such a negligible side effect. And there's bad side effects to almost every vaccine known to man. And again, then you have to kind of get into a discussion of what is a worthwhile cost for the general public health. And in general, like even the cases of myocarditis, a lot of the ones that are reported on like fringe right-wing media that I have looked into, it actually was people who already had pre-existing myocarditis issues and hadn't really had it discovered by their doctors. And so like a case of myocarditis was then found and linked to the vaccine. But the point being, like, the cases are slim enough to the point where, again, almost every government in the entire world is comfortable using the three main vaccines. And again, if there was like a case study where people were just dying of myocarditis all over the place, I think that would be something that would be brought up, at least in one of the countries. You know. Didi said anti-vax is anti-COVID vax. Please don't lump that to all vaccines. Well, I'm only lumping it to all vaccines because the logic and the logic for taking a vaccine is an important basic scientific premise. And if you agree with the idea of vaccination, then you'd understand the idea that, like, with vaccination, you're trying to help all of society by having, like, the majority of people, right, take this thing so that a disease is less effective. The point being, most vaccines have some side effects for sure. You do the math on the statistics of what helps the general population survive, and it is one of those decisions where you're thinking about the whole rather than the individual. And it is one of those cases in society where if you don't think about the whole rather than the individual, then you have wild, rampant disease spread all over the world. So the logic behind taking a vaccine would then, if you agree with that, if you believe that some vaccines are good, then when you start talking about the COVID vaccine, you have to use and apply the same logic that you would for any vaccine. So again, if there's like 2 cases of myocarditis in the hundreds of millions, I think billion, I don't know the number, but I think at this point there's quite a lot of people who've had the vaccine. So if you have like 2 cases of myocarditis, then, I think that was worth the risk. I think that's the thing that I'm getting at, is like there are always side effects with vaccinations. It's also weird to me that that Thomas was saying he doesn't like the mRNA vaccine because the mRNA vaccine actually had less side effects than the other one. And the mRNA vaccine, most of the critiques I've heard of it are people who actually think that messenger RNA can somehow go into a nucleus, which is insane. Like, do you like that is literally scientifically impossible for messenger RNA to, yeah. And Dee Dee, you can keep ad homing me and saying I'm not interested in talking about it. I am talking about it with you right now. I'd be curious to see why you didn't like the mRNA vaccine. Because most people I know who were against that had the strange idea that the mRNA vaccine would somehow do damage to your DNA. And in order to do damage to your DNA, it would have to actually invade the nucleus. And you can't, that's like physically impossible. Like, messenger RNA cannot get into the nucleus. Like, it just can't. That's just basic science. So hopefully it has nothing to do with the idea of it altering your DNA. I would hope that's not the concern. Because if you wanted to alter DNA, you wouldn't do it through messenger RNA. Thomas was saying it's too experimental, not proven technology. I think it's proven at this point. I also think, like, from what I understand from Francis Collins, like the technology's actually been there for a long time. They hadn't applied it to a vaccine first, but what's bizarre is through the double-blind, peer-reviewed studies that they did on like tens of thousands, I think it's like 50,000 participants or something, and the mRNA vaccine actually had the least amount of side effects. Paul said, when I got COVID, the artist I know offered me a hookup at a family farm in Fleet for some ivermectin. Not kidding. Thomas said that was a hell of a gamble. Well, the thing is, they still did the double-blind studies. And I mean, they did do double-blind studies. And I think that initially it had like a 90% effectivity rate. We kind of watched that like lecture with So it's not like they just like put it out there and hadn't done like the same kind of tests that they would do. They just sped it up, you know? And I feel like it might be a fallacy to say, well, something's new, therefore it's bad. New bad. That seems a little fallacious to me. I can understand like a fear of the new, but Thomas said no long-term studies. Agreed. But the myocarditis thing that's being brought up is an interesting thing because, like, again, it's such a like small percentage, and in most cases that I've read about, like if you look further into it, it turns out it's like not even like a big, it's bizarre, but it's like most of the cases that I've read about like weren't even what were being presented. So that in turn always makes me a little suspicious of people making the myocarditis claim, because every time I've looked into it, it's like one of the ones that went around right-wing media was a person who already had a pre-existing heart condition and probably had myocarditis before. The other scenarios were like, yeah, again, like a lot of like kind of questionable things. And Chris is also saying long-term studies will take a long time. That's the other thing. I don't know how you could, again, like we don't put any of this onus on any vaccine. Like, again, like when we have an effective vaccine, we tend to do a double-blind study, right? It goes through the whole regulation process, which a lot of people who are kind of suspicious of the COVID vaccine have a whole issue with that, which is bizarre to me, like a regulatory structure that actually required them to do a double-blind study. And again, I don't even think a lot of people, Thomas, I know you do, but I don't think a lot of people who are anti-vaxxers even understand what a double-blind study is. And the value of that, and how that kind of helps not bias the result of a test. From what I've read, though, maybe I'm crazy on this, but because I have looked into this, I think Dee Dee was saying I don't look into this. I think that from what I have read, historically, negative side effects to vaccines usually kick in within the first 3 months. There aren't usually very long-term ramifications from a vaccine. And this is just like historically every vaccine we've ever had. Usually it's in the first like 3 or 4 months after a vaccine, you see the side effects. The fact that like we haven't seen like a massive global side effect, it would just mean this is like the most unique vaccine in the world. If this suddenly has like these crazy long-term effects we had no idea about. Dee Dee said, this went from questioning to how dare you be an anti-vaxxer, you idiot. I don't think I've ever said how dare you. I don't think I've called anybody an idiot. If you want to straw man me, that's okay. Dee Dee, you can't go from me actually engaging with what you're saying in chat to saying that now you have to refrain from questioning because I'm actually responding to what you're saying in chat. I'm responding. I'm engaging with what you're saying. If I were ignoring what you were saying in chat, that would make sense. But you can't say things in chat when I respond to those things in a way maybe you don't agree with, then say, oh, you're not engaging or allowing me to question. That's crazy. It's not a fair characterization at all. I'm on fire today, guys. I'm mad about the student loans. I am supposed to be working on art, though, so I think I'm going to focus on the art, and I kind of wanted to get back to this thing. The only thing I'll say about it is, I have looked into it. I have family members that are extremely anti-vax. Again, like I have a really close friend whose father died who was really anti-vax. I've had these discussions with multiple people. I've engaged in them, looked into it, and I'm not convinced that there was anything wild or wrong with the vaccines. Now, the rollout probably could have been done a lot better. And there were things that were missaid, but at the end of the day, I just didn't, I didn't, I think that there's I don't think there's any backing that I've seen. I haven't seen any credible arguments. So if there are credible arguments out there that I haven't seen, I don't know, maybe we could see them. Maybe we'll watch some vaccine debates. That'd be fun. Speaking of, we had a debate we were watching. We're at the 5-hour mark now, guys. I hope it's been fun. I hope it's entertaining. It seems like people are getting riled up, but like that's a good thing. That's entertainment. And let's see here. We're going to play another trailer, and then we're going to get to the rest of these roughs. And after this, we're going to discuss abortion. I'm just kidding. We're going to watch the rest of this. I don't want this to turn into crazy debates. But I will say, I've yet to be convinced by the Didi said, glad I could be entertainment for your stream. Well, Didi, you're always appreciated, honestly. And I like the disagreement. I wish I could change your mind on that issue. But again, I got no problem with, you can have your viewpoint. I have failed to be convinced by it, but I still respect you as a person. Are you not entertained? Wait, let's see here. Let's see if we can find something fun. Are you ready? There's got to be something better in these collections. Let me find one. If you are entertained, right, hit that like button. Whether you agree with me or not, if this has caused you entertainment, then hit that like button. Or if it made you really pissed off, hit that dislike button. Leave a comment saying Josh is a jerk. Let's see here. I'm trying to find it. Wait. No, we need like the fear one again. Hang on. It'll be worth it, guys. It'll be worth it. Bear with me. It's coming. Let's see here. We're getting there. Oh, that was not the right one. Here it is. Oh. Okay. Are you not entertained? Yes. Yes. Feed on the disagreements. Yes. The Kremlin. Yes. How did that work? There's a darkness in my soul, you guys. All All right, we're gonna play a trailer. I'll be back. We'll watch more of this and work on some art stuff. I hope you guys are getting some stuff done. Yeah, Chris was saying you'll get no work done if you put up another debate video. Well, that's half the fun of it, though. Do we have Kat saying, my Raggedy Andy has a big green marker dot on his upper arm. I vaccinated him when I was a little kid with measles. He never got it. You know what? I forgot about that. Like when I was a kid, my sisters had Cabbage Patch Kids. Not Cabbage Patch. Cabbage Patch Kids. I almost thought that was like the little things. But anyhow, there was a zoo thing where the zoo would give them vaccinations. So you'd bring your Cabbage Patch Kids to get vaccinations. And I was jealous of my sisters, so I got a Cabbage Patch Kid. And I guess I've been told this in retrospect, that my sisters would like bring their... We all brought our Cabbage Patch Kids to the zoo to get vaccinated, right? Because they had this little station where they give them a little Band-Aid and stuff like that. And my sisters would like... They were kind of holding their Cabbage Patch Kids and like, you know, taking really good care of them. And I apparently just carried my Cabbage Patch Kid by the foot, just dragging it along the way, all excited about bringing it. There's kind of a difference in the way. But I guess I was just, I just used to drag him around by the foot. That was my experience with Cabbage Patch Kids. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. See you guys in 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, guys. I hear people talking about their vaccine marks on their arm as well as their non-vaccine marks. Mine kind of strangely says Microsoft Corp on it. I don't know why. Ever since I got it, I've just been hearing like, I don't know, like weird receptions from like outer space. I don't know. Anyhow, but that's a joke, by the way, YouTube. That's a joke. Okay. Anyhow, let's continue and watch the rest of this debate and see if we can remain civil. Civil. We are civilized people, ladies and gentlemen.
NIH. Deal with what I just said about the level of medical organizations. You're saying that they're all wrong and that you have some sort of like special knowledge that you can supersede their expertise.
No, he's not. You're cherry picking American organizations.
You're making the appeal to authority.
I just first of all, I just cited one from the Netherlands.
So, okay, he did use the appeal to authority. And the problem, like, again, weirdly enough, like, I hope if you guys watch this back, you'll see this. I like Emma Vigeland. I listened to Majority Report. And yet, up to this point, like, Emma's misstepped a lot in this debate. Like, to be honest, I think optically, Tim Pool has done better. Just as a fan of debate, I think at this point, even though I agree with Emma's points a lot more than Tim, I can acknowledge I don't think she's been performing very well. I think he's come across as a lot more good faith. However, I will say here, Tim Pool is really misstepping by misusing a call to authority. Because again, like the fallacy of the appeal to authority is when you're misusing the authority or you're saying the authority supersedes the argument, as opposed to, there are times where, like, let's say you're talking about mathematics where you're going to have to appeal to the authority of mathematicians. Like that's just the nature of a logical discussion. Even in having a discussion in general, you're appealing to the authority of language. Right. And if you erode all authority or all structures to be able to have a conversation, you actually get rid of it. It becomes like a nihilistic argument. It's a problem that's always been in philosophy, where, most philosophy classes will talk about like an absolute nihilist is an impossible person to have a discussion with, because they start questioning even the reality of language itself. And at the point where we're all just brains and vats, like if we accept the premise, like if we disregard the I think therefore I am, then we're kind of screwed, right? Because if we can't think through a problem, what's the point of discussing it? So anyhow, point being, there are some authorities that it's completely justifiable to appeal to. The appeal to authority fallacy is not meaning you cannot bring up authorities. It means that you have to justify it more with your argument. So Tim Pool is misusing that. Okay, let's continue. Dee Dee mentioned Outlander. I haven't seen that show yet. Is that a good show? Like, that's like a historical... Isn't that like a time travel thing, or am I crazy? Explain to me Outlander. And I have heard the same thing, that the show wasn't that great and the books were wonderful. But again, I am a book nerd, and one of the downsides of doing comics is the fact that, like, there's just no time to read unless it's an audiobook. But if it's good enough, maybe I'll check it out. Okay. Oh no, did it back up? Did I lose my place?
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does a serpent talk? What and not only that, but why is the serpent's punishment to crawl?
Okay, good.
But American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child
Appeal to authority. Keep
no, I mean,
but not even that.
But I'm not a medical authority, and neither are you.
Then
why wouldn't
all I
you
can
appeal
do
to
is
the
point
authority?
to a study and say, "Wow, if this study is true, I'm opposed to this." Right?
But there's also all these European organizations that are getting rid of this specific practice that he's focusing on, which is the puberty blockers, and like for some reason they're not on your list.
No, we are properly assessing when intervention is appropriate here. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
But why would they suspend in these better healthcare systems in Europe? Why would they suspend this specific practice that we're arguing?
I mean, you
about?
listed Sweden and Finland. They've just elected far right governments, but
don't.
But anyway, like again, this is what I'm interested in talking about in terms of politics. I want to create a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare, Medicare for all. You should talk about that more on your program. You say you're in favor of it. I haven't really seen. I haven't seen much.
When you guys cherry pick stuff to talk about
we
music
should talk
or
about
whatever,
ending child poverty. I mean, it's just funny. You should talk about ending child poverty.
But you could have talked about my position on universal healthcare any one of these times. You never do. Why? It's not going to get traffic for you.
Well, I mean, you don't click.
Okay, so this is a problem because I think that I'm guessing that I don't think Tim Pool probably dedicates a lot of his show to talking about universal healthcare. That's just my wild speculation there. If anybody out there watches Tim Pool and almost every episode he's talking about universal healthcare, let me know. But I mean, yes, she should be more familiar, but I do suspect that he probably doesn't talk about that a lot on his show. I don't think that would appeal to his base as much. That's what I'm guessing.
Flip anything about universal healthcare. You should focus more on it, and then we would focus on it.
Because
what?
Oh, nice. Dee Dee is explaining that show. So she said CMP that heroin went back in time. She was thought to be a witch because of her knowledge. One of the people attacking her had a smallpox vaccine scar on her arm. Oh, interesting. Huh. In the 1700s. Sounds kind of cool. Okay, let's continue.
What we try to do
when are we going to be like, for no reason, let's just make a universal healthcare?
What we try to do in real time is correct right-wing lies, whether it's you or Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder. We do talk about abortion a lot.
Yeah.
We do.
What's my abortion position?
I'm not sure.
Why? You've not.
Oh, this is so bad. Like, you don't go on a show. Oh, again, like not a huge, like really not a fan of Tim Pool from what I've seen, but dude, but like, I mean, again, like I do not watch Tim Pool, and I will tell you, he does talk very often about being pro-abortion, which is like a weird stance that he has, and including also being an atheist. The fact that she's not familiar with that is not good. To try to press him on issues like even the abortion issue, it's like you're not arguing with a cartoon here. You should probably just ask him what his opinion is. You know, like let the person speak for themselves, right?
Not watched any of the 8,000 segments we've done on it?
I do know that you called that 10-year-old case a hoax, a political hoax.
The political maneuvers around it to change the law was a hoax.
Yeah,
sure. So, well, how do you not know my position on abortion? I mean, you watch the show. You watch at any point. You can see the arguments we have.
I don't have a ton of time to watch all
You
your
specifically covered his episode with the serfs where they talked about it in depth. So it's weird that you don't.
Well, reiterate your abortion position for me, and I'll respond to it. Okay. In what way?
I think Roe v. Wade was the right decision.
Okay.
I think that life should be mandated, should be protected under the Constitution at the federal level, and that it probably does make sense for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, but that means Congress needs to codify it.
Okay, but that's not going to happen. And
yeah, that's I mean, I could kind of understand it because I like to an extent, I'm actually going to agree with him where I think that things that are legislatively passed tend to do better and have more longevity than things that are just kind of decided by the Supreme Court and then kind of imposed that weren't kind of legislated by the process of us establishing laws, right? Like how a bill becomes a law. But that being said, I think like once you have a right that's kind of like endowed by like the Supreme Court and then you take it away and you're suddenly expecting that like Congress is somehow going to be able to get that done is almost like ignoring the fact of the delays and difficulties of getting laws passed through Congress, especially when they come to like human rights and stuff like that. So it's an interesting thing, but I feel like if I had Tim Pool's position on this, I don't think I'd be backing what he's backing. That might just be like a results versus process kind of viewpoint, but it'll be interesting to hear where this goes. Yeah.
And that's because we don't have
that's a different question.
Because we need filibuster reform. So I'm not really interested in process. I'm interested in outcomes as we get back to, again, the differences that we clearly have here. I don't really care who imposes the right to abortion in this country. I just care that we have a right to abortion in this country, and we don't.
Well, right. Yeah, I think at first. First, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I thought that it was probably good it would go to legislation because the Supreme Court arbitrarily setting law is probably dangerous. But however, since then, I've looked at it and said it's a 14th Amendment question, the right to life. And, you know, looking back on that now and understanding Roe v. Wade actually was a pretty good decision. I think now at this point, you'd need some kind of codification. I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to go back on it, but that's a political conversation, not a personal perspective on abortion. So my view is pre-viability, it's individual discretion. Post-viability, it's probably going to require some kind of, depending on the circumstances.
Where do you draw the line of viability?
Can the baby survive on its own?
Okay. Well, 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, which is the first 12 weeks. Yeah. 99% happen in the first 20 weeks. The rest that happen, the 1% that you're talking about, which is overrepresented constantly for fear-mongering purposes, is the 1% that happen when the life of the mother is in danger or there's a issue with the fetus.
Well, there's no question.
So there's no need to parse and draw arbitrary lines, because what that does is it essentially, especially with rape and incest exemptions, which you speak about,
So she's actually going to bring up a really good point here, regardless of where you end up on the spectrum. And this is one of the reasons, like, I think at the beginning of this, she had brought up like the issue of like, I think Tim Pool called it a hoax, that there was a story about like I think it was like an 11-year-old girl or something who had been raped by a family member in one of the states that had recently banned abortion, and had to basically travel across state lines in order to get an abortion, because the amount of time that it would take to kind of prove the rape and prove all of that stuff, she would have carried the baby to term, which is a little like, it's unusual and it is a strange case, but at the same time, was like kind of a valid case, because that is kind of the cost of that kind of policy. Now, whether you agree with that policy or not, I think somebody in the best faith who'd even be like, against abortion or whatever, would still like, have to admit that that's a byproduct of what would happen there. Yeah. Anyhow, let's continue.
Makes it seem like
I'm not in favor of incest exemptions.
Okay, the one that we spoke about earlier. Okay, I'm not even speaking about your specific opinion about this. I'm talking generally about the notions of abortion. You can't have rape and incest exemptions because it takes so long to prove those cases that it would completely nullify the need for an abortion, because as the pregnancy is going along, you would be unable to perform the abortion in the time that it takes to prove that kind of stuff.
That's actually, like, again, like, I know that's weird, but it's like, I do think, again, like, regardless of where you stand on it, like, that would be something to consider. Like, the fact that, that's right. Like, those exceptions or exemptions wouldn't even really matter or be applicable by law, because, again, like, the time it's going to take to prove a case like that, you've already had, you already got the kid. Now, whether you think that's moral or not, like, that's a whole other, can of worms. But again, like, there's bullets we all have to bite, like, depending on what our viewpoint is. And that would be one of them. Paul said she's way cuter than he is. 100%. She's a good looking lady. Always has been. Honestly, the majority of reports just full of very, very good looking people.
Stuff. So when that stuff is put into legislation, what it does is it waters down and makes the public seem like, oh, we're not so barbaric. That's why we should not be intervening in what doctors and patients are doing. I want people to be empowered over their own healthcare. Same thing with trans kids.
So you disagree with
same thing with abortion? Sorry?
Do you disagree with Roe v. Wade in that regard?
Well, no, I want there to be an abortion.
Would you prefer Roe v. Wade stood?
Of course.
So then you would be against abortion after a certain amount of time.
I mean, Roe v. Wade essentially created the viability standard, right?
So then you have a 14th Amendment question, whereas you would need some kind.
Wait, but it set the standard. It didn't like it. This is a bad argument on Tim's part. Maybe he's just misinformed. From what I understand, it set the standard, and it said like the right exists to this extent. Anything beyond that is up to the states. So I think that it like kind of set like a milestone, but it didn't. It codified like a specific amount, but I think the rest of the amount, like if different states had different kind of cutoff dates, that they were able to kind of extend it past. But all Roe versus Wade did was I think establish like a specific timeline, and then anything beyond that was up to the states. So I think he might be misunderstanding it, honestly.
Kind of government intervention post viability.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's outdoor season. Did you know Vistaprint has everything you need to get your small business outside? Kirsten does. Vistaprint printed her banners, flags, flyers.
I believe that doctors should be able to make these determinations, and it should not be. We should have a right to an abortion broadly, and doctors can make a decision.
To be clear, real quick, I think you're in favor of the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
No, I'm not, because I would never want to overturn something to go backwards and then bring it up to the legislature where we have crazies and Republican nut jobs in the Senate, and there's a filibuster that doesn't provide us with the ability to codify it.
Because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, you now have states like Colorado removing restrictions.
No. This is inaccurate. So Roe versus Wade protected at a constitutional level up to the second trimester for elective abortions. And then afterwards, it was up to the state.
So this is another thing I was mentioning about this guy. I'm blanking out on his name. He's not Tim Pool. He's the other kind of right-leaning guy on the show. And like I've seen him before on other shows. And again, like I think that he is a little more good faith, like to be honest. Even though I I disagree with him, but he seems to be pretty good faith in these discussions. Cause like even there where somebody's being misrepresented on his side is misrepresenting something, and he calls him out. So he's correcting Tim Pool on this, which is good. Cause I was watching this like, I don't think Tim knows that's in Roe versus Wade. Ooh, Dee, that's a good question though. Like you said, you lost your job if you didn't get it. Well, was that the government? Is your employer the government? Like, let's say I hired 3 people, and like I don't know. I feel like that would be kind of like the government would be stepping into businesses and telling them who they can and can't, what standards they can and can't have. I did see above. It says you lost your job if you didn't get the vaccine. And I was saying, how's that the government? Because that sounds like a business, right? Like, another question regarding that, like if we're talking about the government jobs that people lost if they didn't get vaccinated, we got to decide where we're comfortable with drawing the line. Like if I'm in the military and I'm going to go to an area that's like rampant with like smallpox and stuff like that, like, are we okay with it being a requirement that people get vaccinated for specific diseases in a country before going over there, sending our troops over there? I think that the problem, well, you were saying empowered over their own healthcare, but I think that her point was it should be kind of a decision between a doctor and a patient. Anyhow, let's see here. Okay, you guys, this is super interesting, but I need to step away for 2 seconds. So I'm going to play a trailer for... what the heck? Let's play the Joe Biden endorsing by Adam Lohr. I absolutely love the Joe Biden endorsement. It's amazing. Okay.
I'm the President, Joe Biden, and I just want to say I endorse the comic book Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble. It's a ghost world type book, a real ghost world book, and you can get it at Amazon.com. It's a sensation. It's taking the world by storm, and I just want to say thank you to Joshua. I just want to say thank you to Joshua Kemble, and I want to announce today that we're actually starting the Kremble Award for Outstanding Amazon Comic. So go check out Kremble. Thank you. Me splits clearly it seems Only in my dreams can they're split at the seams, and I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. Please go to Amazon.com.
As we're on a train here, right? We're 5.5 hours into this stream. So if you haven't yet, hit that like button. So it's the best you could do for 5.5 hours of this stuff. I think you guys could manage to rock and roll. Just clicking a like. But yeah, all right. Let's continue to check out this debate. It's getting spicy in the chats. There's people worked up. It's getting good. Chris was saying the Kremble gaffes. Yeah, 100%. Because you are in the world of Kremble right now. Welcome to the Kremlin. Wait. Let's try that again. Welcome to the Kremlin. Wait, did that work? Oh, that was just clean. Welcome to the Kremlin. This is a show where we make comic books. It's exciting. Okay, anyhow, let's get back to it. We're gonna work on roughs now. You guys are getting me too spicy, and I need to work on roughs.
So
okay, so it's even.
Colorado could have extended this prior to. In fact, Andrew Cuomo did this before. So just to clarify that.
Okay, never mind. I stand corrected. I thought that it was because I remember reading. What was the guy's name? He wrote about 14th Amendment kicks in upon viability, and then you have a constitutional right to life and all of these things, and there's questions around that.
Colorado may have passed that law in response to Roe versus Wade, but they weren't prohibited from doing so before. Because Roe versus Wade says at this point, the states have no issue. It's a constitutional issue. And then in the third trimester, which is why Roe versus Wade constitutionally is a ridiculous decision, they're like, it's a states' rights issue. Because, the Constitution obviously delegates the trimesters in the 57th Amendment somewhere.
And again, Tim, the reality is I don't you've been perfectly nice to me here. I don't really care about you personally. I care when you say things that are harmful and wrong, what? Like the hoax statement about
that wasn't wrong. That was an opinion.
It was wrong. It was completely factually inaccurate.
It's not factually inaccurate.
You called it a hoax because you know that your audience is going to feed into it, and then you parse it later so you have plausible deniability.
So, okay, to be fair, he called the rape of a 12-year-old kid a hoax, which is kind of shitty because it was proven that it happened, and he's been walking it back during this conversation, and he's going to be pedantic about it now, but that actually happened. So it's kind of weird that he won't bite that bullet. He should just be like, yeah, that wasn't a hoax. That's kind of bad. But now he's going to kind of walk his way out of it. But yeah.
But specifically what I said was, and we talk about it in depth. I think the issue is just you don't watch the show. To be fair, I don't watch Majority Report. But if I'm not gonna come out here and be like, you said this one time, this one thing. I've not watched the show, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
Now that's a fair point. Emma is kind of even though that might be kind of a crappy thing that he said, it is a little off topic. It is a little off topic and a little a good example. If somebody wanted to. They could go through my stream and pull clips that just don't sound good. That's not a hard game to do. So, just trying to steelman Tim Pool here a little bit, even though I totally disagree with him. I can kind of see where that might kind of feel a little out of pocket. Instead of engaging with the ideas that are being said on the show, you're kind of oh, well, 5 years ago you said this. But to be fair to Emma Vigeland, that's a shitty thing to say. So, okay.
But I said, the idea that you would take a tragic circumstance like this and then create a political story, put it out to the super PACs to try and change laws, that's a hoax.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah.
But the question is, like, how is it a hoax? Because it's an actual example of a literal problem with the law. Like, you know what I mean? It's like a byproduct, like inevitably, like whatever side you are on the issue, like that's an unarguable, byproduct of it. Why not just, I don't know. Yeah, let's continue.
How about the fact that you called the
grooming event
shooter in the neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program, you called that a false flag?
Because you don't even know anything about that story.
Okay. Again, I like Emma, but I keep catching myself having to do this. This isn't very fair to Tim Pool. And I don't even think I like the guy. So, but it's like, let's say somebody was like inspired, like, unless Tim is telling people to literally go out there and like shoot people up or something, it's not very fair to like say like this horrible thing happened, therefore it's the fault of your show. Like if somebody read one of my comics and like committed some horrible atrocity, is that the fault of my art? Unless my comic were calling for it, it's just not like a really fair thing to do to a content creator. Like, I don't know. To me, that seems like a low blow. And again, like I don't think Pool's like above low blows, but yeah, I mean, yeah. Kat said, I like the bow tie on that character drawing. More people should wear bow ties, and maybe that's debatable. I think that's beyond debatable. That's just solid fact.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah. When you buy music gear from Sweetwater, you get more than just what's in the box. A whole lot more. Every piece of gear we sell.
Okay, skipping that out.
Yeah, but he watched your show.
No, he didn't. He watched one guy.
Yeah, have you ever went to those time codes? He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But
like,
he did watch your show.
Like this is.
So
like
you're saying he watched an episode?
Smear.
Sure.
I'm sorry, this is like really bad faith. That sucks. That's too bad. Because like I felt like she was holding her own and being really good, and like again, I really like Sam Cedar. I like the Majority Report, but it's kind of like I don't know. Unless he was specifically going out there and calling people to that action, in the case of like what they call like stochastic terrorism, right? Where it's like you're actually asking somebody to commit like a harm and then they do it. Like in that case, yeah, totally hold the person accountable, But it's like if somebody some nut job is, I don't know. As an artist, I feel really protective of that. Like if some nut job gets really inspired by your art to do something crazy and it's not something you were asking them to do, like you kind of can't hold the creator to account for that. That's just my own opinion. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
Sure. But do you understand why?
On.
And he posted
that one. Who was that one guy who watched Majority Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think you're?
Kat said, I like the bow tie on that carrot. Oh, wait. Paul said, Tucker Carlson wears a bow tie. No. So does Doctor Who, though. So
content appeals to neo-Nazis.
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Okay, I'm gonna do something I don't normally.
Okay. Yeah, that's really. I like Emma Vigeland. She might not even be wrong. I do think a lot of far right stuff kind of appeals to neo-Nazis sometimes, but it's just not a good faith way to approach things. Like I've had that experience when I've talked to somebody about my own political viewpoints and they're like, so you're a communist. And it's like, no, I just think like some things should be socialized, like medicine or like things where like the profit motive doesn't make a lot of sense. And they're like, but you're a communist. And it's like, I'm not advocating, it's kind of a bad faith thing to do in general. Let's see here. Okay, let's continue.
You do, but that was an egregious over the line statement where I don't know if you're intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical or you're just really that stupid.
Oh man.
The idea that because a Nazi watched your show appeals to Nazis is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come up here and do exactly what the majority, you want to do what the majority report does, and exactly why Sam isn't welcome on my and many other shows, feel free to do it, and I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that? Like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe ask why some of these higher profile personalities.
Okay, so now it's gotten like really just tit for tat and kind of silly. That's kind of too bad. It's derailing. I don't know. I feel like you do kind of need to come from a place of like respect with people. And yeah, that was a dig. You know, it's interesting though. So far, this debate's been really good. I am thinking we might wrap the stream shortly, so we may not be able to get through this entire thing. I'm going to go ahead and finish the rough for... I'm going to go ahead and finish panels 1 and 2, and then we'll probably call it a night after we're finished with said panels. Because I should probably like take a little power nap and then wake up and continue and stream all throughout this 4-day weekend, which I'm actually really excited about. Paul is offended by asking for pants. Okay, let's continue.
Personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can cry. Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis, which it clearly doesn't. Because this show is predominantly like moderate libertarian leaning types.
No,
but
you
say
don't
that
even watch
and
it. That you.
Okay, the show's not moderate though. I mean, it's not moderate. Let's be fair about that. It's definitely not moderate. Okay, let's continue.
Say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the really far right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay, let's say for
so you called it a false flag, and then when you were proven wrong the next day, you said you thought it was funny.
Called what a false flag?
You called the claims that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your show a false flag.
I don't know if I said that. That sounds awfully specific.
I don't have the exact quote in front of me, Tim. But
so you don't know what I said? Where did you hear that? Yes, I do.
I would listen to you.
Did you say something?
Okay, here's another thing. Optically, okay. If you're in a setting like this, I think, and you're going to kind of make a claim, and you're, probably flown out to this, right? Like you probably flew out to participate in a debate, right? And you're going to, and in your back pocket, you're going to have like some accusations to kind of throw around. If you're going to make that accusation, have like a timestamp in an episode. Like, I'm not saying you should even get into that like tit for tat, but if you're going to, have receipts, right? Because if you don't have receipts, you're always like 9 times out of 10 going to take the optical loss. Because then, like, to anybody who's a fan of this person, if you actually say, oh, on episode 563 at timestamp 10 minutes or something, you said exactly this, then like those fans are going to be like, and maybe like backtrack and check it out and go, holy crap, he actually said the thing she's saying. And he's saying he didn't. He's being dishonest. But if you don't have receipts for it, then it's like, it just sounds like an unfounded accusation. And that always comes across badly in a debate. It's kind of like the, what is it called? The why do you beat your wife thing, right? This is like one of the fallacies. I can't remember the name of the fallacy, but it's kind of like, when you're in a debate with somebody, you go, well, why do you beat your wife? And the person's like, well, I don't beat my wife. And you're like, prove you didn't. it's just like a really bad faith way to go, because it's like, well, now somebody's on the back foot having to prove something that you didn't even present any evidence to it. It's just like a kind of unfounded accusation. I gotta say, Emma should have brought receipts if she's going to make that claim. She just should have. Okay, continue.
Like, it sounds like I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting, where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something.
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
to react to what? Okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact things.
No, I came up with,
okay, now he's getting really triggered. So like even though like honestly, she was a little out of pocket, didn't bring receipts or anything like that. Like he's clearly pretty worked up. And if she keeps her cool, at least optically, it's going to look good for her. Just in general, like no matter how dirty the tactic was or whatever. Anyhow, let's see where this goes.
Come up with original thoughts.
It is my original thought.
So no, it isn't. It's some guy posts a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
I disagree.
Yes.
You disagree with what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This is
come on.
The claim that you made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience, and there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone. From
you
the
don't
same
even know what
episode.
you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get specific to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You
posted one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaefer, and like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that someone
calling
told you to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think.
So if you get audited by the IRS and your audit closes and you end up owing money, you get in the
think that
so this might be a scenario of like talking past each other too, because it does sound bad if you're saying something's a false flag. Generally, false flag events would be something that didn't happen or were a lie. And it does sound like, again, not super familiar with it, but it sounds like nobody's arguing with the fact that this shooter actually had, screenshots of his show on his phone. So, they might be talking past each other in that sense. Where like, I think that his point might be more to like, how is that my responsibility? And her point might be like, the shooter did have this on his phone. That's not a false flag. Like it's not a made up thing. And like both kind of can be true. And this definitely might be one of those scenarios where they're just so heated at this point that it's just not going to, like they're not going to really understand what each other are saying.
It's not shocking that you think that based on my gender.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling, because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people screenshot, because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone, moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority report.
It is a nasty smear. Like you're doing it on purpose,
and it's not a political statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like he watched an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like that's
there was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch. Remember the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why
do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters
There's a qualitative
talk about
difference.
Sam Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin Long?
Why is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin Long?
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
You know what? I gotta give Tim Pool a little credit here because again, like I don't even agree with Tim Pool, but like that is a really bad faith thing to do. However, maybe, you know, again, like maybe he's a douchebag and deserves bad faith, but still, even in that case, it just optically doesn't look good to be like, oh yeah, well, you appeal to Nazis or something. And again, if he was like literally doing propaganda that was supposed to be like appealing to them and asked people to go do this thing, then that would make sense. But I don't know, it just seemed like a really low blow. Okay, let's continue. And we're going to go ahead and finish panel 2, and then we'll call it for a couple hours.
This is...
Yeah, and then I'll be back streaming for a long time. Bye, Kat. Kat said, hope it's a fun, sunny day. See you. Ciao, y'all.
Exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show, but it's not something that I just one day was...
Do they light off fireworks there, Josh? If not, why do Californians hate America? There are fireworks all over my district. We're in an area that's an interesting part of LA County where the two cities that are right next to each other in the AV have different laws when it comes to fireworks. And so what ends up happening is everybody just crosses the city line that takes like 10 minutes from where I live to the city where it's legal to have fireworks, and then everybody buys their fireworks, drives 10 minutes later, and sets off fireworks in their backyard. So there's a lot of firework action going on in the area I live in. What about you, Paul? Do they have a lot of fireworks? Let's continue.
Was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high-profile individuals, and I love...
Can you name the high-profile individuals?
That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who do...
It's tough because Sam Cedar is really killer at debate, and a lot of people do seem to dodge Sam Cedar because he's really good on policy, and they get just eaten alive. To be true, he's just like a really hard person to debate. So there is a good chunk of people that are sincerely afraid to talk to Sam Cedar because they'll look like an idiot.
Who does exactly what you just did. We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
But what's funny, okay, there's a few things Emma did really well on. One was just trying to ask him his position on DeSantis. And she asked him for things other than COVID that she likes about DeSantis, like any policy like things. And he was like, culture war stuff. He had no policies. It was kind of telling, where it's like, you know, kind of revealing like, oh, okay, you're into these wedge issues. Like 1% of the population and like no policy to be had. That was a really good point on Emma's part earlier on, and he's kind of reminding me of that when he mentioned the DeSantis thing.
I'm just stating facts.
Have you okay, this is like lowbrow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No,
but you guys get clicks by doing it.
It's
hey,
fun.
How about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy? You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever
I'm sorry, it is funny that they started this by kind of teasing his band, and then he's bringing that up later on, which honestly is hilarious. Oh, man. Okay. Guys, we got to call it. So we're going to go ahead and write down the timestamp of where we're leaving off. And I do want to finish this up because I have heard that Emma kind of kills it. Coming up, actually, pretty. So this is 1:30:38. If you guys have enjoyed this, if are you not entertained? If you were entertained, feel free to hit that like or dislike button. I'm going to see you guys on the next live stream, which should be in an hour or so, maybe 2 hours. I'm going to take a little power nap after I feed my dogs, and we'll see you on the stream. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful weekend, and I will see you on the next stream where we might finish this off, or who knows? We might watch something else. It might be politics, it might not. Adam said, have a good night, everybody. Have a good morning, everybody. And I will see you guys on the next live stream. Thank you. I know it got heated, but I kind of enjoy the heat, and it was a lot of fun. All right. Have a good one, guys.